Villain system activated, the sparks between the bodyguard and the beautiful sister-in-law. Reborn as a villainous cannon fodder, Kai awakens the villain system for dignity and survival. The boss is away, don't worry, I'll take good care of your wives. Beep tilde villainous behavior detected, reward. Chapter 1, Boss, don't worry, I'll take care of the sister-in-laws. So comfortable, I didn't expect such a good massage from a small bodyguard tilde. Rou Rou lay on the sofa, allowing the man to grip her slender waist, her soft lips slightly parted as she sighed in pleasure. Behind her, Kai's gaze darkened as he watched her smooth, fair skin. His large hand moved continuously over her body, feeling the softness of her skin. As Kai's well-defined hand began to move, Rou Rou's body started to tremble slightly. Her eyes reddened as she let out a soft moan of satisfaction. Out of her sight, Kai's eyes burned with a predatory intensity, like a hungry wolf eyeing a helpless little rabbit. I learned this back when I was with the boss on the island. If you like it, I can give you more massages in the future, Kai said with a tempting tone. Rou Rou, still lying on the bed, drowsily responded with a soft, Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Kai's ear. Ding tilde villainous behavior detected, rewarded with 200 villain points. Ding tilde villainous behavior detected, rewarded with 300 villain points. System prompt, the current villain points are enough for a 1000 silver lottery draw. Do you want to proceed? Kai's eyes lit up. He had finally accumulated enough villain points to open a silver chest. Having transmigrated into a novel as a cannon fodder, Kai had been bound to the villain system for some time. As long as he sabotaged the protagonist's feelings and career, or defied the protagonist, he would earn villain points. However, since the male lead was right in front of him, he couldn't risk offending him directly. It was only when the male lead, Yi-han, wasn't around that Kai could collect a few villain points now and then. Who would have thought that just one massage on Rou Rou would yield such a great response? His hands didn't stop as he quickly opened the system panel. He'd drawn bronze chests before, but they only gave trivial items. It was thanks to Rou Rou that he was able to open a silver chest. Congratulations! You've unlocked the master massage skill. Sure enough, silver chests were far better than the trivial things from the bronze ones. Now, he could test this skill on Rou Rou. Dazed, Rou Rou lay there, her eyes suddenly wide open. Just as she was about to gasp, she quickly covered her mouth in panic. Ding tilde villainous behavior towards the destined female lead detected, rewarded with 666 villain points. Kai was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to get so many points this time. But soon, he noticed that Rou Rou's earlobes and neck had turned pink. Not only that, but the waist he was holding began to tremble. Rou Rou's face turned red, and she struggled to keep her lips pressed together. What's happening? Why does it suddenly feel so good? She wanted to stop Kai, but she was afraid that if she let go, she might moan. Oh tilde. Rou Rou tightly bit her soft lips, her eyes almost losing control. Just then, Kai's phone rang, and with that, he stopped his movements. She sighed in relief. Exhausted, she lay on the sofa, her face flushed and her breath still heavy. Ding 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 ding. Kai freed one hand to grab his phone, and his expression immediately changed. It's your brother. As soon as Kai said that, Rou Rou's face also changed. She quickly sat up, acting all obedient. Hanji, Kai answered the video call, greeting the person on the other end. Kai, things are urgent. I'm heading to our country today. Please take good care of them. On the other side of the call, a young man with an ordinary appearance but a commanding presence stood in front of a private plane, his face grave. Kai felt a surge of joy in his heart but kept his face neutral. Don't worry, boss. You can leave with peace of mind. I'll take care of the sister-in-laws. No need for Yi-han to remind him, Kai was more than happy to take care of his beautiful sister-in-laws. Yes, the man on the phone was Yi-han, the leader of the Dragon King Hall and the male lead of this story. Yi-han smiled approvingly at Kai as he stepped onto the private plane. By the way, please keep an eye on Rou Rou. She's been acting rebellious lately, hanging out with some shady people and going to bars. Upon hearing that, Kai glanced at the girl beside him without showing any expression. Rou Rou was ready to go to the bar. If Kai hadn't shown up, she might have already gone out. Hearing her brother mention her, she quickly clasped her hands together and nervously looked at Kai Yi with her big, watery eyes. Rou Rou slightly moved her lips and mouthed, "Please, don't turn the phone toward me." At that moment, Rou Rou had her eyes painted with trendy smoky makeup. She wore a tight leather jacket, and her lower body was clad in leather hot pants. She looked like a sexy little kitten. Seeing the little kitten that had been so defiant just moments ago now acting all submissive made Kai Yi feel mischievous. His hand was still on Rou Rou's waist, and he suddenly gave it a firm squeeze. Rou Rou's eyes widened, and she quickly covered her mouth. Ding tilde bold behavior detected, rewarded with 666 villain points. System prompt: you can now use 1266 1000 silver points to open a chest, or continue accumulating. Kai Yi thought for a moment before deciding to keep accumulating. After all, it wouldn't take long to reach the golden chest. Rejecting the system's offer, Kai Yi smiled and glanced at Rou Rou. Ignoring her flushed face and her fierce look, Kai Yi turned to look at Han. "Boss, don't worry. I'll take good care of Rou Rou. She's like my own sister." In truth, even if Rou Rou hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have risked showing Han the phone. After all, Rou Rou's face was flushed, and her forehead glistened with sweat. If Han misunderstood, he'd be in big trouble. As Han ended the call with satisfaction, Rou Rou pounced on Kai Yi. "Kai Yi, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Hey, wait a minute." Just after hanging up, Kai Yi hadn't settled down when Rou Rou tackled him to the ground. She straddled his lap, supporting herself with her hands on his chest, grinning at him. "Come on, call me grandma, and I'll let you go." "Ooh." Kai Yi gritted his teeth as he looked at the fiery girl. Does this grandma even know where she's sitting? Or, embarrassed? Weren't you just acting all shameless earlier? Rou Rou looked at him with amusement, lifting her hand to slap his face lightly. Kai Yi was helpless. It wasn't embarrassment, it was that he was holding it in. Rou Rou smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling. She couldn't stop thinking about how the man had dared to tease her in front of Han. Now, seeing him completely under her control made her feel quite triumphant. But before she could enjoy it too much, her face suddenly turned bright red again. Chapter 2, So Hot, So Sleepy. "You?" Her eyes widened, her pupils trembling. Clearly, she had noticed the change in the man. Since it had already been discovered, Kai Yi was no longer in a rush. He lazily lay on the floor, watching Rou Rou. Seeing her jump up, her face flushed with embarrassment, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh. You rogue. How could you? Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. But listen up, I warn you, stay away from Qing Shuang's room." The little demoness angrily pointed at Kai Yi lying on the floor before storming off in humiliation. Ding tilde villainous behavior towards the destined female lead detected, rewarded with 666 villain points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kai Yi grinned and stood up from the floor. Great, if he kept accumulating points, he could draw from the golden chest soon. In the world of the novel, the male lead was everything. But the male supporting character, the passerby, was also a person. Actually, after coming here, Kai Yi could have kept a low profile. But some of the novel's settings meant that he had to protect himself. As the right-hand man of the male lead, Kai Yi's life in the novel was like that of a side character. Every time the male lead got into trouble, Kai Yi was the first to get severely injured. Whenever someone messed with the male lead, making the protagonist deliver a satisfying slap, Kai Yi was also the first to be sacrificed, humiliated, and insulted. Most importantly, any woman who appeared in the novel, whether attractive or not, had to be infatuated with the male lead. Any woman with a bit of looks would eventually end up with him. Even Rou Rou's melodramatic situation was because she wasn't Han's real sister. If it weren't for her being sacrificed later in the plot, and if it weren't for Kai Yi's first love and childhood sweetheart being taken by Han, Kai Yi, this little brother, wouldn't have been corrupted into a villain. Originally, Han was always here, so Kai Yi had no opportunities. The male lead's halo was just too strong, and he feared that one wrong move could get him killed by Han. But now that Han was away on a business trip, Kai Yi was very pleased. Look, the moment the call ended, villain points were already coming in. Thinking of their vegetative big sister upstairs, Kai Yi grinned and walked upstairs. To put it nicely, they were all big sisters. To put it bluntly, none of them had any formal status and could only be considered girlfriends at best. It was late at night, and the housekeeper had already finished her shift. As Yihan's women, each of them had a bodyguard by their side. These bodyguards were all brothers who had followed Yihan through thick and thin. Now, having returned to Z country with Yihan, they hadn't gotten any good positions or made much money, and had only ended up with the title of bodyguard. They were there to protect Yihan's harem. The woman Kai Yi was protecting, however, was a bit special. The current CEO of Liu Jewelry, Liu Qingshuan, had been attacked during a date with Yihan last year. She became a vegetable while protecting Yihan and had not regained consciousness since. Yihan never doubted a woman's loyalty to him. But since Liu Qingshuan was special, the nanny he hired was meant to take care of her. But in reality, she was there to monitor Kai Yi. Kai Yi didn't care about that. After all, he had indeed begun to harbor malicious thoughts. He knew that Yihan's trip abroad was the best chance for his rebellion. The only way Kai Yi could resist Yihan's powerful protagonist Halo was with the system in his hands. He pushed open the dimly lit door, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. He slowly approached, only to find a woman with a cold, aloof appearance, but with an extraordinarily curvy figure, lying on the bed. Although Liu Qingshuan had been in a vegetative state, lying in bed for so long, it was still possible to see her sensuous figure through the thin blanket. Kai Yi looked at the stunning beauty lying on the bed and sighed in regret. What a shame, to sacrifice her life for a man like Yihan. He slowly walked over, sitting beside Liu Qingshuan and holding her hand. Ding tilde villainous behavior detected, rewarded with 50 villain points. Kai Yi's eyes flashed, and he knew it was a good chance for him to rise. He gazed at the beautiful woman on the bed with intense heat in his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Others might not know, but Kai Yi knew very well. Even though Liu Qingshuan was in a deep coma, she could still hear the sounds around her. Kai Yi smiled mischievously and then stood up, walking to the door and pretending to open it. Hey, boss, is there anything else? He deliberately spoke in a low voice outside the door. What? You're going to be gone for that long? Don't worry, I'll take good care of Qingshuan. Wait, boss, she became a vegetable for your sake. Okay, I'll pay extra attention to Fei Ran, but Qingshuan is in this state, I beg you to let me continue to protect her. Yeah, okay. Ding tilde behavior detected to sow discord between the male and female leads, rewarded with 666 villain points. System prompt, villain points available for lottery draw 2648 2000 golden. Kai Yi crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction as he looked at Liu Qingshuan. He didn't expect that he would be able to draw from the golden chest so soon. He swiftly opened the system panel and entered the golden chest, spending 2000 villain points. Congratulations! You've unlocked mastery in ancient martial arts. Kai Yi chuckled to himself. Having worked as a mercenary for Yihan, he and his men were in decent shape. But that was only compared to regular people. After all, Yihan wouldn't teach them any advanced skills. Who would have thought that his vegetative sister-in-law would provide him with villain points? Truly, what a great sister-in-law. Looking at Liu Qingshuan's crimson lips, Kai Yi suddenly felt his mouth dry. Especially with her lying there obediently, it made his heart race. He slowly walked up to her, slightly bending forward. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. The phone rang suddenly, and Kai Yi snapped back to reality. Frowning, he walked out angrily to answer the call. Hello. What is it? His voice turned stiff as he remembered how this person had ruined his moment. Woo woo. Woo woo, Kai Yi. Rou Rou's timid voice came through. Kai Yi looked at the phone's caller ID and realized it was Rou Rou calling. What happened? Is there something wrong? Kai Yi, I'm at Jindu 6024, can you come over? The little demoness tone had completely changed. It was no longer the playful, spoiled voice from earlier, but now filled with pleading. Now, Rou Rou was genuinely afraid that Kai Yi wouldn't come to find her, especially after hearing his annoyed tone. Wait, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Kai Yi turned and hurried downstairs. Rou Rou, on the other end, seemed stunned for a moment, before bursts of sobbing sounded. What happened? Kai Yi asked as he walked down the stairs. I don't know, it's just so hot, so sleepy. Chapter 3, I feel so uncomfortable. Hearing Rou Rou's tone and the noisy sound behind him, Kai immediately realized something. He got in the car and drove all the way to Jinju. Jinju is a large club in Yunhai City. Although it looks more formal than other places, the foundation is similar. Kai called Rou Rou on the way here. Rou Rou is the bodyguard assigned by Yi Han to Rou Rou. After all, she is his sister, so all the bodyguards he chooses are women. Along the way, Yi Han failed to get through to Rou Rou on the phone, and it seemed that the situation was not optimistic. He quickly came to the door of 6024 and tried to knock twice. Seeing no response, Kai simply kicked the door open. "I'm Chow. Who is it? Damn it, who is ruining my good deeds?" The people in the private room turned around and looked Kai up and down. The elegantly dressed man in front sneered first. "I was wondering who it was. Are you the boyfriend of those two girls in there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him began to sneer with disdain. "Har har har, look at the clothes he's wearing. He's a poor boy who bought those at a street stall. Har har har. Ju Yi, I'm here to snatch your woman." Facing their ridicule, Kai remained expressionless, but turned his head to look around. The moment he opened it, he smelled the odor in the room. These people were so bold that they dared to play with those things here. "Where is Rou Rou?" Kai looked at the people in front of him with a cold face. "Boy, I advise you to leave quickly. She is just a woman. If you bow your head and apologize now, our Master Ju will still forgive you." "That's right, otherwise Tilder," the man looked at Kai with a lewd look. "You can stand aside and watch your girlfriend being played with, that's not impossible Tilder." "Ha ha 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 ha, fourth brother, this dirty trick of yours is pretty good, har 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 har. Ju Yi, is it about time? Shall we kick the door open?" Yes, we won't touch Rou Rou, we just want another one." Ju Yi stood in front of the door, looking at it impatiently, imagining the scene behind the door. He had been pursuing Rou Rou for a long time, and as graduation was approaching, he set up a trap when he saw that he had not yet succeeded. Anyway, Rou Rou looks like an ordinary female college student, so it would be easier to just use money to bribe her once she is acquired. Ju Yi looked at the man at the door with disdain. "If you don't want to die without a complete body, you'd better leave now." Kai snorted coldly, ignored Ju Yi's warning, and closed the door with his backhand. "Really? Are you worthy?" He raised his head with a sarcastic smile and looked at Ju Yi provocatively. As expected, Ju Yi's face darkened the next second, and he sneered, "I think you haven't experienced the cruelty of society, kid." Ju Yi took the fruit knife beside him, looked ferocious, and walked slowly towards Kai. As he walked, he gestured towards Kai's neck and said with a smile, "If you die here today, when will you be discovered?" Seeing this, the people around began to gloat over the misfortune. "Har har har, it seems this kid doesn't know our Master Ju's skills, har 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 har. That's right, har 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 har, our Master Ju is from a famous family." Kai ignored the voices around him, looked at Ju Yi, shrugged, and spread his hands, saying, "I don't know, but I know that if you die here, I'm afraid you will be discovered immediately." This sentence completely infuriated Ju Yi. Plus, there were people all around him, and Kai made Ju Yi lose face. This made him determined to teach Kai a lesson. "Okay, then you'll be here today." Ju Yi laughed and stabbed Kai with the fruit knife in his hand, but then he looked at his abdomen with shock. He widened his eyes and looked in disbelief at the fruit knife that stabbed into his abdomen, his pupils trembling violently. You, how could you?" Not only did Ju Yi fail to react, but even the people around him failed to react. They all looked at the young man in front of Ju Yi in horror. Just now he was standing there cynically, looking stupid. How come the next second, the fruit knife in Ju Yi's hand stabbed into Ju Yi's abdomen? They didn't even see how the poor boy did it. Kai still stood there motionless. He tilted his head and looked at Ju Yi in pretended surprise. "Ouch Tilder, Mr. Ju Tilder, your eyesight isn't that good Tilder, how did you prick yourself?" As he said that, Kai gave a sinister grin and reached out to pull the fruit knife out of Ju Yi's stomach. Almost in an instant, the blood spurting out of Ju Yi's abdomen directly dyed Kai's clothes red. This made Kai, who already looked scary, look even more terrifying. You and I will not let you go." Ju Yi covered the wound in panic, but still couldn't stop the bleeding. "Kill, murder." A person behind him trembled and said in horror. Kai put away his smile, his eyes full of coldness. "Everyone, stop talking nonsense, I didn't do anything. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful that Master Ju won't be able to see clearly and will run up to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of men behind them suddenly felt their legs and feet go weak. He even dared to hurt Ju Yi. Not to mention them. Well, take your master away quickly while I'm still angry. If he dies, you'll be in big trouble. Kai Yi's face turned cold, and he walked past them towards the cubicle. Upon seeing this, the others quickly helped the unconscious Ju Yi up and left. Indeed, he was right. If Ju Yi died here, they would not be able to escape. Almost in an instant, the private room became completely quiet. Kai Yi knew that they didn't dare to call the police. After all, there were a lot of illegal things in the private room. He looked at his hands in some astonishment, even though he had been quite skilled before. But it's not to the point of stalking shadows and chasing the wind. Is this the skill of ancient martial arts? Kai Yi clenched his hands, feeling ecstatic. Yi Rou Rou, who are Hudi, are you in there? Kai Yi knocked on the door with a frown. Seeing that no one answered him, Kai Yi took a step back and kicked the door open. The scene in the compartment came into view. Yi Rou Rou was now crawling on the rest bed in front, panting with a red face. Even the butterfly that had received special training was leaning against the door with a dazed look in its eyes. It seems that before Kai Yi came, the butterfly had been against the door. The group's plan was good. The two men really didn't have the strength to resist now. Who is it? Hearing the sound of the door opening, even though she was already unconscious, Butterfly still looked over vigilantly. But her eyes were blurry and her gaze towards Kai Yi was probably unfocused. It's me, I'll take you away. Kai Yi. Woo Kai Yi. Yi Rou Rou, lying on the bed, looked at Kai Yi with a face full of grievance. The arrogance on her face had long disappeared, replaced by panic and helplessness. What should I do, Kai Yi? I feel so uncomfortable, Kai Yi. Chapter 4. What are you going to do? Yi Rou Rou has been spoiled since she was a child and has been well protected by her family. I had never seen such a scene before, and I was already extremely panicked. After seeing Kai Yi, her tense emotions finally collapsed. Yi Rou Rou rushed towards Kai Yi, but because she was so weak, she almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Kai Yi hurriedly reached out to support her, but then Kai Yi's breathing stopped. He quickly reached out and held Yi Rou Rou's naughty little hand. You! Don't move! Be quiet! Kai Yi growled in frustration. Yi Rou Rou was suddenly frightened by Kai Yi and her whole body trembled. She nestled weakly in Kai Yi's arms and looked at him aggrievedly. But I feel so uncomfortable, Kai Yi, sob. Kai Yi's Adam's apple rolled, and he looked unwillingly at the other woman, Butterfly, who was slumped on the ground. As a cold-blooded female killer with good looks in the novel, Butterfly naturally likes Yihan too. So Hua Hudi is actually the most loyal one among them. Yihan did not ask Hua Hudi to protect other women, but asked her to protect his sister, just because he wanted to find an opportunity to flirt with Hua Hudi. Of course, after finding out that Yi Rou Rou was not her biological sister, Hua Hudi naturally retired gloriously. There are two destined heroines right in front of him, but he can't eat them. Kai Yi feels so miserable. This Butterfly was too loyal. He was afraid that if he had the intention to do something evil to Cao Ziyi, Yihan would know about it in the next second. Unless. Kai Yi's eyes flickered, and then he carried the two women and walked out. I walked out of the private room and took the elevator all the way to the car. Along the way, Kai Yi received a lot of strange, envious and jealous looks. The man in the hall looked at Kai Yi's back and his teeth were about to break. Damn. He managed to get two gorgeous beauties at once. Why? After leaving Jinju, Kai Yi mercilessly threw the two stunning beauties into the back of the car and drove back to Yuting's villa. Kai Yi first threw Yi Rou Rou into her room, and then called a private doctor. After hanging up the phone, Kai Yi turned around and saw Butterfly rubbing against the sofa with a red face. She was so weak that she held onto the sofa, as if she was about to get up, but she fell onto the carpet the next second. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, walked forward and grabbed her waist without any hesitation. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have villainous behavior towards the female protagonist of Destiny, and 100 villain points are awarded. The system voice came again, and Kai Yi was very satisfied. Butterfly moaned uncontrollably, then turned around with a blushing face and slapped Kai Yi's hand away. What are you going to do? She turned and glared at Kai Yi. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. The doctor will be here soon. What are you going to do now? Even though Hua Hudi opened his hand, Kai Yi was not in a hurry. Instead, he stood there and admired the woman's beautiful face. Normally, Hua Hudi's glare at people is filled with murderous intent, but now, her eyes are as charming as silk and her breath is as sweet as orchid. How can there be any murderous intent in her? No, it's none of your business. The butterfly was still struggling to get up with its limp body. Kai Yi sneered, stood in front of the woman who was kneeling powerlessly on the ground, and looked down at her. Why? Are you afraid that the boss will know that you didn't protect Rou Rou well, and even he got caught in the trap, and think that you are not doing a good job? Having her thoughts revealed, Butterfly became a little angry and embarrassed. But as the drug took effect, her head became more and more dizzy. Not only could she not refute, even staying awake became a problem. She bit her red lips tightly, trying to keep herself awake. Kai Yi smiled and half knelt in front of the butterfly. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the woman's face, and with a look of pity he stretched out his fingers and pressed the red tender lips that were bitten by the woman. What do you think? You don't want the boss to know that you are not doing a good job, right? As long as you listen to me, I promise he won't know anything. Butterfly's mind was in a mess and her consciousness subconsciously followed Kai Yi's words. She blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion and looked at Kai Yi with a dazed look. Okay, what do you want to do? She asked softly. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Kai Yi smiled triumphantly. Hold me, I'll take you away. A hint of hesitation flashed across Hua Hudi's face, but soon she stood up slightly and hugged Kai Yi. Everyone in their group knew that Hua Hudi had always had a crush on Yi Han. Of course, since she was so obvious, Yi Han was naturally very clear about it. She likes Yi Han so much, but she has never been in a relationship in all these years. In fact, when they were carrying out the mission together on the island before, he protected Yi Han a lot and had many scars on his body. It was because of her infatuation that she became the most loyal person and was often ordered by Yi Han to carry out some dangerous tasks. Even some secret missions were assigned to her, which made Kai Yi shake his head. What a girl, she is definitely a love-brained person, and she is the kind that is being put to good use. After all, she was a specially trained mercenary, so even though she was taken away by Kai Yi at this moment, she tried her best to stay awake. Looking at the blushing woman in his arms, Kai Yi felt very happy. He walked into a bedroom holding Butterfly, and as soon as he entered, he fell on the bed with Butterfly in his arms. Butterfly, who still had a trace of consciousness, immediately pressed down Kai Yi's dishonest hand. She looked at Kai Yi and bit her pink lips. What are you going to do? Ding ding tilde, the host's thief heart is detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. System reminder, is the current villain value for the draw 1248 1000 silver or accumulation? Having tasted the sweetness of high-level treasure chests, Kai Yi replied, keep accumulating. In the darkness, Kai Yi curled his lips and smiled, stood up, looked down at the woman, and answered her questions. Now I'm going to detoxify you. I'm going to give you two choices. 1. Let a private doctor detoxify you, or I'll detoxify you. The butterfly lay on the soft bed, breathing slightly. The disappointed expression on Yi Han's face after he realized that he was useless emerged in my mind. She had an obsession in her heart. If she couldn't be Yi Han's woman, then she would be the most useful person around Yi Han. So she didn't want Yi Han to know that she was useless. Hua Hudi's mind was in a mess, and soon her consciousness shifted to Kai Yi. She felt hot all over, and only Kai Yi made her feel cool. After a while, Kai Yi noticed that the force with which Hua Hudi was pressing on his hand gradually decreased, and then he heard Hua Hudi's answer. Okay, help me. Kai Yi raised the corner of his mouth and leaned down. Chapter 5. You are my god. The next morning, Kai Yi and Hua Hudi were both awakened by knocking on the door. Brother Yi, are you in there? Breakfast is ready, do you want to get up and eat something? They both had just rested for a short while, and were a little dazed when they were woken up. However, Butterfly reacted immediately. She quickly pulled the quilt beside her and wrapped herself tightly. Kai Yi. He rubbed his brows helplessly. Is it Arching? I slept late last night, so I won't have breakfast yet. Song Qing is the nanny that Yi Han hired specifically for Liu Qingxuan. She is a college student who is about to graduate. Of course, she has a great appearance, which is what Yi Han really likes. Oh, okay. I'll warm you up when you get up. Now I'm going to go upstairs and wipe Sister Qingxuan's body. Kai Yi responded, then turned around and looked at Hua Hudi helplessly. What a guy, there was not even any quilt left for him. Poor Hudi sat there in a daze. When she saw Kai Yi looking at her, she blushed and threw the quilt on Kai Yi's head in anger. When Kai Yi looked up and took away the quilt, poor Hudi had already rushed into the attached bathroom with clothes. Hey, are you turning your back on me? Kai Yi shouted towards the bathroom in annoyance. He was also somewhat attractive, didn't she take advantage of him? Butterfly ignored him, but the pleasant voice of the system rang out. Ding ding tilde, congratulations to their host for taking down the destined heroine, Butterfly, and reward 66,666 villain points. System reminder, should we participate in the 6791 for 10,000 Supreme Lottery with the current villain value? Or should we continue to accumulate? Kai Yi's eyes lit up. This time the reward was much more than those small ones. However, before Kai Yi could take a closer look at the system panel, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. A butterfly covered in mist appeared in front of Kai Yi. Her hands hung at her sides, clenched into fists. Then she looked at Kai Yi and took a deep breath. As you know, Kai Yi had no choice but to do what happened yesterday, so I hope we can all pretend that nothing happened. Although Hudi had calmed down for a while taking a bath, her face was still red with embarrassment as she stood in front of Kai Yi. But the strange thing is that when she thought about what happened last night, she didn't feel disgusted at all. Maybe it was because the two of them had worked together for such a long time and she knew that Kai Yi was a good person, or maybe it was because Kai Yi was indeed very handsome. That's why Butterfly didn't feel the slightest bit disgusted. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, knowing that impatient people cannot eat hot tofu. Although cold tofu tastes just as good, hot tofu is still better. So he raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Okay, then let's do as you say. After getting Kai Yi's answer, Hudi walked out quietly with peace of mind. Rou Rou should be waking up by now, and she couldn't let others find out that she was with Kai Yi. Kai Yi didn't pay attention to the butterfly that walked out, but opened the system's lottery page. At first, Kai Yi just wanted to draw a golden treasure chest, but now he wants more than just a golden treasure chest. After taking a look at his villain value of 67914, Kai Yi directly moved to the column of the Supreme Treasure Box. It takes 10,000 villain points to draw from the Supreme Treasure Box once, and Kai Yi clicked 6 times without hesitation. Congratulations to their host, you won a Divine Music Score X1. Congratulations to their host, you have drawn the Akina Mountain Car God Skill Mastery. Congratulations to their host, you have drawn the Music Skill Mastery. Congratulations to their host, you won Huachun Paste X1. Congratulations to their host, you have drawn 100 points of charm. Congratulations to their host, you have drawn the Chinese Medicine Skill Mastery. Kai Yi's eyes immediately lit up, it was indeed the Supreme Treasure Chest. Everything that comes out is top quality. Brother Yi. Kai Yi rubbed his hands and was about to spend the remaining points when suddenly the door was pushed open. Before Kai Yi could react, a soft and delicate body lay in his arms. With the refreshing fragrance of the girl surrounding his nose, Kai Yi looked at the little witch in his arms with a helpless smile. What's going on? So early in the morning. Rou Rou hugged Kai Yi's waist without any hesitation, and looked up at him with shining eyes. Brother Yi. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Now you are my god. Rou Rou stared straight at Kai Yi. And she actually just realized now that Kai Yi was so handsome. Why hasn't he been discovered before? Hudi, with a panicked look on her face, followed over nervously. When she saw Kai Yi put on his clothes and the bed sheets had been changed, she breathed a sigh of relief inconceivably. However, when she looked at Kai Yi again, Hudi was also stunned for a moment. How come after just a few minutes of not seeing each other, Kai Yi seems to be better looking? The next second, Butterfly looked at the girl in Kai Yi's arms and pursed her lips slightly. I actually felt a little depressed. Different from yesterday when Rou Rou treated him as a bodyguard, Kai Yi looked at how affectionate she was towards him and really thought he was her brother. Of course, this is definitely not acceptable. Kai Yi rubbed Rou Rou's head with amusement, how can it be so exaggerated? Besides, these are all my responsibilities. Taking care of you is what I should do. Hearing this, Rou Rou's eyes rolled around, really? Since you said so, I won't be polite in the future tilde. Kai Yi hoped that she would be impolite, you don't have to be polite to me. Being pestered by Rou Rou, Kai Yi felt embarrassed to continue lying in bed. Moreover, with Rou Rou holding his arm all the time, his villain value has been rising. But after the villain value increased by 500 in total, it didn't move. This made Kai feel a little regretful. It seemed that there were still certain limitations. When being dragged out by Rou Rou to have breakfast, Kai secretly gave the Hua-chun ointment that he had just won in the lottery to Hua Hudi. After all, it was her first time, and I was indeed a bit rough yesterday. Hua Hudi was stunned for a moment, but when she looked up again, Kai had already been pulled away by Rou Rou. Looking at the exquisite little porcelain vase in her hand, Hua Hudi's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, and she couldn't help being dazed. She was used to living on the edge of a knife and had suffered many injuries in missions big and small. This was the first time someone took the initiative to care about her. Suddenly, a strange emotion surged in Butterfly's heart. When Kai went to the dining table, Song Qing was staring at her phone in a daze, looking a little lonely. Seeing that everyone was there, she quickly put away her phone and prepared everything. After dinner, although Rou Rou was very reluctant to leave, she still went out to class. Although it is summer vacation now, Yihan still prepared a lot of courses for his sister. Waving his hands at the crying Rou Rou, Kai thought that he had to try out the skills he had drawn in the lottery. However, before Kai turned around, a figure appeared in front of him. "Brother Yi, I have a question to ask you." Song Qing stood shyly in front of Kai and said softly. Kai raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't think that the other party was so shy because of him. "Whatever it is, just ask directly." "That." Song Qing clasped her hands in front of her, her face flushed. Chapter 6. I'm just a little worried about you. It's just that Brother Han went abroad suddenly. I know you have a close relationship with Brother Han, so I want to ask, how long will Brother Han be away? When will he come back? As she spoke, Song Qing looked up at Kai with anticipation. Kai was helpless, he was in love again. No wonder when I came over just now, I saw this girl looking at her phone with a lonely face. It turned out that Yihan didn't reply to her message. Brother Han left suddenly this time and the matter was quite urgent. He hasn't decided when he will be back. Kai said expressionlessly with his arms folded across his chest. Oh okay, thank you Brother Yi. Song Qing smiled awkwardly, and looking at Kai's expression, her face inexplicably felt hot. I have to say that Song Qing is a qualified love brain and surveillance person. Kai originally wanted to find an opportunity to be alone with Liu Qingshuang. I didn't expect that I didn't find any opportunity throughout the whole day. Kai was helpless. This concubine protected the first wife very well. Brother Yi, are you going to stay here for the next 2 days? As the workday was about to end, Song Qing squinted and looked at Kai. The betrayal had already begun, so even though Song Qing was staring at him now, Kai did not feel guilty at all. What? You want to live with me? Kai raised his eyebrows slightly and said jokingly. When Song Qing heard this, her face turned slightly red and she looked at Kai unhappily. Who said that? I just think it's not a good idea for you and Sister Qingshuang to be alone here. Besides, Brother Han will definitely. Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Qing, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? Are you questioning the life and death friendship between me and Brother Han that has lasted for so many years? Kai has always been gentle to others, and since he has a good appearance, people are not actually afraid of him. Facing Kai's eyes at this moment, Song Qing couldn't help but tremble. She waved her hands hurriedly, realizing that she was overstepping the line. After all, Kai has been by Yihan's side for so many years. As his right-hand man, he must be the most loyal. No, don't get me wrong. It's getting late. I have to go home quickly. After saying that, Song Qing turned around and left quickly. Seeing Song Qing's figure gradually disappear, Kai walked back to the villa with satisfaction. Very good, the nanny has left, Rou Rou and Hua Hudi are not at home either, so now we are really a single man and a single woman. Kai walked into Liu Qingshuang's room in the dark without turning on the lights. He held Liu Qingshuang's tender waist with his big hands and gave her a full set of massage. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have villainous behavior towards the heroine of Destiny, and the villain value is awarded 50 points. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have villainous behavior towards the heroine of Destiny, and the villain value is awarded 100 points. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have villainous behavior towards the heroine of Destiny, and the villain value is awarded 150 points. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have villainous behavior towards the heroine of Destiny, and the villain value is awarded 200 points. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villainous behavior towards the heroine of Destiny, and the villain value is awarded 666 points. Kai Yi's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that Liu Qingxuan's feedback was so good. The points reached 95-80, and the system gave another friendly reminder, but Kai Yi didn't want to spend all the villain points directly at the moment, so he didn't draw the lottery. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Kai Yi's heart tightened and he quickly walked out of Liu Qingxuan's room. And in a place that Kai Yi didn't notice, Liu Qingxuan, who was lying motionless on the bed, suddenly had a rosy complexion and even her breathing became much faster. Kai Yi closed the door and just in time saw Huo walking up from downstairs. The two looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. The thin-skinned butterfly was the first to look away. Hey! How did you get out of Sister Qingxuan's room? Kai Yi did not answer Huo's question directly, but stepped forward and put his arms around her slender waist. What? Are you jealous? Butterfly's body suddenly stiffened, and her pupils trembled slightly as she looked at Kai Yi, who was so close to her. You, don't talk nonsense. Who misses you? She retorted subconsciously, not knowing that she looked particularly cute with her blushing face and anxious explanation. Kai Yi chuckled a few times, put his arm around her waist, turned around and pushed her against the wall. How are you? Are you okay today? Have you taken the medicine I gave you? He smiled softly. Even Kai Yi didn't know that with the increase in his charm value, he had now stepped out of the ranks of ordinary people. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villainous behavior towards the heroine of Destiny, and the villain value is awarded 66 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Kai Yi was a little disappointed. It seemed that the villain value was only given a little higher at the beginning, and it would not be so high later. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He doesn't mind it. The butterfly in front of him, who was held by the waist, looked at Kai Yi with a blushing face, pretending to be calm. Are you done? If you are, let me go. I'm going to find Miss Yi. She brushed Kai Yi's hand away, turned around and was about to leave. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Yihan had finally left, and he would not miss any opportunity. Kai Yi exerted force with his big hands, and Butterfly was caught off guard and fell directly into his arms. Want to leave? Let me check first. Butterfly leaned in Kai Yi's arms, feeling angry and annoyed. She struggled subconsciously a few times, even though they both had received the same training. But after all, there is still a difference in strength between men and women, so even though Huo struggled hard for a few times, Kai Yi held her hand and remained motionless. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Huo's mind went blank for a few seconds. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Kai Yi in surprise, asking blankly, check. Check what? As soon as she finished speaking, Butterfly suddenly realized something, and her delicate little face turned red as if blood was dripping. You rascal! Let me go. After all, this is Liu Qingxuan's home, and it is also Yihan's territory. Although she knew that no one was at home, Huo still felt a little guilty, and even her voice was very low when she spoke. However, compared to Huo's guilty conscience, Kai Yi was very open and frank. He unscrupulously put his arms around Huo's waist, and gently kneaded her waist with his hot palms. Almost instantly, Butterfly felt her waist go weak. Kai Yi! Butterfly couldn't help but screamed in anger. Seeing Huo looking at him angrily, Kai Yi realized that the woman in front of him was really angry. Besides, there was a person lying in the bedroom next door. Afraid that Liu Qingxuan would hear Huo's voice and have some bad influence on herself, Kai Yi turned around and hugged Huo, and directly carried her into the bathroom next to him. Be good and listen to me. I'm just a little worried about you. Knowing that the woman was angry, Kai Yi softened his voice and spoke gently in Huo's ear. Chapter 7 High-End Game. Hearing Kai Yi's words and looking at the worried expression of the man behind her in the mirror, Huo was stunned and even a little dazed. After all, just like before, she had lived alone for a long time, got used to being alone, got used to the life of living on the edge of a knife, and had never been cared for by anyone. Even when she came back seriously injured, she would just lie alone in the hospital bed, quietly waiting to recover from her wounds and carry out the next mission. For some reason, Butterfly felt a sore nose and dry eyes. What's wrong? Kai Yi wanted to tease Huo a little, but he didn't want to make her cry directly. No, it's okay. Huo has always been very stubborn to others, so now she just lowered her head and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Little did she know that her pretending to be strong looked very pitiful to Kai Yi. Kai Yi sighed helplessly and completely gave up the idea of teasing her. He lowered his head slightly and stretched out his hand to wipe away Rou Ru's tears, but Rou Ru dodged him directly. Kai Yi, we agreed that what happened yesterday should be treated as if it never happened, so our relationship should remain the same as before, and you don't have to pay attention to me. Rou Ru quickly calmed down, brushed away Kai Yi's hand, and said in a daze. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh my god, he was just feeling sorry for her, but now she is doing this. As expected, it's useless to feel sorry for a woman who is not close to you. You misunderstood. I didn't pay much attention to you. This was the truth. He was originally planning to get closer to Sister Qingshuang. Who would have thought that she would come back suddenly? Kai Yi released his arm around Rou Ru's waist and said coldly, after all, it's because of me that I want to care about you. When you get better, I won't interfere. Now it was Rou Ru's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect that Kai Yi's attitude towards her would become cold in an instant. Suppressing the loss and blockage in her heart, Rou Ru nodded sullenly and was about to walk out. But, the next second, she was pulled back by Kai Yi again. Before Rou Ru could react, Kai Yi had already pressed her down on the sink. What are you doing? When her body touched the cold sink, Rou Ru couldn't help but exclaimed, and looked at the man behind her in the mirror in surprise. Kai Yi kept a cold face and said, I told you, I'll let you go after the inspection. This means that you cannot leave until the inspection is complete. Before Rou Ru asked Kai Yi how he wanted to check, the hem of her clothes was already lifted by Kai Yi. Soon, a white back appeared in front of Kai Yi. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villainous behavior towards the female protagonist of Destiny, and 100 villain points are awarded. Butterfly looked up at the mirror in front of her, and saw the man looking at her back with a somewhat surprised look, which made her eyes flicker. Kai Yi was looking at the woman's back, but it was too dark last night and he didn't get a good look. Then, Rou Ru bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, You think it's ugly too, right? Yes, unlike other women whose backs are as white as snow without a single blemish, Butterfly's back is covered with scars from injuries. Well, of course, there are still some traces left by Kai Yi. No, why should I feel embarrassed? Don't you think it's an honor to be in this line of work? I have a lot on me, too. Did you feel embarrassed last night, too? Kai Yi answered Rou Ru's questions as usual, but Rou Ru was stunned. He raised his hand again and touched Rou Ru's body, frowned slightly and said, Where is the Huachun cream I gave you? Here. Rou Ru came back to her senses. Fearing that Kai Yi would touch her a few more times, she quickly took out the Huachun ointment. Kai Yi took the Huachun ointment and applied it carefully on Rou Ru's back. This thing is very precious. You can't give it to others, okay? Kai Yi instructed. Got it. At this moment, the butterfly couldn't concentrate at all. Because Kai Yi's hands, plus the touch of the cold ointment on the skin, was really stimulating. After applying the ointment to Rou Ru, Kai Yi quickly helped her tidy up her clothes, as if he was just checking whether she had applied the ointment. As long as you don't despise yourself, why bother about other people's opinions? I'm not that kind of person. I was a little surprised when I saw your back just now, but I felt a little distressed. In life, you should live more for yourself. If you don't feel sorry for yourself, how can you expect anyone to feel sorry for you? As he said this, Kai Yi rubbed Butterfly's head with a loving look on his face, turned around, opened the door and walked out. Oh, by the way, the Huachun ointment can also be applied to your previous scars. It will be of some use. After saying that, Kai Yi closed the door and left. Butterfly stared at the closed door in a daze, repeating what Kai Yi had just said in her mind, and even the spring-removing ointment in her hand became hot. On the other side, Kai Yi heard the system prompt sound again the moment he closed the door. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 100 villain points. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 666 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi laughed proudly in his heart. He was not giving in just now, it was just a high-end game. Kai Yi did not go back to Liu Qingshuang's room immediately, but returned to his own room. Sure enough, after a while, he heard someone lingering at his bedroom door several times. In the end, perhaps there was not enough time, Kai Yi watched Rou Ru go downstairs anxiously and drove away. But after a while, a white car drove into the yard of the villa. Looking at the car, Kai couldn't help but frowned. The car was given to Song Ching by Yihan not long after she started working as a nanny. The excuse was that it was to make it easier for her to go out and buy food, but in fact it was just to please the harem. However, Song Ching just got off work not long ago, and she came back now. What does this mean? Kai inexplicably had a bad feeling in his heart. This premonition was confirmed when I saw Song Ching taking out the luggage from the trunk. Is this little girl going to stay in this villa? It seems that she must have said something to Yihan when she went back, which is why Yihan let her stay here directly. After all, Song Ching was not a home-based nanny before. Before, she lived in the house that Yihan rented for her. In fact, Yihan rented that house for her just to make it convenient for them to meet in private. The cell phone rang. Kai took out his phone, and it was indeed Song Ching calling. Is there something wrong? Kai asked coldly. Chapter 8 Pleasant. Kai was originally in a good mood. After all, he had just completed a high-end game with significant results, and he also successfully destroyed some of the relationships between the male and female protagonists. The next second, this little monitor appeared. Song Ching, who was downstairs, did not see Kai in the living room on the first floor, so she looked at Liu Qingxuan's room with some suspicion. In order to take good care of Sister Qingxuan, Brother Han told me to live in the villa starting today. Song Ching said proudly. Only after Yihan's agreement did Song Ching feel so confident. Kai sneered, stop shaking your little head. You're not smart to begin with. What if you muddy the water in your brain? As he said that, Kai walked to the window and waved at Song Ching as a greeting. Song Ching choked, but knew she should ignore it. She did have a suspicion just now that no one was at home and Kai must be in Liu Qingxuan's room. You stop talking nonsense and come down to pick me up quickly. Song Ching instructed Kai. If this had happened before, it would have been fine. After all, the other party was just a little girl, so Kai would have just helped her out. However, it was obvious that Song Ching had gone back and complained to Yihan. He just wanted to complain, but he came today instead of tomorrow. This made Kai feel a little unhappy. Why should I help you? I'm tired and need to rest early. You can do it yourself. After saying that, Kai smiled provocatively at Song Ching, who was downstairs, and hung up the phone in front of her. What? Song Ching looked at the hung-up phone in surprise, then looked up at the window. She gritted her teeth, looked at the man in front of the window with hatred, and couldn't help stamping her feet in anger. You're just a stinking bodyguard. How dare you hang up on me? Although Song Ching is only Liu Qingxuan's nanny now, in fact, everyone knows it except Liu Qingxuan, who is lying on the bed. After all, the ambiguous atmosphere between the two was very obvious, and Yihan was not the kind of person who would hide it. Even when he gave Song Ching a car and a house, he was very high profile. Therefore, this made everyone else understand that Yihan might have already accepted Song Ching, but he just hadn't made it public yet. But everyone is a perceptive person, so many people treat Song Ching politely. Of course, except for Rou Rou. After all, as Yihan's only sister, other women all rushed to please Rou Rou. But even so, Song Ching already regarded herself as Yihan's woman and put herself in this position, so she was so dissatisfied with Kai's current attitude towards her. Song Ching stood behind the car and called Kai a few times. Seeing that Kai really had no intention of coming out to help, she could only carry the luggage by herself in a frustrated manner. As a result, after Song Ching had finally finished moving her luggage, she saw Kai sitting leisurely in the living room drinking tea. This made Song Ching, who was already very angry and exhausted, even more annoyed. She walked forward fiercely and stood in front of Kai with her hands on her hips. What do you mean? Song Ching said directly in annoyance. What do you mean? Kai leaned lazily on the sofa, looking at Song Ching unhurriedly, and said lazily. What's your attitude? Do you believe that I will let Brother Han fire you? Song Ching said angrily with blood boiling. As soon as these words came out, Kai's eyes suddenly became sharp. Oh, just you. Kai slowly stood up and walked towards Song Ching. Kai was tall and strong, not to mention he had been a mercenary before, so Song Ching naturally couldn't bear the pressure from him at this moment. Yes. Song Ching subconsciously took 2 steps back and said with forced calmness. You're just a little bodyguard. Why are you so proud? Seeing the man getting closer, Song Qing subconsciously raised her hand and placed it on Kai Yi's chest, trying to stop Kai Yi from getting closer. Yeah, I'm just a little bodyguard, so what are you? A little babysitter, huh? Kai Yi didn't really want to pay attention to Song Qing at first. After all, this woman was too flattering. You might tease her 1 second and she might complain to you the next. This risk is not worth taking. But now he suddenly changed his mind. Kai Yi directly put his arms around Song Qing's waist and let Song Qing stick directly to his body. Song Qing's eyes suddenly widened and she began to struggle violently. She said in panic, What are you doing? Why don't you let me go? I am Brother Han's woman. How dare you? Kai Yi hugged the woman's slender waist tightly. Compared to Song Qing's panic, he seemed very relaxed and even pinched Song Qing's waist leisurely. Sure enough, the next second the system's voice came. Ding Ding Tilder, the host is detected to have villainous behavior towards the female protagonist of Destiny, and 100 villain points are awarded. Yes, I am bold, so what? Do you think that even if I do something to you here, Brother Han will do anything to me? We are friends for life. Putting aside this, let's say you slept with Brother Han? If not, who are you? Huh. Kai Yi put one arm around Song Qing's waist and used the other hand to pinch Song Qing's chin, forcing Song Qing to look up at him. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Song Qing was also stunned. She just stood there in a daze, obviously having been frightened by Kai Yi's words. Indeed, after being ambiguous with Yihan for such a long time, Yihan really did not want her. It's not that the two of them didn't have deep feelings for each other, but every time Yihan would suddenly have something to do and leave in a hurry. After realizing this, Song Qing couldn't help but sway, and she stood there in a daze. Before, she just thought that Yihan really had something wrong. But how can it be such a coincidence? Does it happen every time? Could it be that Yihan did this on purpose? Just because he didn't want me? At this moment, Song Qing was completely stunned and began to doubt her life. Ding Ding Tilder, the host is detected to have destroyed the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Hearing the voice of the system, Kai Yi curled his lips in satisfaction. Looking at Bai Jing's little face in his arms, he naturally knew what Song Qing was thinking at the moment. However, Song Qing did misunderstand Yihan. How could Yihan not want to do that kind of thing? However, as the male protagonist, it is impossible for him to have a relationship with any of the female protagonists before his career and the entire business empire are completed. At most, it can be ambiguous. So, not to mention Song Qing in front of him, just look at Liu Qingshuang upstairs, and Xing Feiran before, they are all virgins. What's wrong? Did you finally realize something was wrong? Huh. Kai Yi rubbed the woman's smooth face vigorously with his thumb and asked happily in his heart. So far, there is only one female protagonist who is not a CU, and that one was eaten by him. Chapter 9. Throw yourself into his arms. Song Qing is indeed somewhat doubting her life now, because it is such a coincidence. There is absolutely no reason. Every time I leave, I just happen to have something to do. There is only one reason to explain this. That is, Yihan really doesn't want her. This fact hit Song Qing hard. Her body swayed, and if Kai Yi hadn't held her, she would have almost fallen to the ground. Kai Yi smiled and began to take advantage openly. Let Song Qing think about it slowly. No matter how she thinks in the end, she won't be able to figure it out. This is just the lore of novels. Don't talk nonsense, Brother Han said that he likes me. Song Qing pretended to be calm and looked at Kai Yi. Should I say you're stupid? Or what? But you're really easy to fool. Brother Han has so many women, but he doesn't want you. Don't you understand? Besides, I have so many sisters-in-law, which one isn't prettier than you? There are so many people who like Brother Han, and there are also many little stars who want to get close to Brother Han. Could it be that after Brother Han flirts with them, he will accept all of them? Huh. Seeing that Song Qing's face was getting paler, Kai Yi became more and more ruthless in his words. It's just that Brother Han is a frequent flirt, and you're a fresh-faced college student like me, and this is your first time seeing him. You're just not interested in him. Ding Ding Tilder, the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the male and female protagonists, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Ding Ding Tilder, the host is detected to have villainous behavior towards the female protagonist of Destiny, and 100 villain points are awarded. This time, Song Qing couldn't hold it anymore. She was originally immersed in the fantasy that she had become Yi Han's woman, but now she was pulled back to reality by Kai Yi. Song Qing's eyes were red. Woo woo. Impossible, Brother Han likes me too, woo woo. Kai Yi happily took the opportunity to knead Song Qing's waist and continued to exaggerate. If Brother Han really likes you, will he let you be a nanny for his woman? Brother Han is not short of money, so he can afford a nanny. At this point, Song Qing completely collapsed. Impossible. Impossible. Her face was pale and she shook her head blankly, but she had to admit that what Kai Yi said made a lot of sense. Kai Yi sneered, what's impossible about this? If you ask what Brother Han lacks the most, it's only money and women. Not to mention that you can't get a rank in China, even abroad. Kai Yi didn't finish what he was saying. He just looked at Song Qing with pity and turned to go upstairs. At this moment, Song Qing's mind was blank and she was doubting her life. She didn't even realize that she had just been taken advantage of. Kai Yi went upstairs and leaned on the railing on the second floor. He saw Song Qing sitting on the sofa with a dazed look on her face. Then she took out her mobile phone, as if she was going to call Yi Han. He saw Song Qing hesitate for a while, and finally decided to make the call. But after dialing for a long time, no one answered the phone. Kai Yi sneered and turned back to the room. Thinking that today's harvest was quite good, Kai Yi fell asleep early. But in the middle of the night, Kai Yi was woken up by the pressure. Feeling suffocated, Kai Yi suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward vigilantly. Because the lights were turned off, Kai Yi could not see clearly who was on top of him. In just a moment, I could smell the fragrance of a young girl. Rou Rou. Holding the girl's smooth waist, Kai Yi recognized who was in front of him. Brother Yi. When Rou Rou saw Kai Yi wake up, she raised her head pitifully and looked at him with her big watery eyes blinking. The fresh fragrance of a young girl lingered at the tip of his nose, and there was only a thin layer of quilt between the two of them. Why are you here? Kai Yi rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. I stimulated myself so much in the middle of the night and I couldn't sleep in the second half of the night. What should I do? Brother Yi, there's thunder outside, I'm scared. As soon as Rou Rou finished speaking, a thunder sounded outside. In an instant, lightning and thunder appeared in front of the window, and even the house was illuminated by the lightning. Rou Rou screamed in fright, trembling as she quickly lifted the quilt and rushed directly into Kai Yi's arms. Wait a minute. Kai Yi hurriedly pulled back. But it was too late, Rou Rou had already discovered something was wrong. Oops. Rou Rou screamed again and jumped out from under the quilt in fright. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 100 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi sighed helplessly, you little girl, can you harm? Before he finished speaking, Kai Yi sighed helplessly again. Although he has the habit of wearing pajamas when he sleeps, he can't control his sexual desire even if he wants to. Rou Rou no longer cared about the thunder outside. Her face turned red with shame and she knelt there at a loss, not knowing where to look for a moment. I'm sorry, she said in a low voice with her face flushed. Kai Yi sat up helplessly, where's the butterfly? Normally at this time, there should be a butterfly following Rou Rou. The only possibility is that the butterfly is not here. Sister Butterfly said that my brother asked her to get something and she hasn't come back yet. Kai Yi understood. No wonder he abandoned Rou Rou. Maybe it's because Song Qing has settled down here now, so Yi Han feels at ease to face Rou Rou. However, Yi Han probably never expected that Rou Rou would come to him on her own initiative. The two looked at each other in silence. After a while, Kai Yi finally stopped. Thunder roared outside, and Rou Rou shivered again, and even her eyes turned visibly red. Kai Yi had no choice but to open his arms towards Rou Rou. Rou Rou was stunned for a moment, then with a sad face, she excitedly threw herself into Kai Yi's arms. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 60 villain points are awarded. Although the system is becoming more and more stingy, it must be said that Kai Yi still enjoys this process. He held the girl in his arms, letting her hug him tightly like an octopus. Okay, tilde, don't be afraid tilde, Kai Yi said while patting Rou Rou's back gently. At this moment, Rou Rou leaned in Kai Yi's arms and felt extremely at ease. This was a feeling Rou Rou had never experienced before. Especially when she felt Kai Yi patting her back gently and coaxing her softly, Rou Rou's eyes were filled with tears. Although it has to be said that Yi Han did give Rou Rou a very comfortable life, due to various reasons, Yihan rarely paid attention to his sister. Although he loves his sister very much, if both his woman and his sister were afraid of thunder, he might go to accompany his woman. Chapter 10 Doubt of Feelings. Rou Rou rubbed against Kai Yi's arms. Brother Yi, you are so nice. After hearing Rou Rou's nonsensical words, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and did not comment. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. After a while, there was finally no thunder outside. Seeing this, Kai Yi reluctantly let go of the sweet and soft girl in his arms. Okay, it looks like there won't be any thunder. Kai Yi said this, then looked down, and unexpectedly the little girl in his arms was already asleep. Kai Yi reached out and pinched Rou Rou's face with amusement, and had no choice but to stuff the little girl into the quilt. Then he got up and helped her close the curtains. Midnight. Butterfly covered her wound with one hand and carried a suitcase with the other, staggering in from outside. She was breathing heavily, and after closing the door of the villa, she finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Almost instantly, the smell of blood spread throughout the living room, mixed with the smell of rain, mud and dirt from outside. In the empty living room, Butterfly finally revealed her weakness. She curled up exhausted on the cold ground at the door, breathing slowly. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the front of the living room. This made Butterfly, who had been relaxing, suddenly alert. It was already midnight. How could someone be here? What's more, the security of this villa area is very good. Not only that, the person who can enter the villa silently must be no simple person. After realizing this, Rou Rou ignored the severe pain in her body, bit her lips tightly, rolled up from the ground, and at the same time took out the dagger hidden in her thigh. Who? She looked coldly at the black figure in front of her and said vigilantly. But the other party did not answer her, but chuckled. This cynical, playful and magnetic voice was so familiar that Rou Rou immediately realized who was in front of her. Kai Yi. Rou Rou looked at the person in front of her in confusion. Just as Rou Rou spoke in confusion, Kai Yi just walked out of the shadows slowly. You made yourself look like this after just one trip. Kai Yi strode forward, and before Rou Rou could retract her defensive posture, the dagger in her hand was kicked away. The next second, the dagger engraved with the butterfly mark came into Kai Yi's hand. There was a hint of surprise in Butterfly's eyes. Was Kai Yi really so skilled? However, before Rou Rou could think about it, her delicate chin was tightly pinched by Kai Yi's hand the next second. Kai Yi clamped Rou Rou's chin with his hands, then shook Rou Rou's face left and right, and then the dissatisfaction in his eyes reached its peak. Answer me, is this worth it for a man? As Kai Yi said this, he kicked the suitcase next to him away in annoyance and hugged Rou Rou tightly into his arms. It had become a habit for Rou Rou to give blindly to Yihan, so when Kai Yi asked the question, she subconsciously wanted to refute him. But she didn't expect that Kai Yi would hug her in the next second. This choked the butterfly who was about to argue. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. Although he doesn't feel sorry for you, you have to know that there are still people who care about you. Can you please stop working so hard in the future? Kai Yi lowered his head slightly and asked softly in Rou Rou's ear. Kai Yi had already seen that Rou Rou was the most loyal to Yihan, so he could only use high-end tactics to deal with Rou Rou. Sure enough, after Kai Yi said this, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 1000 villain points are awarded. System warm reminder, the host currently has 12,306 villain points. Do you want to participate in various lucky draws? Continue to accumulate. After Kai Yi replied, he looked up at the butterfly. Sure enough, at this moment, the butterfly was staring at him in a daze. And because of the system's reminder, Kai Yi knew that Rou Rou must have taken his words to heart, otherwise the system's reminder would not have been triggered. Seeing Kai Yi looking at her straight, Rou Rou suddenly came back to her senses. Her face flushed and she tried to look away calmly, but her heart was already beating uncontrollably. The usually calm butterfly had to admit that she was indeed disturbed by Kai Yi's words, and she couldn't calm down now. I know Yihan is our boss, and like you, I am also very loyal and respectful to him, but this is no reason for you not to cherish yourself. Kai Yi continued talking, and as he spoke, he gently wiped the blood off her face, and helped her tuck the loose hair behind her ears. Kai Yi's words made Rou Rou completely doubt her life. For a long time, She had been very respectful when facing Yi Han, and she also admired that kind of strong man very much. So she also thought that she liked that kind of man, and she didn't care even if there were so many women around the man. She even thought that if she couldn't become Yi Han's woman, it would be worth it to always stand by his side and protect him. But Kai Yi's words now made Hua Huti doubt her previous understanding. Do I like Yi Han, or am I just admiring him and I have misunderstood him? Thinking of this, Butterfly's mind became completely confused. When she was a mercenary, she only thought about life and death, and missions, so she didn't know how to deal with such emotional matters. But now, she began to doubt her own cognition, which made Hua Huti a little confused. Kai Yi looked at Hua Huti's stunned face with satisfaction. Even Hua Huti herself didn't know. Although she has a blank expression on her face most of the time, once she encounters a situation like this, her face will show what she is thinking. Okay, come here and I'll help you apply the medicine. Without waiting for Hua Huti to come to her senses, Kai Yi bent down and picked her up horizontally. He strode towards her bedroom with Butterfly in his arms, and then gently placed the woman in his arms on the bed. Let me help you take care of your wound. After Kai Yi said this forcefully, he reached out and grabbed the hem of the woman's clothes. Hua Huti reached out her hand in panic and quickly held Kai Yi's hand. A blush appeared on her earlobe. She said unnaturally, I can do it myself. It's getting late. You should go to bed. Kai Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered, Do you think I was so worried and couldn't sleep in the middle of the night just to say a few words to you? Chapter 11 Are you driving me away? The woman was stunned, her beautiful eyes looking at Kai Yi, unable to react. However, Kai Yi thinks that girls like Butterfly are really cute when they get along with each other. But it was a pity that, in this state, his respectful boss might never see him again. Be obedient and let me treat your wounds so I can go to sleep without any worries. As he said that, Kai Yi directly grabbed Hua Huti's hand and forcefully took her little hand away. Then he found the wound on Hua Huti's side. Hiss. The butterfly struggled subconsciously, but it hurt the wound on her body. This made Kai Yi frown in dissatisfaction, and he slapped her on the butt without mercy. Behave yourself. I'm just treating your wound and applying medicine on it. If you don't behave yourself, I won't mind killing you right here. Kai Yi threatened in a harsh tone, and sure enough, Butterfly immediately became obedient. Hua Huti already had some understanding of Kai Yi's temper, even though Kai Yi was only threatening her now. But Hua Huti had no doubt that Kai Yi might really do something like this next. Feeling Kai Yi gently treating her wound, Hua Huti bit her tender lips slightly and finally compromised. She didn't feel the severe pain she had imagined. Kai Yi's actions in treating the wound were even more gentle than Hua Huti had imagined. Then the moonlight outside looked at Kai Yi's gentle and handsome face, which made Hua Huti's thoughts even more confused. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 100 villain points are awarded. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 200 villain points are awarded. The wound was almost treated and the advantage was almost taken, so Kai Yi let go of the butterfly's slender waist and stood up and straightened his back. Okay, be careful with the water you used recently. Also, you can apply some Hua Chun ointment on it, it should heal quickly. After giving the instructions, Kai Yi didn't even look at Hua Huti again, nor did he show any reluctance to linger. He just turned around and left. It seemed as if he was really just here to treat her wounds. Looking at Kai Yi's back, Hua Huti's mind suddenly emerged with what Kai Yi had just said. Suddenly, Hua Huti had an impulse, jumped out of bed, strode after Kai Yi, and grabbed Kai Yi's arm forcefully. Kai Yi, the butterfly shouted. It must be said that Hua Huti's sudden action made Kai Yi stunned. Then Kai Yi was overjoyed. As expected, the high-end game was indeed useful. What? Although he laughed out loud in his heart, Kai Yi's face remained cold and expressionless. I just wanted to say thank you. Hua Huti just excitedly grabbed Kai Yi's hand, but after Kai Yi turned around, she came to her senses a little. She didn't know what she wanted to do when she excitedly grabbed Kai Yi's hand just now, but she felt inexplicably uneasy and panicked, and she just didn't want Kai Yi to leave like this. Kai Yi's lips curled up slightly, and then he reached out and rubbed Butterfly's head. Okay, I get it, you are injured, go to bed early today. Kai Yi's gentle look made Hua Huti stunned. She looked up at Kai Yi with sparkling eyes and couldn't help but smile. Okay, good night. Butterfly curved her eyebrows and replied softly. Looking at the well-behaved girl in front of him, Kai's Adam's apple moved slightly, and finally he just suppressed his will and stretched out his hand to pinch Huarhudi's face. "You're injured today only." With a light sigh, Kai smiled and turned to leave Huarhudi's bedroom. And just at the moment when Kai closed the door of Butterfly's room, the system's voice came again. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 666 villain points are awarded. Kai walked up the stairs with brisk steps. It had to be a high-end game. Looking at the closed door in front of her, Huarhudi pursed her lips slightly, her face flushed, and raised her hands to cover her chest. It had never been like this before. From childhood to adulthood, her heart had never beat so fast. Her emotions have never been so out of control as they are today. And the last words Kai said before he left the room were also lingering in Huarhudi's mind. If I hadn't been injured today, would he really? The next day. Early in the morning, Kai was woken up by being kicked. Hiss. Kai suddenly opened his eyes, frowned and rubbed his waist, then he looked at the culprit beside him with a bad expression. He, brother Yi, are you awake? Rou Rou sat there cross-legged with a guilty conscience. When she saw Kai looking at her, she smiled awkwardly twice. Kai sneered, "If you hadn't kicked me, I might still be asleep." After hearing this, Rou Rou felt even more guilty. She crossed her fingers, pouted her lips slightly, and whispered, "I'm sorry, but I really didn't react. I was confused after sleeping for a while." Rou Rou said as she looked at Kai pitifully, "Brother Yi, are you in pain?" Kai was helpless. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" "Well, let me massage it for you." Saying that, Rou Rou quickly crawled to Kai's side, pretending to stretch out her hand to massage his waist. However, when Rou Rou's hand just touched Kai's waist, Kai slapped her away. It hurts, brother Yi, what are you doing tilde?" Rou Rou raised her hands with tears in her eyes and blew on them in small puffs. Kai got out of bed and stood up, leaning over slightly and pinching Rou Rou's face. "Little thing, do you know that you can't touch a man's waist? It's okay for you to kick me, but you still want to touch it," Kai said in a teasing tone. Rou Rou's face flushed, but she still remained stubborn. She wrinkled her small nose and looked at Kai angrily. "Humph. I'm just worried that you might get hurt, okay?" Okay, tilde, Kai laughed helplessly twice, then reached out and picked up Rou Rou. "And who are you calling a little thing? I'm 21, not little anymore." What are you doing?" Rou Rou put her hands on her hips and spoke in dissatisfaction, but before she could finish her words, she was picked up by Kai. Kai looked at Rou Rou with a smile and said, "Well, it's really not small anymore." Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. After hearing the system prompt, Kai saw Rou Rou's eyes widened immediately, and then she crossed her hands in front of her chest. Brother Yi, where are you looking at?" You. However, this time, before Rou Rou could finish her words, she was picked up by Kai and thrown out of the door. Rou Rou stood at the door, looking somewhat disheveled. "You're kicking me out." She looked at Kai in disbelief. Just now she thought Kai was also a little fascinated by her, but she didn't expect that he would kick her out the next second. "Is it possible that I have no charm at all?" Chapter 12, Hacker Skill Mastery. Seeing the girl in front of him almost jumping up and down in anger, Kai folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the door and looked at her with interest. "I'm not trying to chase you away, it's just that it's not good for people to see us two alone together, so you're kicking me out so soon." The little witch still couldn't accept this fact. After all, Kai's actions of chasing people away were really too fast. She put her hands on her hips angrily and was about to say something when she heard a female voice behind her. "Rou Rou, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Hearing this, Rou Rou subconsciously turned her head to look over, but when she saw Song Qing, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Rou Rou and Huarhudi came back late yesterday, so they did not meet Song Qing. But now seeing Song Qing standing in front of her in home clothes, Rou Rou was a little unresponsive. "No. Who asked you to live here?" Rou Rou twisted her face and asked with a frown. Although she knew that Yihan was interested in Song Qing, Rou Rou didn't like Song Qing very much. After all, which of the women around Yihan before was not a talent in their respective fields? Song Qing is about the same age as herself, but she has already started flirting with people, which makes Rou Rou somewhat disdainful. When her brother gave Song Qing a car and rented a house, she would not have agreed if it wasn't for the purpose of preventing Song Qing from living there. But unexpectedly, Song Qing came when she wasn't paying attention. Rou Rou's tone was not very good, so it made Song Qing somewhat embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly and put her hair back, and explained with a little embarrassment, "Brother Han asked me to move in." "Why?" Rou Rou asked relentlessly. It's not that she doesn't know that Yihan is merciful, but Liu Qingshuang is very good to her, and she had saved Yihan before, so Rou Rou still has a good impression of this sister-in-law. So he was very disgusted with Song Qing for showing off in front of Liu Qingshuang. This. Song Qing was stunned for a moment. She looked around guiltily, not knowing how to answer the question. After all, she couldn't just say that she had reported Kai Yi to Yihan, so Yihan let her move in. Seeing Song Qing was extremely embarrassed, Kai Yi, who was standing aside, was watching with great pleasure. He silently gave the little witch a thumbs up. Sure enough, it has to be Rou Rou. What are you doing? In the distant corridor, Rou Rou was standing at the door of the room, dressed neatly, looking at the three people standing at Kai Yi's door. Seeing that Song Qing had not yet given a reason, Rou Rou snorted in annoyance and turned to walk into her room. Bang! When the door closed, Song Qing felt extremely embarrassed. Especially after Kai Yi's words yesterday made her doubt her life. She didn't sleep well last night and she still has come to her senses. And now she was standing in front of Kai Yi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I'm going to cook. After saying that, Song Qing hurriedly left Rou Rou and went downstairs. Seeing this, the butterfly was somewhat confused. She looked at Song Qing's back and blinked, then looked at Kai Yi blankly and blinked as well. You want to kill me with your cuteness so early in the morning? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Rou Rou with a teasing expression. Rou Rou was stunned for a moment before she realized what Kai Yi had just said. But at this time Kai Yi had already turned around and returned to his room with a smile. In the deserted corridor, Butterfly raised her hand and touched her slightly hot cheek. Does Kai Yi mean that she is cute? Rou Rou had always felt that she had nothing to do with these words. She still remembered that she had attended an event with Yihan before, and the other party teased her that she had no femininity. Kai Yi closed the door and just walked to the closet when he heard the system prompt sound. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have destroyed the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 300 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi stretched lazily. Looks like today is a good day tilde. System, how many villain points do I have now? Kai Yi suddenly remembered something and asked while washing up. System reminder, the host currently has 13,772 villain points, and can participate in a Supreme Treasure Box draw. Conduct the lucky draw for the Supreme Treasure Box. Congratulations to the host for mastering hacker skills. Kai Yi was helpless. It turned out that winning the lottery still depended on luck. However, this skill was pretty good. He just didn't know if it would be of any use to him. However, drawing a skill is much better than not drawing it. Thinking of this, Kai Yi felt a little better. Everyone had their own thoughts for breakfast today. Rou Rou was naturally cold by nature, and she didn't say a word during breakfast today. However, Kai Yi discovered that she was secretly looking at him. After being discovered by him, she blushed and quickly lowered her head, which looked quite cute. And there is Song Qing. During the previous meals, Song Qing would always try to get close to Rou Rou, but today she was much quieter. But Rou Rou has always had that personality. It's so annoying. I have to go to class soon. Rou Rou had a bitter face, wailed, and then fell directly on Kai Yi's shoulder. Kai Yi was helpless. In just 2 days, the little witch had become so close to him. Was she really not afraid that he would eat her? Brother Yi, why don't you take me out to play? Rou Rou put her arms around Kai Yi's neck and pleaded softly. Hearing the tone of the little witch, Kai Yi couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. But, soft-hearted as he is, he won't fall into this trap. Ruthlessly pulling Rou Rou's arm away, Kai Yi said, "Don't try to implicate me, Butterfly is still here." Rou Rou, woo, brother Yi, you are so heartless tilde. Flower Butterfly reminded coldly, Miss Rou Rou, we are running out of time and need to leave as soon as possible. In the end, Rou Rou still left with a sad face. Song Qing changed her arrogance from yesterday. Seeing Kai Yi finished his meal, she quickly stood up and cleaned the table. However, when she saw Kai Yi was about to go upstairs, she still looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. "What's wrong, little nanny? Do you have anything else to ask me?" "No, it's okay." After replying hurriedly, Song Qing turned and walked into the kitchen. However, Kai Yi still saw her taking out her cell phone at the handrail on the second floor. Because of the ancient martial arts skills, Kai Yi is not only physically stronger now, but his hearing and vision have also improved a lot compared to before. Looking at the familiar avatar on the phone screen, Kai Yi snorted coldly. Originally he was thinking about getting intimate with Liu Qingxuan, but now he changed his mind and walked straight into his room. He suddenly remembered that he had just drawn a skill and wondered if he could directly hack into Song Qing's phone. Although I bewitched her with a few words yesterday, Song Qing is still a time bomb. Judging from her appearance, after being coaxed by Yi Han, she might become infatuated with Yi Han again and continue to be his lackey. Chapter 13 Sister Fei Ran. Kai Yi returned to the room and found his laptop. After turning on the computer, Kai Yi began to operate it skillfully. Kai Yi was shocked, and looking at the codes that were constantly being typed out in his hands, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. Before, Kai Yi could only use the computer to play games, watch TV series, and at most make a file. He himself confirmed that he had no knowledge of using a computer before and did not know these electronic codes. Following Kai Yi's operation, Song Qing's mobile phone screen soon appeared on the computer screen. Just as Kai Yi thought, Song Qing was indeed chatting with Yi Han. But unfortunately, the phone screen was filled with messages from Song Qing, and Yi Han did not reply. Kai Yi knew that Song Qing couldn't stand the loneliness right now. He knew that even though he had scared her yesterday, Song Qing would definitely still contact Yi Han. Look, he's caught now. Song Qing, brother Han, are you there? Song Qing, brother Han, when will you come back? Song Qing, brother Han, I miss you so much, when can we have a video call? Kai Yi sneered. Song Qing just wanted Yi Han to give her a video call. She was eager to know whether Yi Han had a woman accompanying him abroad. But although Yi Han is busy working abroad now, he will definitely not be short of women around him. But what's happening in China must be let go, so Song Qing is just being wishful thinking now. Kai Yi patiently looked at the phone screen on the computer. But half an hour passed before Yi Han replied to Song Qing's message. Sorry, I was too busy with work and didn't reply to your message in time. It may take more than a month for me to return to China. Kai Yi could see that Yi Han had no intention of answering Song Qing's question and just responded perfunctorily. After all, Yi Han is currently having a hot affair with the daughter of a foreign Black Han gang leader, so how could he possibly have time to care about Song Qing? Song Qing, okay then, brother Han, please call me when you are free. Yi Han, okay, I'll bring you some limited edition jewelry when I get back. Song Qing, okay tilde then brother Han, you should also take care of your health tilde. Yi Han did not reply to the message later. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Song Qing exited the page. Kai Yi was too lazy to continue reading and exited the page soon after. Kai Yi turned off the computer, turned around and walked out of the room and went to Liu Qingxuan's room. Song Qing usually cleans up downstairs before coming up at this time, so now is a good time for him to take action. At the same time, Kai Yi also wanted to try out the traditional Chinese medicine skills he had drawn. Although Yi Han had found famous doctors from home and abroad for Liu Qingxuan, maybe the skills he had used before were extremely powerful. Maybe he could really wake Liu Qingxuan up with his traditional Chinese medicine skills. Sister Qingxuan, sorry to bother you. After saying that, Kai Yi sat down next to Liu Qingxuan and lifted up one of her wrists. And, the moment Kai Yi grabbed Liu Qingxuan's wrist, his eyes suddenly changed. He was like an old Chinese doctor who had been proficient in Chinese medicine for many years and could easily see the problems with Liu Qingxuan. After a while, Kai Yi withdrew his hand, and he probably knew what to do. But it's a pity that he doesn't have any acupuncture needles with him, otherwise he could practice it now. But for now, it would be helpful to massage Liu Qingxuan's acupoints. Kai Yi lifted the quilt off Liu Qingxuan and placed his hands on the acupuncture points on her body one by one. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 60 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi curled his lips, what a good sister-in-law. He gently massaged the tender acupuncture points under his hands, and just when he was about to show off his skills, his cell phone suddenly began to vibrate. Ding ding tilde. Seeing the caller, Kai Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. He glanced at Liu Qingxuan lying on the bed again before answering the phone. "Hello, Sister Fei Ran, do you have something to talk to me about?" Kai Yi quickly answered the phone. After calling out the name, he turned around and walked out of Liu Qingxuan's room. At the moment the door closed, the system prompt sounded at the same time. Ding ding tilde. The host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 500 villain points are awarded. Sure enough, Liu Qingxuan was awake just now and happened to hear himself talking. "Kai Yi, I want to ask you for help with something. Can you come to my company to find me?" Xing Feiran said after hesitating for a moment. Xing Feiran is currently in charge of an entertainment company and has many top stars and idols under his control. Naturally, she herself is very charming and sexy, and has countless suitors. But it's a pity that those men don't know the halo of the male protagonist, nor do they know why Xing Feiran chose a man with ordinary looks. Although he has a wealthy family, his appearance is not worthy of Xing Feiran at all. However, just like the harems of other male protagonists, Xing Feiran was naturally accompanied by a bodyguard, so Kai Yi didn't understand why Xing Feiran needed him for any favors. "But she is my sister-in-law after all, and I can't refuse what she says. What can I help you with, Sister Feiran? Isn't Firefox here?" Kai Yi asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Xing Feiran paused, then said, "You'll know what I'm doing when you get here. Let's leave it at that for now." Having said that, Xing Feiran actually hung up the phone in a hurry, which made Kai Yi confused for a moment. Firefox is the bodyguard assigned to Xing Feiran by Yi Han. If anything happens, Xing Feiran should look for him first. Although he had doubts in his mind, Kai Yi had no choice but to take the car keys and prepare to leave after the call was hung up. After all, they have spoken, and it would not be good for a small bodyguard like me not to go. Kai Yi hurried downstairs and saw Song Qing going upstairs. "Where are you going?" Hearing the footsteps, Song Qing, who had been feeling unsettled, subconsciously looked up and asked, "Do I need to report to you where I'm going, little nanny?" Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Qing, jokingly. Song Qing choked, but was unable to refute. After all, her current position was indeed just that of a nanny. Seeing Song Qing stunned, Kai Yi sneered and turned away. They drove quickly to Feiran Entertainment where Xing Feiran was. Since he had seen Kai Yi at the front desk before and had already greeted him, Kai Yi went to the top floor without any obstruction. The elevator stopped at the top floor. When the elevator opened, the outside was where the secretary and assistant worked, and the door inside was Xing Feiran's office. Seeing Firefox standing at the door of Xing Feiran's office, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I thought you were not here. Why did Sister Feiran ask me to come here?" Kai Yi walked up to him and patted Firefox's shoulder affectionately. Chapter 14, Just a Smash. Firefox frowned in confusion. "I don't know either, but a few people came this morning to discuss cooperation, and then Sister Feiran called you, so you should be careful." As he said that, Firefox turned around, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Kai Yi looked forward in confusion, but when he saw the people inside, he immediately understood something. Sister Feiran. Ignoring Ju Yi who was smiling and provoking him, Kai Yi walked straight to Xing Feiran. Xing Feiran was delighted when she saw Kai Yi coming. She stood up and said, "Kai Yi, look at these people. Do you recognize them? They said they are your friends, so." "I know him." Kai Yi looked at Ju Yi coldly and interrupted Xing Feiran's words, "We have stabbed each other before." "R." Upon hearing this, Xing Feiran was stunned. "Har har har, you really came, aren't you pretty arrogant, kid? I finally found you." Ju Yi stood up with a smile, walked over and pretended to slap Kai Yi in the face, but Kai Yi dodged with a frown. Xing Feiran still didn't understand what was going on. "Aren't you friends?" She looked at them blankly. Kai Yi directly pulled Xing Feiran behind him and shouted, "Firefox." The tacit understanding they had as mercenaries before made Firefox immediately understand what Kai Yi meant, and he then protected Xing Feiran behind him. And in the same instant, the few people beside Ju Yi also stood up. Looking at the tense situation in front of him, Xing Feiran finally panicked. However, she was also someone who had seen the world, and although she was somewhat panicked inside, she did not show it on her face. "Mr. Ju, what do you mean?" Xing Feiran's face turned cold and he looked at Zhu Yi and asked in a cold voice. It was originally agreed that other members of the Zhu family would come to discuss cooperation, but no one expected that the person who came today would be the young master of the Zhu family. After arriving here, he said he was Kai Yi's friend and asked if he could be called over. Xing Feiran also believed what he said, so he called Kai Yi over, thinking that it might be easier to negotiate profits if Kai Yi came. When they worked together before, Xing Feiran had a good impression of Zhu, but she really didn't expect that Zhu Yi would suddenly do this. Miss Xing, rest assured. As long as you hand Kai Yi over to me, today's cooperation will be easy. I have to thank you very much. I have been looking for this brat for several days. Thanks to you, I was able to stop him. Zhu Yi laughed wildly, but he had indeed been looking for Kai Yi for several days. But Kai Yi's whereabouts stopped in a certain residential area and there was no trace of him anymore. And that villa area was quite special, so he really had no way of going in to cause trouble. I also accidentally found out that Xing Feiran and Kai Yi knew each other. I didn't expect Kai Yi to really come. This is really a pleasant surprise. You are such a loser. I didn't even hide, but you searched for me for several days. Kai Yi couldn't help but sarcastically said. You. Zhu Yi was furious, but he was still injured after all. In addition, he was concerned about Kai Yi's skills that he had witnessed last time, so he did not dare to move forward rashly. You guys teach him a lesson for me, even if you beat him to death it's okay. Zhu Yi was so angry that his face turned red, pointing at Kai Yi and shouting angrily. I don't think you dare. Xing Feiran shouted angrily after hearing Zhu Yi's words. Firefox protected Xing Feiran behind him, and his eyes were full of worry when he looked at Kai Yi. Although he didn't know where those people around Zhu Yi came from, but looking at the aura around them, he could guess that their skills must be extraordinary. Kai Yi turned around and smiled at Xing Feiran and Rou Rou in a soothing manner, then turned back and sneered at Zhu Yi, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Hearing this, the people around Zhu Yi looked at each other and saw mockery in each other's eyes. No one knows where to find the ashes of those who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of them before. Boy, you are still young, so don't be so crazy. A middle-aged man in casual clothes looked at Kai Yi with a big laugh, then his palm turned into a claw and rushed towards Kai Yi. Kai Yi was shocked. This man's speed was really amazing. Kai Yi was sure. If it was his previous self, he would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. But now, it's different from before. Kai Yi was distracted and subconsciously dodged the middle-aged man's attack. Seeing this, Xing Feiran and Firefox couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but Zhu Yi and the middle-aged man were suddenly shocked. Others may not know the middle-aged man's strength, but they know it very well. Zhu Yi had learned martial arts in their gang before, and the people in front of him were much better than him. If they had accepted the high-priced commission, Zhu Yi would never have had the chance to meet them. This time, in order to regain his face and vent his anger, Zhu Yi paid a high price. The middle-aged man was very surprised to see Kai Yi dodge his attack. He slightly widened his eyes and looked at Kai Yi. This kid is so young. How could he have such extraordinary skills? He must have just been lucky to have avoided my attack. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man turned his wrist and attacked Kai Yi's neck again. But before he could turn his wrist over, he heard a sound of breaking air. A sense of crisis struck. The middle-aged man's eyes widened immediately, but the next second he heard a click, and he fell to the ground. Kai Yi smiled and shook his hands lazily. Hey, how about using your own moves on yourself? Humph, it's just a smash. You, how could you? The middle-aged man was lying on the ground, his head tilted strangely, obviously broken. Before he could finish his words, his eyes were bloodshot, veins popped out all over his body. He was completely dead. And on his neck, there was a palm print. Ching. The other two men in black suits were shocked when they saw this and rushed to the middle-aged man. A young man reached out his hand to feel Ching-yin's breath, then shook his head in disbelief and said, no breath. What? Zhu Yi on the side said in surprise. Boy. Kill my brother. I'll kill you. Seeing people dying in front of them, the remaining two people became furious and looked at Kai Yi viciously. Kai Yi sneered, his life is life, but mine is not life? He wants my life, why shouldn't I fight back? If you two don't want to die, get out of here. Upon hearing this, one of the young men hesitated for a moment. After all, they knew Ching Ying's skills. But he was dealt with by the man in just a few moments in front of them. What are you still standing there for? Take out your stuff. The man next to him reminded angrily, and then took out the dagger he carried with him. The young man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and drew out a soft sword. Chapter 15. Where did you learn from? Yes, they have weapons in their hands now. Although that guy is quite strong, he doesn't have anything in his hand. Xing Feiran hid behind the firefox, unable to stop feeling shocked. She looked at the man with his back to her. After what just happened, even she thought Kai Yi would not be able to escape. I didn't expect that he not only dodged it, but also counterattacked quickly. This made Xing Feiran feel relieved, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, when she saw the remaining two people attacking Kai Yi at the same time, she couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, it seems that their skills are not ordinary. Not only that, even their weapons look so creepy. Kai Yi, be careful! Xing Feiran exclaimed. Kai Yi looked at the two people in front of him and smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, Sister Feiran, we will solve it right away. If Kai Yi was not confident enough just now he is 100% sure that these two people combined are no match for him. After all, even Kai Yi discovered that ancient martial arts skills were more powerful than he had imagined. Firefox didn't say anything, but just stood there in shock watching Kai Yi's actions. You must be buried with Qingying today, the remaining middle-aged man shouted harshly. As he said this, he quickly came to Kai Yi's side, and saw Kai Yi subconsciously dodged, but his dagger was already waiting for Kai Yi behind him. At this time, not only was he attacking Kai Yi, but the remaining young man was also waving the soft sword in his hand. I saw the soft sword moving strangely in front of Kai Yi. It looked like a silver snake moving strangely. Kai Yi is now being attacked from both sides, with no escape possible. Seeing this, Xing Feiran couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his lips, looking at the scene in front of him with fear and trepidation. They all thought Kai Yi would dodge, but he had nowhere to hide. Not only Firefox and Xing Feiran thought so, but even the middle-aged man and the young man thought so too. So they had already aimed at the position where Kai Yi was going to hide, just waiting to take his head when Kai Yi dodged past. Of course, if Kai Yi can't dodge, it doesn't matter, after all, they have been prepared for it. Kai Yi saw their intention and snorted coldly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at them, and saw that the originally quick movements became slow in front of Kai Yi's eyes. He raised his hand slightly and easily grasped the soft sword with his index finger and middle finger, then shook it. Puff! Almost in an instant, the young man vomited blood. His right arm hung down weakly, and he looked at Kai Yi with wide eyes in horror. But before he could make any move or open his mouth to speak, he collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a pool of blood quickly spread out under his body. The young man was seen lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, in horror, bleeding from all his orifices, completely unresponsive. No! Junior brother! Kai Yi moved very quickly. Before the middle-aged man could even see how he moved, his fellow apprentice brother had already fallen to the ground. He. You don't have to be sad. You will be able to go down and accompany him soon. Looking at the man with a heartbroken face, Kai Yi suddenly didn't want to kill him directly. That would be too boring. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. With a sound of ding, the dagger in the middle-aged man's hand flew out and pierced straight into the wall beside him. What? The man stepped back in horror. Then his face was filled with despair. After all, he now knew clearly that he could not be a match for Kai Yi. Even if I die, let me die knowingly. May I ask who your master is? The man clenched his fists and looked at Kai Yi indignantly. They spent half their lives practicing hard to acquire the skills and reach the realm. But today, they are nothing but ants in front of the man in front of them. Who is your master? Kai Yi frowned slightly. This question stumped him. Yes. The man nodded and even looked at Kai Yi with some anticipation. For people like them who practice martial arts, dying without knowing the reason is really painful. Tilder, if you want to know, kill him and I will tell you. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, raised his chin slightly and pointed at Ju Yi behind the sofa. Ju Yi was a young man and had never seen such a scene before. So he was frightened for a moment, and now he was hiding behind the sofa, looking over here tremblingly. When Kai Yi looked over, Ju Yi's face turned pale with fright. He knelt behind the sofa and said tremblingly, Uncle Master. Uncle Master. You are also my Uncle Master. How can you kill me? The middle-aged man looked at him like this and frowned in disgust. He looked at the two people on the ground with great sorrow, and walked towards Ju Yi without any hesitation. If it weren't for you? How could my senior brother and junior brother die here like this? You have to go down and be buried with them too. The middle-aged man rushed towards Ju Yi quickly, and then slapped Ju Yi's abdomen heavily with his palm. Ju Yi's abdominal wound had only been stitched 2 days ago and had not yet fully recovered. Moreover, not only that, even if Ju Yi was standing here healthy and sound, he would not be able to withstand this palm from the man. You the Jew family will not let you go. Ju Yi widened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief, but then he was slammed heavily against the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground, completely without breath. The middle-aged man then looked at Kai Yi. Can you tell me now? Kai Yi smiled and said, sorry, this really won't work. The man's eyes were dark and unclear, and then he sighed, I understand, the world is big, there are always bigger things out there, I should have expected this a long time ago. The atmosphere around him became sad. The middle-aged man looked at the two bodies on the ground and started crying. To be honest, even Kai Yi was moved by this situation. But it was only a moment. The middle-aged man who was originally standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window actually appeared in front of Kai Yi. And he actually held another dagger in his hand. You will be buried with me too, the man roared and attacked Kai Yi with all his might. Kai Yi curled his lips, okay, I knew you wouldn't let me go. Of course, I don't plan to let you go either. After saying that, Kai Yi smiled grimly and kicked him out directly. The middle-aged man was tense all over, and wanted to dodge the moment Kai Yi raised his leg. Unfortunately, even though he had seen Kai Yi's intention, he still couldn't dodge the kick. Chapter 16 Worship. Puff. The next second, the middle-aged man flew straight in front of Kai Yi. He crashed straight into the floor-to-ceiling window and finally died completely. In just less than 10 minutes, the four people who had been showing off their might had completely lost their breath. Kai Yi frowned and looked at the people on the ground, then turned to look at Xing Feiran, and said apologetically, Sister Feiran, I'm sorry for defiling your office, but you also saw what happened just now. If I didn't fight back, I would probably be the one lying on the ground. Firefox nodded in understanding, indeed. Xing Feiran also nodded to show her understanding, but looking at the corpses on the ground, her expression was somewhat dazed. However, both of them looked at Kai Yi in astonishment. After all, after the comparison just now, Kai Yi's strength was really too amazing. Even though she had seen a lot of things, she had never experienced a situation like this. Ding ding tilde, it is detected that their host is admired by the heroine and the hero's younger brother, and 200 villain points are awarded. After hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi was somewhat surprised. And at the moment they were talking, the blood of the four people had begun to spread. Seeing that the carpet she had just bought across half the world was about to be destroyed, Xing Feiyan couldn't help but exclaimed loudly, my carpet. Kai Yi subconsciously turned his head and saw that the bloodstain was about to spread onto the carpet. Seeing this, Kai Yi stepped forward quickly and lifted the carpet first. Now, Xing Feiran finally breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do with these people? Xing Feiran frowned and looked at the people on the ground in troubled expression. Also, this Ju Yi. Xing Feiran did not continue speaking, but bit her lips slightly. Well, who and I can help you clean up these traces, but about Ju Yi's matter. I'm sorry. Kai Yi knew that Ju Yi came to discuss business after all, but he had killed Ju Yi now. This matter would be hard to justify in the future. Xing Feiran looked at Kai Yi with a serious expression. How did you offend Ju Yi? How did Ju Yi hire someone to kill you? Kai Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. I had no choice but to do this. Having said that, Kai Yi told the two of them what had happened before. After Kai Yi told what happened before, Xing Feiran and Firefox were both stunned. What? He actually drugged Miss Rou Rou. Firefox said in surprise, and then he nodded. Well, he deserves to die. Xing Feiran also had a hint of surprise on his face. If he had knew about this, he would definitely not let him go. As they were talking, Kai Yi and Firefox had almost cleaned up the scene. Then Kai Yi made a phone call and asked someone to deal with the bodies and other things. However, while dealing with the scene, Kai Yi was also paying attention to Xing Feiran. Just like her name, Xing Feiran was a charming beauty with a very hot temper. And her long curly hair made her look even more charming. Not only that, this beauty is also well aware of her own strengths, and the clothes she wears every time always highlight her figure. Kai Yi went back and forth several times and was shaken by her snow-white weapon more than once or twice. Of course, Kai Yi is not that kind of frivolous person. When his attention was drawn to him, Kai Yi naturally saw the sadness on Xing Feiran's face. How could Kai Yi let go of the opportunity to help the beauty solve her problems? However, just as Kai Yi was about to take a step forward, someone held his shoulder. Kai Yi turned his head and looked at the unromantic Firefox in confusion. What? What's up? Firefox stared at Kai Yi with burning eyes, and even the expression on his face was very excited. Kai Yi got goosebumps after seeing this. After thinking about it, he felt relieved that this big brother Firefox should not be a homosexual. Lone Wolf. Where did you learn these skills? It seems to me that you have improved a lot compared to before. Firefox said excitedly. Kai Yi quickly waved his hands when he heard this. I've told you all, don't mention my previous titles after you come back. Firefox laughed twice. Kai Yi, then just tell me, you know I like this. Kai Yi knew that Firefox was not interested in women. He just liked to tinker with martial arts and the things behind his back. As the old saying goes, he was a martial arts fanatic. Do you really want to know? Kai Yi smiled and hooked his finger at Firefox. Sure enough, Firefox came over impatiently, and he nodded repeatedly. Yeah, we're good brothers, just tell me. I'm not going to tell you. Kai Yi hit him on the back of the head in annoyance. Ouch. How could you hit someone? Go to hell, I learned it with great difficulty. Why would I want to tell you so easily? Kai Yi cursed with a smile. You can't say that. We are good brothers, how can you hide something like this? After Firefox said this, Kai Yi and he fell silent at the same time. This group of people were all from a previous mercenary group, a small team. If we were to ask who has the best skills among them, it would definitely be their boss Yi Han. Compared to their abilities acquired through training, Yi Han seemed to have learned some martial arts secrets. But every time they asked Yi Han, they would be perfunctorily answered, or Yi Han would say that this was a secret skill passed down to only him and he could not break his promise and teach it to others. So, after this happened 2 or 3 times, no one asked Yi Han about it anymore. Forget it. Thinking of this, Firefox was a little discouraged. You should be like the boss. I won't learn from you anymore. Hey, who said that? Get back here. Kai Yi suddenly thought of something in his mind. If one wants to trip Yi Han before he comes back, it would be more than just prying into his harem. In that case, it would pose no threat to Yi Han at all. However, if all of Yi Han's men could be pried away, it would definitely be a great help to me. We've been through life and death together before, and I'm telling you the truth. We are brothers, there's no such thing as me not teaching you this. It was just a joke just now. Kai Yi said in a low voice. Hearing this, Firefox looked up at Kai Yi in surprise. After all, he didn't expect Kai Yi to really give away what he had learned. Share it. Even though Firefox was a rough guy, he was still somewhat touched. But I have one condition. That is, you can't tell the boss. Kai Yi said in a low voice with a serious expression. Firefox looked at Kai Yi in confusion. Why is this? Kai Yi sighed helplessly. Think about it, the boss was unwilling to share the secrets he learned before. If he knew that I was willing to share, what if he thought I was trying to steal your girl and deliberately alienate your relationship? Chapter 17. I feel so sad. Well, I don't want the boss to think that way, so if you want to learn, let's learn it secretly. Don't worry, I will definitely not hide it. Kai Yi said sincerely, but still spoke in a low voice. After all, there is Xing Feiran ahead. Firefox stared at Kai Yi in a daze, his face touched. Kai Yi, you are so thoughtful, don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret. Kai Yi nodded, then patted Firefox's shoulder. Okay, contact me when you're done with this. Okay. Firefox said excitedly. Then he and the people who had just arrived started to deal with the body. Kai Yi turned his head to look at Xing Feiran and saw that she still looked worried. What's wrong? Is it business? Xing Feiran nodded and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Well, I will tell Yi Han about Ju Yi's matter for you. After all, it concerns Rou Rou, and he will definitely handle it. But Ju Yi is the son of the Ju family after all. Having said that, Xing Feiran couldn't help but sigh again. Did something happen? Why don't you tell me and I can help you solve it? Kai Yi asked with concern. Xing Feiran was very touched by Kai Yi's concern, but she did not hold out hope that Kai Yi could help her. After all, in her impression, apart from being good-looking and having been invited to debut by her before, Kai Yi didn't seem to care about the entertainment industry. However, after all, what happened just now was an accidental harm to Kai Yi, so Xing Feiran is still very tolerant towards Kai Yi. It's like this. Our company's artist, Yang Feifei, is about to make a comeback. You know, for a top singer, the most important thing is the comeback song. During the time when Yang Feifei was ill, new singers emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. This not only put pressure on her, but also on us. Although Yang Feifei is good looking, if she doesn't have some powerful songs, she will probably be drowned out by the times. Having said that, Xing Feiran rubbed his eyebrows with a worried look on his face. The Zhu family has an arranger who is recognized for his talent. Although he has become famous in the past 2 years, he has stayed in the Zhu family because the Zhu family has done him a favor. This time we have an appointment to meet and discuss this. As he spoke, Xing Feiran couldn't help but sigh again. A song. Kai Yi suddenly had an idea and thought of something. He flipped through the system and indeed found a god-level music score. I had ignored it before because I thought it was useless to me, but I never thought it would come in handy now. Sister Feiran, if you believe me, I can get you a sheet of music. R. Xing Feiran was stunned by Kai Yi's words, and then she smiled twice. It's okay Kai Yi, you don't have to feel guilty about this matter, I will find a way myself, as long as one song is better than the enemy's. Xing Feiran thought that Kai Yi felt guilty because of this incident, so he offered to help. But just like before, Kai Yi didn't seem to have anything to do with the entertainment industry, and Xing Feiran didn't think Kai Yi could help him, so he just listened casually. I'm serious, Sister Feiran. I will bring the things to you tomorrow. Knowing that Xing Feiran obviously didn't believe him, Kai Yi really wanted to take the things out right now. However, it would be too conspicuous to take it out now, so Kai Yi thought it would be better to take it out tomorrow. Don't be so polite. I will really find a way. Xing Feiran said as he patted Kai Yi's shoulder gently, trying to make Kai Yi feel less guilty. Xing Feiran still has a very good impression of Kai Yi, not just because he thought this guy was honest. Now I feel that this person is extremely skilled and sincere. Seeing that Xing Feiran still didn't believe in him, Kai Yi was very helpless, but he shrugged his shoulders and turned away. Now Xing Feiran has started to deal with work matters, and there is nothing I can do if I stay here. Moreover, after what happened today, Xing Feiran would definitely call Yi Han. It would be a bit awkward for Yi Han to see her standing with Xing Feiran. The most important thing is, Firefox, this observant guy, has already poked his head in from the door several times. Kai Yi walked to the door in annoyance, and after waiting for a while, he saw a hairy head poking in. Seeing this, he slapped her directly. This slap was not light. But because Rou Rou was already feeling guilty, and Xing Feiran was still standing there, he had no choice but to swallow the pain. Kai Yi walked out, closed the door, and looked at Firefox helplessly. What's wrong? Do you have anything else to do? Firefox chuckled, I just want to ask you when you can teach me. I'm very relaxed now, not busy. He still remembered what Kai Yi had just said, so after finishing the things at hand, he blocked Kai Yi here before he left. Looking at the sturdy man in front of him, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed a martial arts fanatic. Don't worry, I've never taught anyone before. You have to let me go back and sort out my knowledge so that I can teach you. Kai Yi patted Rou Rou's shoulder, and then said, it just so happens that I'll be here tomorrow. How about I teach you tomorrow? Firefox, who was a little depressed after hearing Kai Yi's words, suddenly became happy after hearing the second half of Kai Yi's words. Okay, then good brother, I'll wait for you. After waving to Firefox, Kai Yi walked into the elevator. It has only been a few days and his gains are pretty good. However, in order to have the strength to compete with Yi Han before Yi Han returns, Kai Yi decides to speed up. Thinking of this, Kai Yi drove back to their villa area. After entering their house, Kai Yi walked all the way to Liu Qingxuan's room, but did not see Song Qing. He felt a little strange, but he didn't bother looking for her. Sister Qingxuan, I'm back. Looking at the beauty lying motionless on the bed, Kai Yi smiled gently and closed the door. Although Liu Qingxuan can't see now, she still has to act her part. So when Kai Yi sat next to Liu Qingxuan, he first sighed softly, and then began to talk to himself. I'm sorry, Sister Qingxuan, the boss told me that something happened with Sister Feiran, so I have to go over there. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the male and female protagonists, and 200 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi curled his lips slightly, and then said self-deprecatingly, even though I know you can't hear me, I still want to talk to you. After all, seeing you lying here alone, I feel so sad. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 100 villain points are awarded. This prompt sound proved that Liu Qingxuan took Kai Yi's words to heart. And indeed, at this moment, although Liu Qingxuan could not move, she was very moved in her heart. Chapter 18 Suspicion. Because she had been lying here all the time, everyone thought she couldn't feel or hear anything. So even if someone came to see her, they would rarely say a few words to her. At the beginning, after Liu Qingxuan became a vegetable, Yihan would say something every time he visited her. However, as time went by and those famous doctors returned empty-handed, Yihan not only spoke less to her, but also visited her less frequently. Although Liu Qingxuan was not a sociable person, she had been lying in bed, unable to move or speak, but conscious, which made her feel uncomfortable and tormented every day. Kai Yi didn't know what Liu Qingxuan was thinking, but he knew that his words had an effect. So he continued, although the boss also said that there is no hope for you to wake up, I still don't want to give up. Although you have been lying here, my bodyguard is useless, but if possible, I still want to watch you, so that I can feel at ease. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 200 villain points are awarded. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 500 villain points. Kai Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his words had such a big effect. The villain value is quite a lot. As expected. She is indeed his good sister-in-law. I heard that massage is effective for the recovery of vegetative patients. I even went to learn massage. I don't know how effective it is, but I feel that your muscles are not as stiff as before, so I think it must be better than not having massage. Also, Sister Qingxuan, I also learned some medical skills from a master. I hope it will be of some use to you. As Kai Yi spoke each word, the system prompt sound kept ringing in Kai Yi's mind. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 100 villain points are awarded. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the male and female protagonists, and 200 villain points are awarded. Ding Ding Tilder. Soon, in just over an hour, Liu Qingxuan had already contributed 1,000 villain points to Kai Yi. If Kai Yi didn't know that Liu Qingxuan could hear him now, he really wanted to shout good sister-in-law here. Kai Yi? When did you come back? Just as Kai Yi was happily massaging Liu Qingxuan and feeling her smooth skin under his hands, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Song Qing walked in and looked at Kai Yi in surprise, then walked over vigilantly and directly held Kai Yi's arm. I'm not here, what are you doing to Sister Qingxuan? She scolded. Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Knowing that Liu Qingxuan was awake, he would not do anything treacherous. Song Qing? Open your eyes and look at me. What am I doing? I'm just massaging Sister Qingxuan to prevent her muscles from getting stiff. If I don't do it, do I expect you to do it? Kai Yi retorted without any hesitation. Song Qing blushed at what Kai Yi said. After all, Song Qing herself knew that she was usually very lazy. Because she always had the pride of being Yihan's woman, Song Qing slacked off a lot in serving Liu Qingxuan. Although he usually looked after Liu Qingxuan and helped her wash and turn her body, Song Qing could not do massage once a week sometimes. In fact, Song Qing's job is very easy. After finishing some work every day, she often sits here or lies on the sofa in Liu Qingxuan's room to play with her mobile phone. Now that she lives here, Song Qing has become even more unrestrained. The reason why Kai Yi didn't see her just now was because she was sleeping in the room. Song Qing choked and suddenly didn't know what to say. Kai Yi sneered and shook off Song Qing's hand. I tell you, Song Qing, no one will care if you don't work hard, but if you dare to slander me or provoke me again, believe me, you will regret it. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Qing impatiently. Song Qing has been feeling very insecure around Kai Yi these past 2 days. After all, after going abroad, Yihan's attitude towards her has been hot and cold, which has made Song Qing feel very up and down. Looking at Kai Yi's frosty eyes, Song Qing felt a chill on her back. She subconsciously shrank her neck and then fell silent. Song Qing now became completely obedient. Seeing Kai Yi giving Liu Qingshuang a massage, she didn't say anything else, but turned around and left the room. After closing the door, Song Qing stomped her feet in indignation. Humph! If Kai Yi is willing to give Liu Qingshuang a massage, then just do it. It just so happens that she doesn't have to do this job anymore. After successfully making Song Qing suffer a setback, Kai Yi's men gradually became more aggressive. Because it was daytime, Kai Yi also discovered that Liu Qingshuang's originally fair face actually had a blush on it. Kai Yi was also a little surprised by this discovery. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and just when he was about to take the next step, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. With some guesses in mind, he took out his cell phone and saw that it was indeed Yi Han. "Hey, boss." Like before, Kai Yi answered the call in front of Liu Qingshuang's ear. "Well, I did go to Sister Fei Ran's place today. Let me tell you what happened in detail," Kai Yi said as he answered the phone and opened the door. Song Qing, who was about to return to her room, did not return to her room when she heard Yi Han's news. She stood at the door of her room and looked at Kai Yi. After closing Liu Qingshuang's door, Kai Yi glanced at Song Qing, who was staring at him, then turned and walked towards the balcony. After telling the whole story, Kai Yi heard that Yi Han's voice did not sound impatient or dissatisfied, so he sighed and said, "I'm sorry, boss. It was indeed me who caused the trouble this time." "Kai Yi, that's not right. I should thank you for saving Rou Rou and the others. If I have to apologize, I should apologize to you. It was because of Rou Rou that you provoked those people. It was also thanks to their poor skills that you got hurt." Yi Han said this in a serious tone, and couldn't help but sigh at the end. When Xing Fei Ran called Yi Han to tell him about this matter, he only went over it briefly, so Yi Han subconsciously thought that the people who came were of average strength and did not doubt anything. While Kai Yi and Yi Han were talking on the phone, Song Qing tiptoed to Kai Yi's side. However, Kai Yi immediately discovered her and gave her a look of disgust. Kai Yi decisively moved away from her. "But next time something like this happens, you have to be careful. If you meet an expert, don't try to be brave." Yi Han said on the opposite side that as the male protagonist he was suspicious by nature. So before calling Kai Yi, he first called Firefox, Yi Rou Rou and Hua Hudi. After knowing that Kai Yi had not done anything to let him down, he asked someone to wash Yi Rou Rou and Hua Hudi's stomachs that night. Only then did he stop being suspicious. Chapter 19. I'm not welcome then. Kai Yi nodded and responded. From the corner of his eye, he saw Song Qing constantly tiptoeing towards him, as if trying to hear what Yi Han was saying. Yi Han on the other end of the phone had already started his usual long speech, and at this time Kai Yi only needed to respond from time to time. Seeing Song Qing still slowly approaching him, Kai Yi couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth into a wicked smile. He stretched out his legs, bending his knees slightly. R. Song Qing's attention was all on the phone at the moment, so she didn't notice Kai Yi's actions. So when Kai Yi touched her, she couldn't stand steadily. She was originally standing on tiptoe, so instead of stumbling a few times, she simply bent her knees and lunged forward. Seeing that she was about to pounce, Song Qing subconsciously hugged Kai Yi's waist. Looking at the woman in front of him who was clinging to him like an octopus, Kai Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked over teasingly. Song Qing looked up at Kai Yi angrily and anxiously. She originally wanted to curse at him, but when she saw that Kai Yi had not hung up the phone yet, she could only keep silent. And at the moment when Song Qing called out, Yi Han's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly paused. As a result, Kai Yi became a little nervous. "I didn't expect that you finally got it, kid. We are all men, I understand. If you had told me earlier that you were busy, I wouldn't have kept talking to you." Yi Han on the opposite side laughed. Kai Yi also laughed awkwardly a few times, and felt relieved when he saw that Yi Han had misunderstood him. "Hey, boss, sorry," Kai Yi said with a smile, then reached out and hugged Song Qing's waist. "This is completely sorry. Ding ding, their host is detected to have bold and treacherous behavior, and 200 villain points are awarded. You?" Song Qing looked at Kai Yi with a flushed face, but after all, Yi Han's call had not been hung up yet, so she didn't dare to say anything. Song Qing slapped Kai Yi's hands a few times in annoyance, and finally she could only look up and glare at Kai Yi helplessly. Seeing that she dared to glare at him, Kai Yi tightened his grip and made her stick tightly to him. "I've said it before, as a man, don't hang yourself on a tree. After making a few jokes on the other end, Yi Han hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Kai Yi couldn't help but sneer. Yi Han said it nicely, advising himself not to hang himself on a tree. In fact, it was just because he had his eyes on his first love, and it was just paving the way for what happened later. You filthy bastard. Seeing that Kai Yi finally hung up the phone, Song Qing, who had not dared to say a word, suddenly rushed forward in anger and bit Kai Yi's arm. Hiss. Kai Yi frowned and looked at his arm. This little thing was really merciless. Although it didn't bite through, it did leave a tooth mark. HMPH. Next time if you. Ouch. Song Qing put her hands on her hips and looked at Kai Yi angrily, but before she could finish her words, she was pulled over by Kai Yi. Kai Yi hugged her waist and restrained her, making Song Qing unable to move at all. You, what are you doing? I'm warning you, I was just calling Brother Han just now. If you mess around again, I won't be polite. To be honest, Song Qing was still a little afraid of Kai Yi. After all, Kai Yi was not like other people who were kind to her. More importantly, Kai Yi was too strong and Song Qing would definitely not be able to break free. Then I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to me. Kai Yi looked at Song Qing with a smile, looking her up and down. But you just bit me, so I have to bite you back. Song Qing was already very panicked, and after hearing Kai Yi's words, she became even more panicked. You, what do you mean? Are you a dog? Song Qing said this angrily, fearing that Kai Yi might do something wrong. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, then what's wrong with me? As he spoke, Kai Yi leaned down slightly and gradually approached Song Qing. Song Qing was held in his arms, somewhat unable to move. She looked up at Kai Yi with her eyes wide open in panic, her face flushed and she raised her hands to put them on Kai Yi's chest. She tried to resist Kai Yi's actions, but because of the strength of the two, it was like hitting a rock with an egg, there was no comparison at all. Because Song Qing was not polite at all when she bit him just now, Kai Yi didn't plan to be polite to her. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. R. Song Qing cried out in pain, then looked at Kai Yi in anger and shame. You filthy bastard. How dare you bite me? Song Qing felt the wetness and burning pain on her face, and she felt angry and embarrassed. But what made Song Qing even angrier was that she didn't expect Kai Yi to dare to bite her. The one he bit was her face. What's the difference between this and kissing? When Song Qing thought about being molested by a little bodyguard, she was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Kai Yi. You are finished, I will not let you go, I will tell Brother Han later. Say that you molested me. Kai Yi pursed his lips. He didn't expect that this little shrew's face was so smooth. But she really needs a lesson when she opens her mouth. Hearing Song Qing's words, Kai Yi sneered, originally I was thinking of letting you go, but since you said so, I won't be polite to you. Having said that, Kai Yi lowered his head and took a bite at her unreasonable mouth. For a moment, Song Qing froze there. She stared blankly ahead, her mind went blank for a moment, and she was unable to react. The most important thing is that Song Qing never expected that Kai Yi would actually dare to do this. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 500 villain points. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Kai Yi curled the corners of his lips and let go of Song Qing with satisfaction. Okay, now go tell Brother Han that I molested you and see how he reacts. At this point, Kai Yi paused, turned his head and looked at Song Qing with a smug smile, and said meaningfully, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Brother Han hates women who have been touched by others the most. What do you think Brother Han would think if he knew that I kissed you and bit you? After saying this, Kai Yi sneered, turned around and left. Song Qing, who was still angry with a red face, reacted immediately. Her originally flushed face suddenly turned pale, and then she seemed to suddenly react to something, turned around and trotted to catch up with Kai Yi. Then I won't tell Brother Han, and you don't tell it either. She looked at Kai Yi nervously, waiting for Kai Yi's answer. Chapter 20, Maid Costume. Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs. Even if you tell Brother Han, I don't mind. It depends on your performance. Kai Yi said coldly, and then ignored Song Qing. Song Qing stopped at the door of Kai Yi's room, and the words Kai Yi had just said echoed in her mind. Then, the words Kai Yi had said before echoed in her mind again. After all, among the women Yi Han had before, there was really nothing outstanding about her. Just like Kai Yi said, there are many women like her who have not yet achieved power, so when Yi Han knew about this, he would definitely not care much about herself, nor would he do anything to Kai Yi. Therefore, Yi Han must not know about this matter, otherwise she will never have the chance to get promoted. Thinking of this, Song Qing fell into deep thought. Because he had to visit Xing Feiran the next day, Kai Yi went to bed early today. There was no harassment from Rou Rou tonight. The next morning, Kai Yi got up in high spirits. When Kai Yi walked out of the room, he saw Rou Rou walking out of the room with dark circles under her eyes. I have to say, the dark circles on his face scared Kai Yi. Good morning, brother Yi. Rou Rou raised her hand listlessly and greeted Kai Yi. The other butterfly that had just walked out was also a little surprised when it saw Rou Rou. Rou Rou, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay. I just accidentally stayed up all night yesterday. Rou Rou frowned and sighed. Rou Rou's skin was originally fair, but in contrast, the dark circles under her eyes were frighteningly dark. Looking at you like this, people who don't know you would think you did something secretly yesterday. Kai Yi teased her as he looked at her listless appearance. Brother Yi, please stop teasing me. I'm very upset now. Rou Rou said this helplessly, and as she spoke she raised her hand and rubbed her hair with an annoyed look on her face. Seeing this, Kai Yi reached out and held her hand. Okay, stop rubbing. You don't have much hair to begin with. If you keep rubbing it hard, what if all your hair falls out? Kai Yi joked with amusement. Kai Yi originally just meant it as a joke, but the little girl Rou Rou took it seriously. What? My hair is so thin. Rou Rou was so scared that she quickly tidied her hair. It's okay. Tell me, what's bothering you? Kai Yi crossed his arms and looked at Rou Rou leisurely. Rou Rou pouted her pink lips slightly. Isn't it almost graduation time? Everyone has already found a job or internship, and I'm the only one still in class. In a while, Lin Weiwei will organize everyone to go to a class reunion together, and then they will definitely compare jobs and boyfriends. Having said that, Rou Rou leaned weakly on Kai Yi with an expressionless face. Brother Yi, what do you think I should do? I can just say I'm in the hospital and I'm sick so I won't go, but I'm so unwilling to do that. That bad woman Lin Weiwei will definitely say bad things about me again. As Rou Rou spoke, she held Kai Yi's arm and kept bumping his arm with her little head. Poor Hudy was watching the two of them from the side. When she saw Rou Rou holding Kai Yi affectionately, her eyes flickered. But in the end, she clenched her fists, said nothing, and turned away silently. Kai Yi glanced at Hudy's back, then looked at Rou Rou who was looking at her with a helpless smile. He didn't expect that Rou Rou was so upset because of these things and hadn't rested well for the whole day. What's the big deal? You are much richer than Lin Weiwei, how can you be compared to her? Kai Yi asked puzzled. That's different. She has always been targeting me at school. Now I really don't want to see her. Rou Rou spoke in confusion with her face drooping. Even her big, bright eyes, which usually sparkled, had lost their luster. Rou Rou looked up at Kai Yi, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she immediately realized something. She excitedly reached out and grabbed Kai Yi's clothes. By the way, brother Yi, you can pretend to be my boyfriend. You are so handsome. They will definitely envy me. Rou Rou walked back and forth around Kai Yi excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world. Brother Yi, come with me to the class reunion the day after tomorrow. You will look great in a dress then. Rou Rou blinked her big eyes, held Kai Yi's hands with both of her own, and shook them pitifully. Kai Yi was stunned for a moment. What good things are you thinking about in your head? No, I don't have time. Don't. Rou Rou never thought that Kai Yi would refuse so decisively. She immediately threw herself into Kai Yi's arms and started to act like a spoiled child. Brother Yi, my good brother Yi, please promise me tilde please tilde. Rou Rou pleaded softly, her delicate eyebrows drooping and her big watery eyes, as if she was about to cry in the next second. I have to say, when this little lowly acts coquettishly, it's really unbearable. Kai Yi covered his face helplessly. Then if I follow you, what's the benefit for me? I'll be working for nothing. Having said that, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Rou Rou, waiting for Rou Rou to offer him conditions. Well, I'll pay you a salary. Rou Rou's eyes were vague, and she really didn't know what conditions to offer. Kai Yi raised his eyebrow and asked, am I short of money? Oh, it's really not. Yi Rou Rou said in distress, then frowned, then Brother Yi, is there anything you want? Kai Yi smiled and said jokingly, I really don't lack anything, but there is one thing I want you to do. Then just tell me. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can do anything. Yi Rou Rou smiled ingratiatingly. Well, since you said you can do anything, then wear a maid outfit and serve me for a day. Kai Yi joked, then he lowered his head to observe Yi Rou Rou's expression. As expected, after hearing Kai Yi's words, Yi Rou Rou was stunned. She blinked her big eyes and stood there in a daze with her pink lips slightly parted. Female, maid outfit. Serve. Yi Rou Rou felt that her little head was a little confused at this moment. What's wrong? Can't you do it? It's okay, just reject me. Kai Yi directly used the method of provoking. After all, this kind of provocation is most effective for a tsundere little loli like Yi Rou Rou. As expected, after Kai Yi said this, Yi Rou Rou immediately said stubbornly, what's so impossible about this? It's just wearing a different skirt at home. Kai Yi smiled and nodded, well, you're right, it's just at home. Chapter 21 Yang Fei Fei. Yi Rou Rou looked hesitant, but finally nodded. Then it's a deal, we can only stay at home, it's a deal, I promise you. Yi Rou Rou was still a little hesitant. Seeing this, Kai Yi laughed and said, it's up to you. It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. I have nothing to lose. When Yi Rou Rou heard what Kai Yi said, she immediately became anxious. Kai Yi suffered no loss, but she did. No, Brother Yi, I promise. Yi Rou Rou said anxiously. Kai Yi laughed proudly in his heart, it's a deal, you want to wear it. Yeah. Yi Rou Rou raised her head and looked at Kai Yi pitifully. When the two of them went downstairs to eat, everyone below was already seated. The butterfly lowered its head in a daze, not knowing what it was thinking about. On the contrary, after seeing the two people coming down the stairs, Song Qing immediately stood up enthusiastically. Come down, you two. The food is a little cold. How about I heat it up for you? She said enthusiastically, and then looked at Kai Yi nervously. How could Kai Yi not know what Song Qing is thinking now? He was simply afraid that he would tell Yi Han about it. He used Yi Han to threaten me before, but now he is in my control, isn't he? Kai Yi took Yi Rou Rou and sat down, ignoring Song Qing. Yi Rou Rou was now busy trying to please Kai Yi, so naturally she had no time to pay attention to her. In the end, no one paid any attention to Song Qing, so she could only smile awkwardly, then turned around and sat down. After dinner, Yi Rou Rou followed Hua Hudi and left, while Song Qing looked at Kai Yi and seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Finally, she packed up her things and went into the kitchen. Kai Yi glanced at her, then turned around, packed up, and prepared to go out with the car keys. Brother Yi, what are you doing now? Seeing Kai Yi was about to leave, Song Qing hurried forward. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, why do you care about me? Now I know to call him Brother Yi, and I don't know who the person who was shouting and yelling with him before was. Song Qing choked. If it were her yesterday, she would probably have quarreled with Kai Yi by now. But now Song Qing could only swallow her anger. No, Song Qing smiled flatteringly, and then took out an umbrella. I saw that the sky outside was getting gloomy, and I thought it was going to rain, so I brought you an umbrella. You are quite careful. Kai Yi didn't expect Song Qing to do this. Okay, since you're so well behaved now, I'll tell you where I'm going. I'm going to look for Sister Fei Ran today. If you ask me, you can't compare to any of these, so I advise you to be honest. Kai Yi sneered slightly and walked out. Seeing Kai Yi's car driving away, Song Qing's smile suddenly froze on her face. It is indeed as Kai Yi said, other women have their own strengths and careers, but she is the only one who relies on her face. Without paying attention to what Song Qing was thinking, Kai Yi rushed all the way to Fei Ran Entertainment. This time, he went straight to the top floor. Ding tilde. As the sound of the elevator rang out, Firefox, who was standing at the door, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Kai Yi, you're here? Are the courses ready? As he said that, Firefox walked to Kai Yi's side attentively and rubbed his hands impatiently. Kai Yi raised a folded sheet of music in his hand and said, where's Sister Fei Ran? I'll come find you after I give the things to her. Firefox chuckled, and it was obvious that he had become Kai Yi's lackey. Sister Fei Ran is in the office now, and Sister Yang Fei Fei is also here today. Firefox said. Yang Feifei. Kai Yi murmured as he walked towards Fei Ran's office. Yang Feifei is the top singer that Xing Feiran mentioned yesterday. It is true that due to the recent emergence of idol groups, some singers are under a lot of pressure now. Yang Feifei is a talented singer. She has been composing and arranging her own music since she was in college, and she became famous when she sang her own songs. After signing with Feiran Entertainment, he became a top star. But the good times did not last long. Later, due to illness, she had no choice but to retire. And now, he is preparing to make a comeback. Similar to before, this concubine Yang is also a member of the male protagonist's harem. Thinking of this, Kai Yi raised his hand and knocked on Xing Feiran's office door. Soon, Xing Feiran's voice was heard from inside. Come in. Kai Yi pushed the door open and saw two women sitting at the desk at first sight. The person behind the desk was naturally Xing Feiran, and the one who subconsciously turned back to look at Kai Yi was the other destined heroine, Yang Feifei. Yang Feifei's eyes were red, and she turned her head subconsciously. When she saw Kai Yi, she just felt that he looked familiar. After looking at him for a few more times because he was handsome, she turned her head and looked at Xing Feiran. Sister Feiran, is it really impossible to invite Li Hua? Yang Feifei asked again. She had liked Li Hua very much before, so she specifically told Xing Feiran that she wanted to work with Li Hua. Xing Feiran shook his head helplessly. It's definitely not possible. Now Ju Corporation will definitely not cooperate with us. Why? Yang Feifei was very puzzled. She frowned and asked anxiously. Because the son of the Ju family, Ju Yi, was accidentally killed, we were implicated in it. Similarly, they also offended Yi Han. Thinking back on what happened yesterday, Xing Feiran felt it was a little unreal, so he didn't tell Yang Feifei the details. But Yang Feifei is a smart person after all, so she naturally heard something from Xing Feiran's words. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly, but her eyes did become redder. It has to be said that even Kai Yi admitted that Yang Feifei was a pitiful person. She looked small to begin with, and her face was pale, probably because of her illness. Now with his red eyes and nose, he looks really adorable. Xing Feiran also sighed helplessly, but don't worry, Feifei. Although Li Hua can't cooperate, I will contact other arrangers. After hearing what Xing Feiran said, Yang Feifei actually shook her head. No, Sister Feiran, since I can't cooperate with Li Hua, I'd better choose to compose the music myself, she said stubbornly. Xing Feiran suddenly had a headache. Feifei, you have to know that your album this time can't just have one song. I admit that you are indeed talented in arranging music, but after all, you have retired for 2 years. You know the situation in the past 2 years, so it's okay even if you cooperate with others to arrange a song. Kai Yi saw Yang Feifei with her legs together, her hands clenched into fists and placed on her legs. She pursed her pink lips tightly, her eyes full of struggle. Chapter 22 Cooperation. Sister Feiran, you know, I don't like others to interfere with my songs, but I believe I can do it. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feifei insisted. Xing Feiran had no choice but to put on a cold face. Feifei, you have always been behind the scenes and don't know the recent trends in the entertainment industry. I admit that you are indeed talented, but you must know that if this comeback is unsuccessful, what awaits you will be drowned out by the crowd. Yang Feifei was stunned. How could she not understand this logic? But for these people, their songs are like their own children, so she couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Seeing the two people in front of him fall silent, and even the atmosphere around them becomes frozen, Kai Yi finally walks forward with the things in his hand. Seeing Kai Yi walking in front of him, Xing Feiran suddenly realized that Kai Yi was still there. She rubbed her eyebrows and looked at Kai Yi somewhat embarrassedly. Sorry Kai Yi, I was a little busy just now. Why are you here today? Xing Feiran had not taken Kai Yi's words yesterday about helping to solve the problem seriously, especially since only one night had passed. Even her huge Feiran Entertainment hasn't figured out this matter yet, how could Kai Yi possibly figure it out? Sister Feiran, I'm here to give you the music score. Kai Yi said as he handed over the wrinkled music score in his hand. Music score. Xing Feiran took the folded and slightly wrinkled paper in his hand, then looked up at Kai Yi in surprise. She didn't expect Kai Yi to actually come with sheet music. Facing Xing Feiran's surprised face, Kai Yi just smiled calmly. Well, I wrote it overnight, can you take a look at it? Hearing this, even Yang Feifei, who was standing beside her, looked over curiously. Is this person the composer? Could it be that Sister Feiran came here? Xing Feiran looked at Kai Yi helplessly. He didn't expect Kai Yi to really bring the music score and even finish writing it overnight. Although she knew that Kai Yi was a very nice person, she did not think that Kai Yi had the talent for composing music, and it only took him one night to complete it. However, out of respect for Kai Yi, Xing Feiran still planned to open it and take a look, thinking of rejecting Kai Yi tactfully later. However, before Xing Feiran could open the folded paper, someone knocked on the office door again. The three people in the room all looked back subconsciously. Yang Feifei also quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Come in. Xing Feiran said. Mr. Xing, it's been a long time since we last met. A middle-aged man walked in from outside with a young man. Seeing this, Xing Feiran quickly stood up and stepped forward to greet him, extending his hand. We haven't seen each other for many years, Mr. Zhao. I heard that you have set up your own studio now. When Mr. Zhao heard Xing Feiran mention this, a hint of pride flashed across his face. He held Xing Feiran's hand and shook it, but did not let go. Instead, he rubbed it a few times with his thumb. Almost in an instant, Xing Feiran frowned slightly. Hey Tilder, have you been staying in that stubborn place for too long? Do you want to go out and have some fun? Oh, this must be Miss Yang Feifei. When Mr. Zhao caught a glimpse of Yang Feifei sitting on the chair, he let go of Xing Feiran's hand and finally moved closer to Yang Feifei with a smile. Looking at his fat face filled with a lewd smile, Yang Feifei couldn't help but step back, feeling a little uncomfortable. Mr. Zhao seemed not to have seen Yang Feifei's actions. With a stiff expression on his face, he insisted on walking forward and extending his hand. Ms. Feifei, I am the founder of Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang swept his greedy eyes across Yang Feifei's face and said with a smile. Yang Feifei is actually a very introverted person. She didn't appear on TV shows often before, and after she fell ill, she has not appeared in the public eye. Also, because Feiran Entertainment is headed by the female boss Xing Feiran, Yang Feifei has not experienced many things in the circle. However, the Zhao Gang in front of her made Yang Feifei feel very uncomfortable. She subconsciously hid behind him, but still politely extended her hand to shake his. She thought about shaking his hand and then quickly withdrawing it, but she didn't expect Zhao Gan to hold her hand so tightly that she couldn't pull it out at all. Yang Feifei subconsciously looked up at Xing Feiran for help, but unfortunately, Xing Feiran was chatting with the young man brought by Zhao Gan with his back to her and did not see this side. However, a figure soon flashed before Yang Feifei's eyes, and not only that, her hand was also pulled out. Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you. Kai Yi pulled Zhao Gang's hand away, took the initiative to hold his hand and said with a smile. The smile on Zhao Gang's face froze, but after all, he was embarrassed to look cold in this situation, so he could only smile. By the way, I heard that President Xing is looking for an arranger this time, so he brought Zhang Li here. Zhao Gang said as he patted Zhang Li's shoulder. Xing Feiran smiled and said, I just chatted with Zhang Li. I didn't expect that Zhang Li not only graduated from a prestigious foreign university, but also won many awards at such a young age. The expression on the young man's face became aloof and he even glanced at Kai Yi with disdain. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he regarded himself as a competitor. Mr. Xing, why don't you give all of Miss Feifei's albums to Zhang Li? Zhang Li is very good at these recent styles. This. Xing Feiran frowned in embarrassment. To be honest, she is still looking for cooperation, but she didn't expect Zhao Gang to take the initiative to come. It has to be said that Zhao Gang's studio is also quite famous in the circle, so it was difficult for her to refuse. But it would be a bit difficult if all the albums were to be handed over to them. No. Before Xing Feiran could speak, Yang Feifei on the side had already rejected it. Could it be that Miss Feifei has found a suitable candidate for cooperation? Zhao Gang asked puzzledly. Yang Feifei shook her head. No, I plan to compose and arrange the music myself. What? Zhao Gang laughed unceremoniously. Ms. Yang Feifei, are you serious? Your previous songs were indeed very nice, but it has been a few years, and they are all in the past. Popular music nowadays is very changeable, and you can't grasp it. Zhao Gang's blunt words made Yang Feifei's already fair face even paler. Xing Feiran knew Yang Feifei's stubbornness, but she still didn't say anything. How about this? Does Zhang Li have any unreleased works at the moment? Can you bring them over for everyone to listen to? Hearing this, Zhang Li, who had been silent all this time, showed a hint of pride on his face. Of course I have some works in hand, but is that gentleman also here to discuss cooperation? As he said this, Zhang Li pointed at Kai Yi, who was sitting next to him with a look of disdain. Chapter 23: A Little Hobby. Zhang Li had an arrogant expression and even his tone was full of disdain, and he obviously looked down on Kai Yi. Kai Yi originally wanted to sit aside and watch the show, but he didn't expect Zhang Li to take the initiative to provoke him. With previous experience, Kai Yi is now very confident about the system. Anything produced by the villain system must be a masterpiece. Since someone took the initiative to cue him, Kai Yi would not be polite. He stood up and pointed behind him to the folded, crumpled papers on Xing Fei Ran's desk. Sister Fei Ran, after all, I was here first. If you want to watch it, you should also come and see my music in advance. Kai Yi said slowly. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xing Fei Ran's face. This was indeed true. However, because she thought Kai Yi might not be able to compose music, she forgot about it after being interrupted. Zhao Gang was a shrewd man. His eyes rolled around and then he looked at Kai Yi. This young man does look good, but he doesn't have the temperament of an artist, especially since he just ruined his good deeds. So no matter how Zhao Gang looks at Kai Yi, he just feels displeased. Oh? I didn't expect this guy to be an arranger? He's here to seek cooperation as well? I wonder where he's working now. I'm not in the entertainment industry. Arranging music is just a small hobby of mine. Kai Yi shrugged calmly. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Zhao Gang and Zhang Li looked at each other again, their faces became even more smug, and Zhao Gang even showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. Har har har, he is still young after all. But since he is young, we should still give him a chance. What do you think, Mr. Shen? Zhao Gang's tone made Xing Fei Ran feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, the two people in front of him almost had contempt for Kai Yi written on their faces. Kai Yi is my friend. Although he only arranges music as a hobby, as a novice, I think he should be pretty good. As he said that, Xing Fei Ran stood up and took the music score from his desk. Seeing that Xing Fei Ran wanted to protect Kai Yi, Zhao Gang and Zhang Li looked at each other again and had to stop mocking him. Yang Feifei also looked over curiously. Compared with the two wretched men in front of her, she still liked Kai Yi more. Not only is she much more handsome than the previous two, she also has a nice personality. By the way, do you have any recorded samples? Yang Feifei looked at Kai Yi curiously. Kai Yi withdrew his gaze from Xing Fei Ran. After all, he was somewhat surprised that Xing Fei Ran would protect him. Then he looked at Yang Feifei and shook his head, no. He didn't understand these things in the entertainment industry and thought that it would be enough to just bring the sheet music, but he didn't expect that he would have to record it. That's more difficult. You might as well listen to ours first. Zhang Li has already taken the samples. After saying that, Zhao Gang took out a USB flash drive, obviously coming prepared. Xing Fei Ran nodded helplessly. Now he could only listen to Zhang Li. Xing Fei Ran took the USB drive and plugged it into his computer. After a while, the sound of music began to sound. I have to say that Zhang Li's skills are really impressive. At least even Kai Yi, an outsider, thinks these songs are pretty good. Even Xing Fei Ran nodded with satisfaction, it's really good. Zhao Gang laughed loudly upon hearing this, Boss Sheng. I told you, Zhang Li is capable. While the people over there were talking, Yang Feifei suddenly turned her head to look at Kai Yi. She pointed at the paper in Kai Yi's hand and said, well, can I take a look first? Of course. Kai Yi handed the thing over happily. Zhang Li over there was obviously well prepared. He had prepared several songs, which were playing one after another. Yang Feifei naturally heard the music, but what she cared about more was the music score in front of her. Her eyes slowly widened, and then she excitedly took out her cell phone and sent a message. Compared to the others present, each of whom had his own thoughts, Kai Yi was much more relaxed. He sat lazily on the sofa, listening to music. Seeing Zhang Li looking at him proudly, Kai Yi even had time to nod at him in agreement. This made Zhang Li very angry. I think it's pretty good, but there may be some flaws in some places. The music stopped, and Xing Fei Ran, who was sitting at his desk, gave his objective evaluation. It has to be said that a stunning beauty like Xing Fei Ran is very bewitching even when she is working seriously. Even Kai Yi, who was sitting there, couldn't help but admire Xing Feiran. Zhao Gang and Zhang Li looked at Xing Feiran with infatuated expressions. Even after Xing Feiran finished speaking, they both didn't come back to their senses. Seeing that no one responded, Xing Feiran subconsciously raised her head and happened to see the expressions of those two people, which made her feel a little uncomfortable and frowned. Cough cough. She coughed a few times with an unexpected look on her face. At this moment, Zhao Gang and Zhang Li came to their senses. This is not a problem. We can just wait until Miss Feifei and Zhang Li get used to each other and make some changes together, don't you think? As he said that, Zhao Gang stretched out his arm and nudged Zhang Li, who was standing beside him. Zhang Li glanced at Xing Feiran with greedy eyes. When he thought that he would be able to see Xing Feiran and Yang Feifei often in the future, he immediately felt happy. He nodded and said, "What Mr. Zhao said is not a problem. We can solve it together later." Hearing this, Xing Feiran nodded, but his expression was not as kind as before. After all, it was difficult for her to be in a good mood with the two people in front of her. If it weren't for the fact that the song was pretty good and Zhao Gan was somewhat famous in the circle, Xing Feiran would have treated them all to a meal a long time ago. "Fei Fei, what do you think of these songs?" Xing Feiran suddenly realized that Yang Feifei had not expressed her opinion until now. Everyone subconsciously looked at Yang Feifei, but they saw that Yang Feifei's attention was not on them at all. She was holding a crumpled piece of paper and reading it with great interest. Zhang Li's face suddenly turned ugly. Could it be that she didn't even bother to listen to the music just now? Concubine, concubine. Seeing that the faces of the two people over there became ugly, Xing Feiran reminded them again. Yang Feifei looked up at Xing Feiran. "What's wrong?" Seeing her like this, Xing Feiran suddenly felt a headache again. She rubbed her brows and said, "I was just asking you, what do you think of Zhang Li's music? If you think it's okay, you can order it now." "Don't want." As soon as Xing Feiran finished speaking, Yang Feifei directly refused. Chapter 24. Kai Yi is a genius. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them gradually became tense. Zhang Li's originally arrogant expression turned ugly at this moment. The same thing happened to Zhao Gang. His fat, big-eared face also stiffened. After all, Zhang Li is still young and cannot control his temper. Just now, I felt a little dissatisfied when I saw Yang Feifei not listening to my song seriously. Now I heard Yang Feifei directly rejected my song, which made me even more angry. "Oh, Miss Yang Feifei, you don't like any of the songs. I see you didn't listen carefully. Could it be that you didn't want to cooperate with me? Or is Miss Yang Feifei determined to compose your own music? Don't blame me for not reminding you, Miss Yang Feifei, I'm afraid no one will like your style now." Zhang Li sat on the sofa, looking at Yang Feifei with a sarcastic expression, and said meaningfully. Zhao Gang on the side did not stop Zhang Li, and was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Feifei's behavior just now. Yang Feifei, who is socially anxious, has never been told this before. Has she ever experienced such a situation? So after hearing Zhang Li's words, she was stunned. Xing Feiran frowned subconsciously, and just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, someone else took the lead. "Mr. Zhang Li, do you feel embarrassed to be rejected, so you get angry?" Kai Yi smiled and said happily, with an expression of gloating on his face very obvious. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Li's face suddenly turned red. "What qualifications do you, a piece of trash, have to criticize me?" Zhang Li stood up suddenly with a red face and scolded. Zhao Gang also stood up. "Sir, if you think Zhang Li is not satisfied with Miss Yang Feifei, how can he be interested in you? If you ask me, there are many people who want Zhang Li's songs, but those songs that no one wants are like garbage, no different from toilet paper." "Who said I'm not satisfied?" A soft, yet very firm and resolute voice sounded. Yang Feifei's face flushed. She stood up with the music score in her hand and looked at the two people in front of her unhappily. "Compared to Zhang Li, I think Kai Yi's song is simply perfect. He is a genius," Yang Feifei said while waving the paper in her hand with great excitement. Zhao Gang and Zhang Li disagreed, thinking that Yang Feifei was just deliberately protecting this man. Even Xing Feiran, who was standing there in a daze, thought so. Zhang Li sneered, "There should be a basis for what you say. How can he, an outsider, write any good music?" Yang Feifei became extremely anxious when she saw that no one believed her. Kai Yi found her anxious look so adorable that he couldn't help but curl his lips. If you say so, why don't we compete? I have confidence anyway. Kai Yi also stood up and looked at Zhang Li with disdain. Compared to Zhang Li, who is about 1.6 meters tall and 1.7 meters tall, Kai Yi is already very tall. Seeing Kai Yi's rude look, they both backed off for a moment. After all, this one does look scary. Okay, since Fei Fei is not satisfied, we won't force her. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zhao, to make the trip. Seeing this, Xing Feiran on the side turned cold and started to drive the guest away. Zhang Li and Zhao Gang's faces were already very ugly, and now after hearing Xing Feiran's words, they became even uglier. Zhang Li's temper was now completely out of control. He took a step forward and was about to say something when someone knocked on the office door. Come in. Without waiting for Xing Feiran to speak, Yang Feifei, who was standing next to Kai Yi, spoke. Like everyone else, Kai Yi also looked at Yang Feifei curiously, but Kai Yi didn't expect that Yang Feifei was also looking at him at this time. Yang Feifei just blinked at him cunningly, indicating that he should not worry, and then rushed to the door with excited steps. At this moment, Goshawk outside also pushed the door and walked in. He was somewhat surprised when he saw Kai Yi. However, after looking at the people in the room, he knew that they were talking about work, so he didn't say much. He just handed the things in his hand to Yang Feifei and turned to leave. He nodded at the Goshawk as a greeting. Like him and Firefox, Goshawk is Yang Feifei's bodyguard. Feifei, what do you want? Xing Feiran looked at Yang Feifei curiously. Yang Feifei took out her guitar from the box, already impatient. Her face flushed, and she said excitedly, I want to play Kai Yi's music. After saying that, Yang Feifei looked at Zhao Gang and Zhang Li with confidence. It's a good opportunity to let some people see what it means that there are always people better than you. Zhao Gang snorted coldly, Ms. Feifei, it's better not to speak too early. Yang Feifei ignored them and started playing her guitar instead. Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei with interest. He knew that the reason why Yang Feifei was so protective of him when they met for the first time was only because of his music score. It doesn't matter if he doesn't say it, at least he has found a breakthrough with Yang Feifei. Soon, the sound of guitar was heard in the office. From the beginning of the prelude, Xing Feiran was stunned. She couldn't help but stand up and stood beside Yang Feifei with her eyes wide open. To be honest, although Xing Feiran is the boss of Feiran Entertainment, he doesn't know everything. She has an aesthetic sense for music, but she is not expected to understand the score. Looking at Yang Feifei sitting on the sofa, immersed in the music, Xing Feiran couldn't help but be shocked. She looked up at Kai Yi with some excitement. She didn't expect Kai Yi to have such talent. Noticing Xing Feiran's gaze, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and shrugged helplessly at Xing Feiran. A blush appeared on Xing Feiran's face and she smiled at him somewhat embarrassedly. She was indeed biased just now. The main reason was that she didn't expect Kai Yi to be so versatile. At the beginning, Zhang Li and Zhao Gang just stood there in a daze. Although Zhao Gang didn't understand music, he could tell that this song was much better than the ones Zhang Li had just picked out. Moreover, this is a song played on guitar without any processing. He looked at Zhang Li with complicated eyes, and then looked at Kai Yi thoughtfully. Among them, Zhang Li had the biggest reaction. Zhang Li's eyes widened with disbelief. With his eyes wide open, he strode forward and picked up the crumpled piece of paper on the coffee table. After scanning the contents on it, Zhang Li was completely stunned. How could that be? How could this layman have such talent? How could he possibly make a piece like this? After the song was finished, Yang Feifei and Xing Feiran still felt a little unsatisfied. Zhang Li on the other side had a gloomy face, stared at Kai Yi and shouted, Impossible! This is impossible! Chapter 25 My heart skipped a beat. I think you deliberately took someone else's song. How could you compose such a song? If you can compose such a song, there is no reason why you didn't have any song before. Zhang Li clenched his fists and yelled. Kai Yi was helpless. I'm not a vulgar person like you. I don't seek fame or fortune. I just do it as a hobby. Besides, it's none of your business whether I release a song or not. Facing Zhang Li's temper, Kai Yi spoke very calmly, but what he said was reasonable and well-founded, and he quickly retorted to Zhang Li. Zhang Li was shaking with anger, but he still couldn't believe how the person in front of him could compose such a piece of music. Okay, since everyone is unhappy, I don't think there is any intention to cooperate. Mr. Zhao, goodbye. Xing Feiran said directly with a cold face. Zhao Gang's face didn't look very good to begin with. When he knew that Xing Feiran was looking for a partner for Yang Feifei, he immediately came with people. After all, he knew in his heart that this was a big piece of cake. Mr. Xing, this is unreasonable. Since we can't cooperate with Miss Yang Feifei, we can still cooperate with other people. Isn't it too rude of you to treat us like this? After all, we have come all the way here. Seeing that he didn't get anything and was inexplicably implied, Zhao Gang became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Xing Feiran was not fooled by his words. She crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. Mr. Zhao, what you said is a little wrong. We didn't ask you to come here, and you didn't even say hello in advance. I think we treated you well, but we really can't agree with the temper of this young man in your company. What Xing Feiran said was indeed the truth. Although she had already released the news that she was looking for an arranger for Yang Feifei, when other companies were contacting Xing Feiran, Jila came directly without even saying hello. After these words were spoken, Zhao Gang's face turned green and then red, and then red and then green. It was really ugly. But after all, he was someone who had been in the entertainment industry, so even though his expression was very ugly, he didn't say anything else. After all, he knew that it would be unacceptable to completely offend Xing Feiran. Although he has the ability to start his own studio, it does not mean that he can compete with a large company. So Zhao Gang snorted coldly and was about to leave, but it was obvious that Zhang Li next to him was not someone who could keep his composure. You bitch! He just let out an angry shout and strode straight towards Xing Feiran, who was standing over there. Xing Feiran opened his eyes wide, but it was too late to dodge. Yang Feifei, who was standing by, screamed in fear, Sister Feiran. Xing Feiran stepped back and subconsciously raised her hands to protect herself, but the next second she fell into a broad embrace. Kai Yi's face turned cold, and he tightly grasped Zhang Li's hand. Hit a woman. Zhang Li, who was so arrogant just now had a distorted expression. Because Kai Yi's strength was too great. He tried to struggle and pull his hand out, but no matter how hard he tried, his hand didn't move at all. This made Zhang Li very surprised. He stared at Kai Yi, and then he realized it belatedly and felt a little panicked. What do you want to do? Zhang Li said while pretending to be calm. Hearing this, Kai Yi said coldly, what do you think I'm going to do? Zhao Gang, who was standing by, saw this and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Hey, Zhang Li is still young after all, and he has a temper. How about this, I'll make amends to you guys on his behalf. Seeing how shameless Zhao Gan was, Yang Feifei stomped her feet in anger. Let him apologize himself. Besides, he clearly wanted to hit Sister Feiran just now. If Kai Yi hadn't acted quickly, his slap would have landed on Sister Feiran's face. Xing Feiran leaned in Kai Yi's arms, still somewhat frightened, and even her heart was beating fast. She grew up in a wealthy family, and even started her own business and was very successful. When had she ever suffered these grievances? Therefore, Zhang Li's actions now completely angered Xing Feiran. However, although Xing Feiran was angry, he still remained calm. She leaned in Kai Yi's arms, raised her head slightly and looked at him. Thinking of how Kai Yi had just helped her, even her tone became softer. Kai Yi. She called softly, then shook her head at Kai Yi, signaling him not to be impulsive. However, she was also afraid that something like yesterday would happen again. What happened yesterday was a last resort, we had no choice but to fight back. But it's better not to let such things happen casually now. Kai Yi knew at a glance what Xing Feiran was worried about, which made Kai Yi feel a little amused and helpless. Does he look like the kind of person who would kill anyone at any time? He lowered his head slightly to look at Xing Feiran, then spoke softly, don't worry, I won't do anything. I'll just help you fight back a little. At this time, Xing Feiran was leaning in Kai Yi's arms, so Kai Yi lowered his head slightly, making the distance between them become unusually close. This made Xing Feiran stunned, and even his usually calm face showed a hint of awkwardness. After all, apart from Yihan, she had never been so close to any man. But before Xing Feiran could react, he heard a pop sound from behind him. R. A scream was heard and Xing Feiran subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw that Zhang Li, who was so arrogant just now, had fallen to the ground. Through the gaps between Zhang Li's fingers as he covered his face, Xing Feiran saw a big slap mark on his subordinate's face. Looking at the mark and thinking about the sound just now, it seems that Kai Yi's slap was quite heavy. She turned back to look at Kai Yi in silence, and happened to meet his smiling eyes. Somehow, this made Xing Feiran's heart skip a beat. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have villain behavior, and the villain value is awarded 100 points. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did he behave like a villain just now? Suddenly, Kai Yi realized something. Could it be because of Xing Feiran's expression just now? It turns out that the favorability of the destined heroine that I have gained will also have a reminder of the villain's behavior tilde. This made Kai Yi suddenly realize something. You dare to hit me. Zhang Li fell to the ground. He was dizzy from the slap just now. After he realized what was happening, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Zhao Gang, who was standing by, was so frightened that he quickly stepped forward and helped Zhang Li up. Zhang Li, are you okay? Kai Yi still held Xing Feiran's waist. He sneered, who do I care who you are? After saying that, Kai Yi shouted directly to the outside, and Firefox immediately pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 26 Worship. Throw these two people out. Kai Yi raised his chin slightly and gestured. When they were in the mercenary group before, apart from Yi Han, Kai Yi had the most experience, so Firefox did not have any objection. He readily responded and directly picked up the two men and threw them out. Kai Yi looked back and found that Goshawk was not at the door. But it was just as well that he was not there, so he didn't have to let go of the person in his arms so quickly. Listening to the system prompt, Kai Yi really wanted to hug Xing Feiran for the whole afternoon. After spending time with her, he discovered that the longer they spent together, the villain value that the heroine would feed back would become less and less, so it would become increasingly difficult for Kai Yi to gain villain value in the future. It seemed that he had to speed up. You will regret treating me like this. Zhang Li struggled and roared. But his small stature is not enough to stand out in front of Firefox. Seeing the door closed, the two men finally left, which immediately made Yang Feifei feel relieved. She sat on the sofa, raised her hand and patted her chest, and said in shock, how could there be such a person? I was really scared. Xing Feiran subconsciously wanted to step forward and talk, but just as she took a step forward, she found that Kai Yi was still holding her waist. Ahem. Her face flushed, she coughed lightly, then looked up at Kai Yi and reminded him. Kai Yi lowered his head and looked at Xing Feiran's sparkling eyes, pretending not to understand, and looked at her in confusion. This made Xing Feiran feel embarrassed and anxious. She anxiously turned her head to look at Yang Feifei, who was facing away from them, then raised her hand and pushed Kai Yi's hand. Thank you for what you did just now, but now you. Xing Feiran was somewhat embarrassed to look at Kai Yi, so she lowered her head and spoke with her earlobes red. Xing Feiran had hinted so clearly now that Kai Yi felt embarrassed to pretend he didn't understand. He laughed twice, then withdrew his hand with a feeling of regret. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Xing Feiran said quickly. In her eyes, Kai Yi was a very honest man. He had to do that just now because he wanted to protect herself. Kai Yi. Just as the two of them separated, Yang Feifei in front of them stood up excitedly holding the crumpled music score. Xing Feiran was suddenly startled by Yang Feifei's excited voice, and then was glad that Kai Yi had just let her go. What's wrong? Kai Yi looked at Xing Feiran's little expression and couldn't help but smile in his heart, then looked up at Yang Feifei in front of him. Yang Feifei trotted to Kai Yi's side with the music score in her hand. She excitedly held Kai Yi's hand and looked up at him. Yang Feifei, who has always been socially anxious, was so excited that she forgot that today was the first time she met Kai Yi. Her face was rosy. Kai Yi. Let's work together. I really like the song you wrote. Kai Yi joked, now you know my song, okay. Yang Feifei and Xing Feiran felt a little embarrassed when these words came out. Sorry, I didn't recognize the real talent. Yang Feifei scratched her nose embarrassedly and spoke with a blushing face. Yes, Kai Yi, we underestimated you because we didn't expect you to be so powerful. But thank you very much for providing such an excellent song at this critical moment. After seeing Kai Yi's strength and thinking that Yang Feifei's matter could finally be settled, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The three of them chatted in the office for a while, and Yang Feifei said that before she only wanted to compose her own music. Before, she had only reluctantly agreed to let Li Hur compose a song for her, but now she has changed her mind and wants Kai Yi to be fully responsible for her album. Kai Yi was somewhat flattered by this. Miss Feifei, are you sure you want me to take full responsibility? Yang Feifei sat opposite Kai Yi stiffly, looking a little nervous, afraid that Kai Yi would refuse. She nodded. Well, don't worry, we can get used to each other slowly. And don't be so polite. Just call me Feifei. Kai Yi smiled and said, okay, Feifei. The matter has been almost decided. It is getting late and the contract cannot be drafted until tomorrow. It is already noon. After today's events, the three of them have become more familiar with each other. Xing Feiran suggested that she treat everyone to a meal at noon. However, she was quickly rejected by Yang Feifei, because Yang Feifei said that she wanted to treat Kai Yi to a meal. This surprised Kai Yi a little. Seeing this, Xing Feiran said with a smile, Feifei is like this. You will get used to it in the future. When facing a genius, she will be very excited. When the three of them went out, they still didn't see Goshawk. Only Firefox was standing outside idly, chatting with a secretary. After seeing them come out, he walked over awkwardly. Where's the Goshawk? Kai Yi looked at the Firefox. Firefox shrugged helplessly, I don't know if you ask me this. He just came to deliver something to Miss Yang and left. It's like this. Something seems to have happened at Kang Ying's home, so I allowed him not to stay by my side all the time. Besides, this is an era of rule of law, and I run back and forth between home and company, so nothing will happen to me. Hearing this, Kai Yi nodded and said nothing. However, when Xing Feiran heard what Kai Yi said, he thought that Kai Yi still remembered his brothers while eating, and he felt a little more admiration for Kai Yi. How about this, we're going out to eat now, Firefox, do you want to come with us? Xing Feiran said. This made Rou Rou somewhat flattered. He quickly waved his hand and said, no, Mr. Xing, but. He looked back somewhat embarrassedly, and after seeing the secretary behind him blushing and trying to be calm, the other three people also understood something. Well, why don't you take a day off at noon today? Kai Yi is here anyway. Xing Feiran said with great tact. Hearing this, Firefox nodded excitedly, and then looked at Kai Yi with great gratitude. Kai Yi nodded at him with amusement, and the guy responded, then turned around and left excitedly. Xing Feiran shook his head with amusement and led them to the elevator. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Kai Yi personally drove Xing Feiran's car to their hotel. Xing Feiran sat in the co-pilot seat and adjusted the navigation for him. The group started chatting on the way, and Yang Feifei excitedly asked Kai Yi where he learned to arrange music. Kai Yi couldn't say that he won it in a lottery, so he just said that he taught himself. Afterwards, Yang Feifei's eyes suddenly lit up. Although she was still sitting in the back with dignity, her eyes were blazing as she looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi. You are so amazing. You are simply a genius. Ding Ding Tilder detected the worship value of the destined heroine, reward 200 villain points. Chapter 27 being followed. It has to be said that today Kai Yi did succeed in making Yang Feifei and Xing Feiran look at him with new eyes. Along the way, the three of them had a great conversation, and Xing Feiran was also pointing their way to Kai Yi in front. In order to reward Kai Yi, Xing Feiran chose a relatively famous restaurant, but because their hotel was quite large, it was built in the suburbs. Kai Yi also knew that restaurant. It was beautifully decorated and antique inside. From the outside, it looked like one had accidentally walked into a huge mansion. I have to say that Kai Yi is quite good at starting a topic, so even Yang Feifei, who is very socially anxious, had a very happy chat along the way. However, when the car was gradually driving towards the suburbs and there were not as many cars on the road as in the city center, Kai Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the rearview mirror. This made Kai Yi's face suddenly turn cold, because he had been chatting just now, and there were so many cars behind him, so he didn't notice anything. But now, Kai Yi could see at a glance that there were two cars behind that were very suspicious. Kai Yi? What do you think? Yang Feifei looked at Kai Yi with interest. However, seeing that Kai Yi did not respond, the two beauties in the car were very confused. After seeing Kai Yi's cold face, even Xing Feiran realized that something was wrong. After all, in her opinion, Kai Yi was usually smiling and rarely had such a cold face. What's wrong? Xing Feiran asked puzzledly. Someone is following us. Kai Yi continued speaking calmly. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Feifei was stunned and looked back. Sure enough, she saw two cars chasing her from behind. Everyone sit tight. Kai Yi looked at the two cars chasing him through the rearview mirror and said with a sneer. It just so happens that he can also try out the skill of the god of cars in a keener mountain. Hearing this, Xing Feiran and Yang Feifei quickly sat down. Perhaps there were fewer cars on the surrounding roads now, and the two cars were clearly surrounding Kai Yi. Xing Feiran looked at the two cars and suddenly felt that her life in the past 2 days was somewhat magical. It took her an entire night to digest what happened yesterday, and now it happened again. Kai Yi stepped on the accelerator and looked at the cars on both sides, and actually felt a little excited in his heart. Kai Yi and the others are going to crash into us. Yang Feifei said panically as she looked at the approaching car. Even Xing Feiran, who was sitting in the front, held his seat belt tightly, and then looked at Kai Yi in panic. It's okay, they can't hit us. Kai Yi turned the steering wheel sharply and rushed out from the encirclement of the two cars. The two cars were obviously heading for the purpose of killing them, so after Kai Yi left, the two cars didn't have time to brake immediately and actually collided with each other. However, it can also be seen that the other side also has some skills. The two cars just scraped each other and then quickly separated. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, curled his lips with interest. Very good, this is exciting. Kai Yi gripped the steering wheel skillfully, and looking at the two cars chasing him from behind, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and rushed directly into another road. Xing Feiran couldn't help but frown at Kai Yi's reckless action. Where are you going? Can't we just go to the station in front? In Xing Feiran's opinion, it would be better to go to a place with more people, so that the other party would not dare to take action. They have weapons in their hands. Do you think they are afraid of being discovered? Do you think they haven't thought of a countermeasure and act rashly? Kai Yi reminded, and then rushed into a mountain road again. Xing Feiran was stunned for a moment, and had to admit that what Kai Yi said was indeed correct. Yang Feifei at the back was completely frightened. What? They still have weapons, she said tremblingly. Well, so you'd better climb down. After Kai Yi gave the reminder, he took the steering wheel and turned directly to the mountain road on the side. Who can't accelerate in a straight line? Overtaking on a curve is really amazing. He wanted to see when the two cars behind would take action. As the car made a sharp turn, Xing Feiran and Yang Feifei lost their seats and their bodies shook violently, but because of the seat belts, both of them were fine. But this made Yang Feifei behind even more frightened. She closed her eyes, her face was pale, and she held the seat belt tightly. Although Xing Feiran in the front looked better than Yang Feifei, because she was sitting in the front, she could see the road conditions ahead. Looking at the car driving at high speed on the shaking and uneven road, Xing Feiranju felt a little dizzy at this moment. It's not just because I'm panicking, but because I feel that the current situation is really unreal. Kai Yi was driving the car while paying attention to the situation behind him. Sure enough, after seeing the distance between the two sides getting bigger and bigger, the people on the opposite side were obviously getting impatient. Seeing a man behind him leaning out of the window with a gun in his hand, Kai Yi quickly turned the steering wheel. With a bang, the bullet hit the side of the car. Yang Feifei was sitting in the back and couldn't help but tremble when she heard the voice, but she still closed her eyes and didn't raise her head. However, Xing Feiran, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned pale. The calmest person here is only Kai Yi. If it were the previous Kai Yi, he would also panic when encountering the current situation. But now Kai Yi already knows the strength of the skill through the driving just now, so he is naturally not panicking. Even when the car was driving at high speed, Kai Yi took the time to look at the other two people in the car. It's okay, don't worry, I will take you back safely. Yang Feifei in the back was so frightened that she couldn't hear anything, while Xing Feiran looked at Kai Yi in the driver's seat with flickering eyes. For some reason, after hearing Kai Yi say this, she actually felt a little more at ease. Turning one after another, Kai Yi successfully left the two cars behind him out of sight. But when Kai Yi was about to reach the top of the mountain, two motorcycles appeared out of nowhere and started chasing him closely. Yang Feifei had just breathed a sigh of relief, but when she saw this, she breathed a sigh of relief again. Is this person also one of theirs? Xing Feiran frowned tightly and looked at the motorcycle behind him. Who on earth could have done such a murderous thing? And he was chasing me so relentlessly. Well, yes. Kai Yi sighed impatiently. This was a bit troublesome. Sure enough, the two motorcycles soon caught up. However, they didn't have guns in their hands, but baseball bats. Chapter 28. Sorry, Sister Fei ran. Har ha 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 ha, you still have to rely on us. A blond man on a motorcycle quickly caught up to the passenger side, laughing wildly and swinging the baseball bat in his hand. There were bang 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 sounds, and the passenger side window soon cracked. Because Kai was driving very close to the left lane, and there was a cliff outside, so there was no one on his left. R. The loud collision sound happened right next to him. Even Xing Feiran, who had been relatively calm just now, became panicked. Kai. She looked up in panic and subconsciously looked at Kai. Kai looked at the two difficult people, then looked at Xing Feiran. If you believe me, unbuckle your seat belt. Xing Feiran was stunned, not knowing what Kai was going to do. After all, the road was so steep. If she unbuckled her seatbelt, she might not be able to sit still. The motorcycle next to it was thrown down a little, and the baseball bat hit the rear window heavily, but this also made Xing Feiran come back to his senses immediately. Without any hesitation, she chose to listen to Kai. And the moment Xing Feiran unbuckled his seatbelt, someone hugged his waist. Before Xing Feiran could react, he felt a shake in front of him and found that Kai had actually carried the person to his body. Xing Feiran was completely dumbfounded, but because the road was so bumpy, she subconsciously put her arms around Kai's neck. Kai. Xing Feiran was really angry and embarrassed at this moment. Kai looked at Xing Feiran, who was sitting on him, and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Sister Feiran, the situation is special now, so this is the only way. Xing Feiran pursed her lips and said nothing, but she did know that it was indeed safer in Kai's arms than in the passenger seat. However, every time there was a bump on the road, Xing Feiran would also bump on Kai's legs. Xing Feiran lowered his head with a flushed face, and finally he even gave up on himself and buried his head directly in Kai's neck. In a place where Xing Feiran couldn't see, Kai had secretly curled his lips. Especially after hearing the prompt sounds of the system, the corners of Kai's mouth became more and more upturned. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 100 villain points. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 300 villain points. And as Xing Feiran groaned in Kai's ear, the system's reward also exploded. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 888 villain points. Kai was about to laugh out loud. For this opportunity to take advantage of someone, he really had to thank the two motorcycle brothers behind him. Kai, when can we get rid of them? Xing Feiran tried hard to suppress the sound that was about to come out, and then asked Kai in his ear with a flushed face. Kai said calmly, Don't worry, Sister Feiran, we will be able to throw them off once we reach the top of the mountain. Xing Feiran hugged Kai's neck tightly, biting her lips tightly with her pearly teeth. She didn't respond, but nodded, and then lay down on Kai's neck again. Seeing that there were no more prompt sounds from the system, Kai knew that it was time to get rid of the two people behind him. Just now, in order to prevent Xing Feiran from thinking that he did it on purpose, Kai deliberately asked the yellow-haired brother to smash the passenger door again, and now a hole has been smashed in the passenger glass. Even the passenger door has been dented. If you have the guts, come down and fight me in a one-on-one duel. The yellow-haired man was obviously getting a little anxious at this time. Every time when he was about to break the door open completely, he was inexplicably thrown down, which made him somewhat upset. Kai didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at the yellow-haired man, and then a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fuck! You're such a jerk! The yellow-haired man was immediately enraged. He stared at Kai with wide eyes, but before he could finish his words, Kai turned the steering wheel. The yellow-haired man was knocked sideways by the car before he could finish his words. He also failed to stabilize the motorcycle in time, so the motorcycle fell sideways to the ground, and the motorcycle behind it was also swept in. That's right, if Kai wanted to get rid of them, it would be quick. But, it doesn't mean so much so soon tilde. Kai smiled and patted Xing Feiran on the back with his free hand, and comforted her softly, Sister Feiran, it's okay now. Fortunately, Xing Feiran had been lying on his shoulder, and Yang Feifei had been keeping her head down in fear, otherwise it would have been bad if they saw them. After hearing Kai's voice, Xing Feiran raised his head breathlessly. She looked outside with some fear, and when she saw that there were no longer any people around, she heaved a sigh of relief. Have they been left behind? Xing Feiran looked at Kai in panic. Kai straightened his face and nodded, well, they have been left behind. After saying this, Kai calmly controlled the car and sped through a big pit again. It shook violently, and Xing Feiran also hugged Kai's neck and shook on Kai's big 2E. R. Xing Feiran opened her red lips and couldn't help but scream out, but after meeting Kai's calm eyes, Xing Feiran once again blushed and lay on Kai's neck in shame. Xing Feiran's brain was completely blown away. Thinking of Kai's calm and indifferent face just now, and thinking of her own red face and screaming, Xing Feiran was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. What would Kai think when he saw himself like this? You will look down on yourself, right? After all, Kai was so calm, but The more Xing Feiran thought about it, the redder her face became. My whole body turned red with shame. Sorry, Kai. Xing Feiran apologized softly in Kai's ear. Cough. It's okay, Sister Feiran. Kai coughed lightly, somewhat unnaturally. Hearing Kai's voice, Xing Feiran was somewhat confused. What was he doing? Could it be that those people had caught up with him again? But before Xing Feiran looked up, he immediately felt something. You? She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Kai in surprise. Kai pursed his lips slightly and looked at Xing Feiran helplessly. Sister Feiran, I'm sorry, you just did that, I really. Xing Feiran, who was originally a little angry, immediately became deflated after hearing this. Indeed, it is indeed her fault. Chapter 29, Heartwarming. Xing Feiran pursed her red lips, her eyes wandering, and she really didn't know what to say. Have those people behind been left behind? Yang Feifei behind him suddenly asked. Because of the hole in the window on the passenger seat, air was blowing in, so Yang Feifei, who was sitting in the back seat, didn't hear the two people talking. After hearing what Yang Feifei said, Xing Feiran was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She almost forgot that there was another Yang Feifei sitting behind her. Kai. Put me down quickly. Xing Feiran grabbed Kai's shoulders tightly and urged him in a low voice. Kai was helpless. Sister Feiran, I'll put you down, but can you please stop moving around? Xing Feiran's face turned red and his body suddenly stiffened. Did I get rid of him? Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Yang Feifei gradually became anxious. Xing Feiran was afraid that Yang Feifei would suddenly look up and see the two of them in this state, and he was so frightened that sweat began to secrete from his forehead. She didn't say anything, but looked at Kai anxiously. Kai felt very amused in his heart, but he remained expressionless. Xing Feiran had been paying attention to Yang Feifei in the rear driver's seat. Seeing that Kai did not move for a long time, she even increased the strength of the hand that was holding Kai's shoulders in a hurry. Seeing that Xing Feiran might get angry if he continued teasing her, Kai put his arm around her waist and quickly carried her back to the passenger seat. The world was spinning in front of his eyes, and when Xing Feiran could see clearly again, he was already sitting back in the passenger seat. This immediately made Xing Feiran feel relieved. She looked at Yang Feifei, who was sitting behind her with lingering fear, and couldn't help but raise her hand and pat her chest. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Yang Feifei couldn't help but look up in confusion. Then she looked around the car and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Those people were finally shaken off. Kai, you are so awesome. Yang Feifei couldn't help but say excitedly. After hearing Yang Feifei's words, Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. When Yang Feifei saw the big hole on the passenger seat, she was immediately startled, and then she looked at Xing Feiran worriedly. Sister Feiran, are you okay? Yang Feifei turned her head to look at her, but when she saw Xing Feiran's face was flushed and covered with sweat, she immediately became confused. But after thinking about it, I thought that he was probably scared just like me, so I didn't think much about it. Xing Feiran was still in a daze, but he came to his senses immediately after hearing Yang Feifei's words. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, glanced at Kai out of the corner of her eye, and then said, Sorry, Feifei, I was so scared that I didn't hear you talking just now. Upon hearing this, Yang Feifei quickly shook her head and looked at her worriedly. Sister Feiran, the passenger seat is full of broken glass. You'd better sit in the back. Yang Feifei said worriedly. It's okay, I don't have any. Hearing this, Xing Feiran noticed that because the passenger seat window was broken, there were broken glass all around it. But she immediately realized that when the passenger seat glass shattered at first, there was indeed glass on the seat, but it was not there when she just sat down. And more broken glass had been gathered under his feet. This made Xing Feiran realize something immediately, and then he looked at Kai with some surprise. Kai noticed her gaze, turned to Xing Feiran and smiled gently. Where are we going next? We can still go to a restaurant, but. Xing Feiran calmed down much faster than Yang Feifei. She looked behind her and saw that there was indeed no one around. Her expression finally returned to normal. However, after experiencing a chase, they were indeed not in the mood to eat. I have a villa nearby, let's go there. Xing Feiran rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Hearing this, Yang Feifei nodded in shock. Yes, or we should go back first. Kai nodded and drove to the address Xing Feiran mentioned. Perhaps Xing Feiran had given instructions when they were in the car, so when the three of them went there, the servants inside had already prepared food. But except Kai, the other two no longer had any appetite. Yang Feifei was particularly frightened. She had been in poor health to begin with, and her face remained pale until now. So after eating a few bites, Yang Feifei went upstairs to rest. Xing Feiran also felt that the experience of the past 20 minutes was even more tiring than a whole day's work. Especially the things that happened later, which kept lingering in her mind until she sat down to eat. Seeing Yang Feifei going upstairs to rest, Xing Feiran actually also wanted to go upstairs to rest, but there were still some things he needed to say. Kai, who do you think the people who attacked us today were? Were they from the Zhu family? Or? Kai was originally eating his meal attentively, thinking in his mind, should he go back or just rest in this villa? After all, he couldn't miss any opportunity to get in touch with the destined heroine. After hearing Xing Feiran's words, Kai picked up the napkin and slowly wiped his mouth, then said, it can't be someone from the Zhu family. Xing Feiran subconsciously frowned slightly. Why? Who else could it be? Xing Feiran really couldn't figure out who on earth wanted to kill them. Because the boss has already dealt with the Zhu family's affairs, Zhu Yi went out with the people from the Guhua gang that day, so the Zhu family now thinks that Zhu Yi got into trouble accidentally because of a gang fight. Not to mention that they haven't discovered it yet. Even if they really discovered it, there wouldn't be only these few people coming. Kai analyzed calmly. Xing Feiran sat opposite him and once again looked at Kai with a new respect. I have to say that Kai's analysis is indeed very reasonable and convincing. Until now, Xing Feiran still has some regrets in his heart. Why is Kai not someone by his side? If you ask who it is. Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and already had a guess in his mind. Who is it? Xing Feiran looked over curiously. Kai smiled and shook his head. Forget it, it's just a guess. I'll tell you after I find out the truth. Xing Feiran was very curious, but was too embarrassed to ask further questions, so she nodded and said, I'm really sorry to bother you today. It's okay. Kai smiled and waved his hands, then said very considerately, I see you were scared just now and you are also very tired, you should also go up and have a rest. Xing Feiran didn't expect that Kai had been paying attention to him, which made him feel warm inside. Chapter 30 Half Belief and Half Doubt. She smiled and nodded, okay, I'll go up first. Oh, by the way, there are many guest rooms at home, you can choose one to rest, I'll go up first. After saying that, Xing Feiran walked up the escalator step by step in her high heels, and just when the escalator turned, she couldn't help but look back at Kai. However, she didn't expect that Kai was still looking at her. Meeting Kai's smiling eyes, Xing Feiran couldn't help but blush, then she turned around and hurriedly left in her high heels. With a bang, Xing Feiran closed the door of his room, leaning against it with a red face, and couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his eyebrows. But it was of no use, the scene in the car just now kept repeating in my mind. Kai wanted to save me, so he held me on his lap, but when I thought about hugging Kai, Xing Feiran's face was burning so hot that he couldn't help but rush into the bathroom and rinse his face with cold water, trying to calm himself down. On the other side, Kai curled his lips and smiled after hearing Xing Feiran's hurried footsteps. However, before Kai walked into the room, the system voice sounded. Ding ding tilde, their host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 100 villain points. Ding ding tilde, their host has received worship value, and 100 villain value is awarded. Kai was puzzled. Could it be that Xing Feiran provided all of them? This didn't seem possible. So Kai thought of another woman in the villa. I have to say that Kai had a very good nap today, and there was even a beautiful woman to accompany him in his dreams. Fei, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Butler, quickly contact a doctor. Suddenly, Xing Feiran's scream was heard outside the room, which successfully pulled Kai Yi out of his sleep. Kai Yi suddenly woke up, quickly got out of bed, opened the door and walked towards the living room. What's wrong? What happened? Kai Yi walked quickly towards the sofa, but it was already a mess there. Xing Feiran had heard about Yang Feifei's illness before. Her condition was special and she would suddenly faint from time to time. However, Xing Feiran had never encountered this before. This was the first time, so he was very nervous. Hearing Kai Yi's voice, Xing Feiran seemed to have found his backbone, because Kai Yi's previous performances were all very versatile. Fei Fei fainted. She clearly had medicine with her all the time, but I couldn't find it. Xing Feiran said anxiously, and his expression looked like he was about to cry in the next second. Xing Feiran, who was always calm, was about to cry, and Kai Yi also realized the seriousness of the matter. The housekeeper at the side hung up the phone and came over. Miss, the doctor said he will be here soon. Kai Yi frowned, a little puzzled. Why don't you go to the hospital? Xing Feiran shook his head with red eyes. It's useless. Fei Fei's condition is an extremely rare disease. The hospital can't cure it. I found a master to treat it in the past 2 years, and it has improved a lot. Kai Yi nodded, and understood something in his heart. I understand. After saying that, Kai Yi half knelt down, took Yang Feifei's hand and started to take her pulse. Xing Feiran looked at Yang Feifei anxiously, but was also confused by Kai Yi's actions. She blinked in confusion. Kai Yi, what are you doing? Kai Yi did not answer Xing Feiran's words. Instead, after quickly taking Yang Feifei's pulse, he reached out and pressed several acupoints on her. Are you sure that doctor has medicine that can save Yang Feifei? Kai Yi looked at Xing Feiran, who was standing aside in a daze. Xing Feiran nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Kai Yi stood up and sat next to Xing Feiran. That's fine, as long as he can get here within an hour. Not only Xing Feiran felt a little confused by Kai Yi's behavior, but also the housekeeper beside him. Do you know medical skills? Xing Feiran asked suspiciously. She is not only good at fighting but also good at composing music. This afternoon, she also witnessed Kai Yi's speed racing. So, Xing Feiran really doesn't believe now that Kai Yi actually knows medical skills. How could there be a perfect person in the world who can do everything? Xing Feiran was a little surprised, and seeing that Kai Yi seemed to have just tapped Yang Feifei a few times, he became even more skeptical. Kai Yi naturally saw their confusion and was half believing and half doubting. But Kai Yi was not in a hurry. After all, capable people are never in a hurry to prove themselves. Xing Feiran didn't actually not believe Kai Yi, it's just that she didn't think there was any perfect person in the world. Especially since Kai Yi's span is too big, and this also concerns a life. However, although she was skeptical, she did not question Kai Yi, but just looked at the housekeeper anxiously. When did Dr. Li say it would arrive? The butler looked at the time and said, it will take half an hour. Xing Feiran nodded and said nothing. After all, this kind of thing really happened suddenly, and it was indeed acceptable to deal with it within half an hour. Looking at the two anxious people, Kai Yi was quite leisurely. He looked thoughtfully at Yang Feifei, who was lying motionless on the sofa. It must be said that Yang Feifei's illness was indeed very strange. What symptoms did she have when she was sick before? Xing Feiran was stunned for a moment, but still answered, her condition is very strange. At first, she just had difficulty breathing and often felt dizzy. Later, she fainted directly, and sometimes she had difficulty breathing. This is what Xing Feiran knew. Kai Yi nodded, said nothing, and fell into deep thought. Xing Feiran on the side had been paying attention to Yang Feifei, and kept reaching out her hand to feel Yang Feifei's breath. Every time she felt Yang Feifei was still breathing, she would breathe a sigh of relief. Xing Feiran blinked, as if he found something wrong. She looked at Yang Feifei carefully, wondering if Yang Feifei's face was rosy just now. When she fainted just now, she clearly remembered seeing Yang Feifei's face was very pale. Could it really be because of Kai Yi? However, before Xing Feiran could figure it out, hurried footsteps were heard outside. A middle-aged man walked in quickly from outside, carrying a leather suitcase in his hand. Dr. Li. Come on, come and check on Feifei's condition. Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, first placed the suitcase on the coffee table, and then took out a small porcelain bottle from it. After he took out a pill and fed it to Yang Feifei, He breathed a sigh of relief and had time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Everything should be fine after taking the medicine, right? Sheng Feiran asked anxiously. Chapter 31 Traditional Chinese Medicine. If you were fine just now, nothing will go wrong if you take the medicine now. As Dr. Li spoke, he stuffed the medicine into Yang Feifei's mouth, and then he checked Yang Feifei's condition. However, after a while, Dr. Li looked up with some confusion and looked carefully at Yang Feifei's face. Huh? Are you sure she has been unconscious for almost half an hour? How come she is in such good condition? Dr. Li looked at Sheng Feiran strangely. Sheng Feiran was also stunned when he heard this. Yes, she has indeed been unconscious for half an hour. Dr. Li frowned, feeling even more puzzled, and then checked concubine Yang again, not wanting to believe it. It's strange. She is in a much better condition now than when she fainted before. She looks rosy and healthy. When Sheng Feiran heard what Dr. Li said, he immediately understood that what he had just seen was not an illusion. After Kai Yi's actions just now, Yang Feifei's complexion did indeed become rosy. He was right. Sheng Feiran subconsciously looked at Kai Yi, and happened to see Kai Yi looking at her with a smile on his face. Just now, Kai Yi took Feifei's pulse and seemed to have pressed a few acupoints. Then I saw that Feifei's complexion looked better. Sheng Feiran said. Oh. Hearing this, Dr. Li looked at the man next to Sheng Feiran with interest. Dr. Li had been to this place once before, so he knew Sheng Feiran's housekeeper. The only people here now, besides him and Sheng Feiran, were the butler and the strange man next to Sheng Feiran. Is this gentleman a Chinese medicine practitioner? Dr. Li asked. Facing Dr. Li's curious eyes, Kai Yi just shook his head and said very humbly. I'm not a Chinese medicine practitioner. I'm just interested in Chinese medicine and have studied it before. He just studied it accidentally and became proficient in it, Kai Yi smiled. So that's how it is. Hearing Kai Yi's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Dr. Li's eyes. I originally thought that I had met a young man with extraordinary medical skills, but now it seems that it might just be a coincidence that helped ease Yang Feifei's condition a little. Cough 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 cough. While several people were talking, Yang Feifei, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly started coughing. Everyone looked over hurriedly and saw Yang Feifei frowning, coughing, and sitting up from the sofa. Seeing this, Sheng Feiran hurried forward to help her up, and asked with concern, Feifei, are you okay? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Yang Feifei was somewhat confused when she suddenly woke up, but she had experienced this before, so she naturally knew what had happened. She shook her head blankly, and seeing Dr. Li standing beside her, she asked in confusion, Dr. Li, why are you here? What are you talking about? Sheng Feiran scolded, you almost scared me to death when you fainted just now. Fortunately, Dr. Li brought the medicine in time, otherwise. Having said that, Sheng Feiran was still a little frightened. Yang Feifei also knew that she was in the wrong. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said, because I haven't felt any discomfort in my body during this period, I just slacked off. Hearing Yang Feifei say this, Sheng Feiran and Dr. Li's faces suddenly turned gloomy. Dr. Li packed up his things and said seriously, Miss Yang, if you continue to be so lazy, I'm afraid we'll have to see you at the hospital. Yang Feifei's face turned pale for a moment, and then she quickly waved her hands, I won't do it anymore. After giving a few careful instructions, Dr. Li left the bottle of medicine and left. Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei thoughtfully. It seemed that Yang Feifei had already developed a traumatic impression of the hospital, otherwise her reaction just now would not have been so big. Feifei, have you never tried Chinese medicine? Kai Yi turned his head to look at Yang Feifei and asked. Yang Feifei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. I actually looked for Chinese medicine before, but in the end I chose Western medicine because it works faster. Kai Yi laughed, you haven't even tried Chinese medicine yet, how do you know that Western medicine is more effective? Yang Feifei frowned slightly and retorted, why haven't I tried it? I even received acupuncture for a period of time, but it didn't work, so I went to see Dr. Li and others. How could that be? Kai Yi murmured in confusion. After all, he had just pressed Yang Feifei's acupoints a few times and it had already had some effect. It doesn't make sense that Chinese medicine treatment has no effect on Yang Feifei. Unless the person Yang Feifei found is not good at Chinese medicine. Although I also think that traditional Chinese medicine in our country is very good, it is indeed of no use to me. Yang Feifei thought Kai Yi was still in doubt, so she continued. Okay. Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. After all, this was someone else's business. Besides, the treatment seemed to be going well at the moment, so it would be better for him not to meddle in other people's business. But your illness has not been completely cured yet. Why did you faint again now? Xing Feiran looked at Yang Feifei with a reproachful look again. Yang Feifei was very helpless. I was recovering well and stable before, so I took less medicine, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. Xing Feiran was frightened just now. He grabbed Yang Feifei's hand and blamed her. You are not fully recovered yet, so why are you in such a hurry to return? Yang Feifei was afraid that Xing Feiran would not let her return, so she said anxiously, I am really almost well now, so I decided to return. I didn't expect that skipping one day of medicine would lead to this. I swear, I will take medicine every meal from now on. Kai Yi tried to hold back but couldn't help saying, you just missed a dose of medicine and it's so serious. You should find time to get checked. This time, Yang Feifei did not refute Kai Yi. After all, she was indeed in the wrong. Kai Yi didn't think that Yang Feifei's condition had completely recovered. Instead, he just thought that Yang Feifei's current physical condition was only being supported by medication. If he hadn't had any silver needles on him, he would have really given Yang Feifei an injection just now. But thinking of the silver needles, Kai Yi suddenly remembered that he had to find an opportunity to get some silver needles as he still needed them. Xing Feiran is also a workaholic, so after lunch break, after making sure that Yang Feifei really had nothing to do, he left for the company. Of course, since someone was followed today, Firefox was asked to pick up Xing Feiran personally. Looking at Xing Feiran's departing figure, Yang Feifei couldn't help but sigh and shook her head. As expected of Sister Feiran, she's still thinking about going back to work at this time. Kai Yi also nodded in agreement, he is indeed a workaholic. Seeing Xing Feiran leave, Kai Yi originally wanted to go back and buy a set of silver needles on the way. Are you going home? I can take you back by the way. Kai Yi's car was scrapped. When Xing Feiran left just now, she said that Kai Yi could drive the car in her garage back. Chapter 32 Bitter Heart. Are you going back? Upon hearing this, Yang Feifei quickly grabbed Kai Yi's arms with both hands and pulled Kai Yi directly. Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei in confusion. Because of her personality, Yang Feifei was actually very shy. He didn't expect that she would suddenly take the initiative to hold him. However, even though she took the initiative to hold him back, a blush still appeared on Yang Feifei's face. Perhaps she felt that her action was too abrupt and was somewhat embarrassed. Kai Yi subconsciously lowered his head to look at her, and saw Yang Feifei blinking shyly, and finally looked up at Kai Yi. Well, that Kai Yi. I'm sorry, but can you come to my house today? Yang Feifei's face flushed, and her pair of bright big eyes looked at Kai Yi expectantly. Kai Yi opened his eyes slightly in surprise, and nodded without hesitation, of course. I didn't expect Yang Feifei, who looked so introverted and shy, to be so proactive. Hearing this, Yang Feifei immediately laughed twice. That's great. I was worried that you wouldn't agree to me. After all, you are so tired today. Yang Feifei couldn't help but shook Kai Yi's arm excitedly. Kai Yi smiled and said, how could that be? No matter how tired I am, I have to consider you. Hee, although I'm still a little embarrassed, I can treat you to a big meal later. Kai Yi curled his lips, how can that be possible? If it really happens, I will have to treat you to a meal. Yang Feifei didn't react, she just smiled excitedly to herself. Very good, his rationality returned. Kai Yi didn't think that Yang Feifei would invite him to her house for no reason. Okay, can you tell me what's the matter now? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who was holding his arm. Oh, I forgot, look at my head. Yang Feifei slapped her forehead in annoyance, and then explained, it's like this, aren't we going to cooperate? And my family has a lot of music equipment. So I want to invite you to my house and help me polish the arrangement of the other songs. Yang Feifei became very excited when she thought of the song composed by Kai Yi, and she was also looking forward to the song that the two of them would work together on in the future. Kai Yi was helpless. As expected, he knew that Yang Feifei must have come to him because of these things. Okay then, let's go now. After looking at the time, Kai Yi reluctantly walked towards the underground garage first. Yang Feifei nodded obediently, and then followed Kai Yi happily. Kai Yi couldn't help feeling happy when he saw Yang Feifei, who was so well behaved and gentle. This seems much less troublesome than the little witch at home. Just as Kai Yi thought of Rou Rou, his cell phone suddenly rang. Kai Yi took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Rou Rou. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. What a coincidence. Seeing that Kai Yi had a call, Yang Feifei very tactfully pointed to the underground garage and indicated that she would go there to wait for him first. Kai Yi nodded, walked aside and answered the phone. Hello. Hello? Brother Yi. Are you free this afternoon? I will finish my classes early this afternoon and plan to go shopping with Sister Butterfly. Do you want to come? I can help you choose clothes for the party one day. The moment the call was connected, Kai Yi had just finished saying one word when Rou Rou on the other end couldn't wait to say everything. Imagining Rou Rou over there spouting these words like a machine gun, Kai Yi found it somewhat funny. What time is it? Let me check. It is now around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If there is enough time, he can still go. After all, he has just promised Yang Feifei and he can't go back on his word. Tilde, although it's earlier than usual, it's still 5 or 6 o'clock. But I can treat you to a meal tilde, Rou Rou on the opposite side said flatteringly, fearing that Kai Yi would disagree. Seeing that the little witch had softened her attitude and the time did not conflict, Kai Yi reluctantly agreed. That's fine. Since you've performed well and are very well behaved, I agreed. After the afternoon session, send me the address and I can go there myself. Kai Yi couldn't help but say jokingly. Rou Rou, who was on the other end of the phone, couldn't help but blush when she heard Kai Yi's teasing tone. What do you mean she's doing okay? Very well behaved? Really? Although she was complaining in her heart, Rou Rou had a sweet smile on her face. It's settled then, Brother Yi, remember to come this afternoon tilde. Seeing that Kai Yi agreed, Rou Rou finally hung up the phone with relief. While Rou Rou was on the phone, Rou Rou was sitting beside her and watching. For some reason, seeing Rou Rou smiling happily while making a phone call, Rou Rou actually felt a little sad and blocked. Did Kai Yi agree? Seeing Rou Rou hanging up the phone with a smile, Rou Rou asked subconsciously. Rou Rou chuckled, then patted her chest smugly. Of course, I'm the one taking action. How could he not agree? Rou Rou felt a little guilty when she said this. After all, she was the one being teased by Kai Yi in the conversation just now. However, she felt more confident when she thought that Rou Rou might not have heard their conversation. Looking at Rou Rou's smile, Rou Rou had to admit that she couldn't laugh at this moment. However, Butterfly doesn't like to laugh on weekdays, so Rou Rou didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing Rou Rou in a good mood and starting to eat dessert, Rou Rou twitched the corners of her mouth, but still couldn't help asking, your relationship with Kai Yi seems to have improved now. Even Rou Rou was stunned when she heard what Rou Rou said. Yes, ever since Kai Yi saved her, their relationship is not as bad as before. Rou Rou no longer disliked Kai Yi as much as before. Not only that, thinking about how they usually get along, and how she went to find Kai Yi because she was afraid of thunder, Rou Rou couldn't help but blush. Well, that's about right. Considering that he treats me quite well. Rou Rou couldn't help but lower her head shyly, speaking somewhat unnaturally. Seeing Rou Rou like this, Rou Rou couldn't help feeling a little bitter. After hanging up the phone, Kai Yi went straight to the underground garage. As soon as he stepped into the underground garage, he saw Yang Feifei circling around a motorcycle with an excited expression. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the motorcycle. The shape and the bright red color looked really handsome. It was obvious that it was specially customized by Xing Feiran. Chapter 33 Excitement. Do you like motorcycles? Kai Yi walked up and asked. When Yang Feifei saw Kai Yi coming, she straightened up and smiled a little embarrassedly. I don't really like it, I just want to try it. After all, I haven't tried it much before. Later, due to physical reasons, everyone stopped me from touching these things. Having said that, Yang Feifei sighed somewhat helplessly. If you can't ride it, it doesn't mean you can't sit on it, right? Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei. Yang Feifei blinked in confusion, then suddenly reacted. She looked at Kai Yi with shining eyes. Do you want to drive this car? Kai Yi looked at the excited woman in front of him and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He took a step forward and sat directly astride the motorcycle. Picking up the helmet in front of him, Kai Yi turned around and raised his eyebrows to look at Yang Feifei. Why aren't you coming up yet? The excited Yang Feifei suddenly came back to her senses. She pursed her lips tightly, took the helmet from Kai Yi's hand, and then sat behind Kai Yi. Kai Yi put on his helmet and said, "Hold me tight." Before Yang Feifei could hear Kai Yi's words clearly, she heard the sound of a motorcycle starting. She was so scared that she quickly reached out and hugged Kai Yi's waist, and the next second, the inertia of the car came, and Yang Feifei couldn't help but stick to Kai Yi's back. Yang Feifei couldn't help but exclaimed softly in fear. Following Yang Feifei's exclamation, Kai Yi suddenly felt a softness on his back. Then, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 100 villain points. Boom tilde. Before Yang Feifei could calm down, the engine of the motorcycle under her suddenly started, and then the whole car rushed out of the underground garage like an arrow. Yang Feifei hugged Kai Yi's waist tightly, and was so scared that she buried her whole body in Kai Yi's back. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 100 villain points are awarded. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 50 villain points are awarded. Feeling the touch behind him and hearing the system's prompt, Kai Yi suddenly felt that he had to get a motorcycle as soon as he had the chance. Are you still not confident in my driving skills? Look up and take a look. Kai Yi said with a smile in front. Looking at the scenery flashing by quickly around her, Yang Feifei couldn't help but feel her heart beating rapidly with excitement. Because of her illness, she has spent most of her time in the hospital in the past 2 years and has never been so excited. Oh, except for today at noon. After hearing Kai Yi's words and remembering his driving skills at noon, Yang Feifei raised her head carefully with relief, but her arms were still tightly around Kai Yi. On the busy road, Kai Yi was seen driving his motorcycle and sprinting in front of other cars. Seeing the road conditions with your own eyes is more than just exciting. Every time Yang Feifei was frightened and screamed, and when she thought she was about to be hit, Kai Yi had already easily avoided those cars. Until the very end, when Kai Yi parked the car downstairs of Yang Feifei's building, Yang Feifei's excitement had not yet subsided. She sat in the back with a red face, excited and hadn't come to her senses yet. Kai Yi took off his helmet and looked at Yang Feifei behind him. Seeing her blushing and silly look, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Hasn't your soul caught up yet? Kai Yi teased. This made Yang Feifei come back to her senses immediately. Her face turned red and she glanced at Kai Yi in front of her with a displeased look. What nonsense are you talking about? Kai Yi looked at her like this and laughed twice, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Can we get off the car now?" As he spoke, Kai Yi stretched out his finger and tapped Yang Feifei's arm that was wrapped around his waist. Yang Feifei's face suddenly turned red, and then she quickly withdrew her arm with a flushed face. I'll be going down now. Having said that, Yang Feifei got out of the car carefully. After all, her feet couldn't reach the ground when sitting in the back. Even after getting off the car, Yang Feifei still felt a little dizzy and the whole thing seemed a little unreal. Seeing Chi Yi park the car, Yang Feifei hurriedly stepped forward and took Kai Yi into her home. Although Yang Feifei does not live in a villa, her house is indeed very big. It is a one-floor, one-unit type, and it is a large flat. What surprised Kai Yi was that he didn't expect that when he arrived at Yang Feifei's house, what he found after opening the door was not a cozy little home, but a living room filled with records and some albums. Although the walls are filled with souvenirs, it doesn't feel crowded at all. What surprised Kai Yi was that Yang Feifei's home actually had a recording studio specifically for recording. Not to mention the recording studio, other equipment was also fully equipped. So rich. These must cost a lot, right? Kai Yi shook his head in amazement. Yang Feifei was helpless. My family has a little money, but I don't have any money. These are all the things I use to make money to renovate. But after renovating these things, I don't have much money left. After hearing Yang Feifei's words, Kai Yi vaguely thought of Yang Feifei's family background mentioned in the book. Yang Feifei's family is not a wealthy family, but they are of good family background. They are authoritative in Yunhai City. This is also the reason why Yihan has been traveling to various countries to find a famous doctor for Yang Feifei. After all, although Yihan's business is very big now, he is not on the same level as Yang Feifei's family. However, if he could get connected to Yang Feifei's family, it would be a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei's excited back and narrowed his eyes slightly, boss, you can't blame me for this. These opportunities were presented to me personally. Yang Feifei tidied up the things on the sofa somewhat embarrassedly, and then went to pour a glass of water for Kai Yi. In fact, my family didn't really agree with me doing this before, but since I got sick, they just thought that as long as I was happy, that was all that mattered. Kai Yi smiled and joked, it turns out that comparison is still necessary. Yang Feifei smiled and nodded, that's indeed the truth. Kai Yi sat on the sofa and looked up at Yang Feifei, have you thought of the theme of your comeback song? Speaking of this, Yang Feifei immediately became excited. She nodded and sat next to Kai Yi. Yeah, I've thought about it before. In fact, I've even written the lyrics and I'm just waiting for the music to be arranged. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise I would have to work on each song slowly by myself. Oh, right. At this point, Yang Feifei suddenly thought of something and stood up hurriedly, I'll go get you the lyrics I wrote. Chapter 34 Sorry, boss. Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei with a helpless look. It was really strange to see her like this. It is indeed adorable to see a sweet and docile little girl suddenly become excited when she sees something she likes. Thinking of this, Kai Yi put the teacup in his hand on the coffee table, and then leaned back on the pillow. However, as soon as he leaned on the pillow, Kai Yi noticed something. He subconsciously reached out his hand to touch behind him, but he didn't expect to pull out a bra. Looking at the tender pink clothes in his hands, Kai Yi fell silent subconsciously. Just as Kai Yi was looking at the thing in his hand in silence, Yang Feifei walked out of the recording studio with a smile on her face and a folder in her hand. Kai Yi, take a look. Yang Feifei raised her head and looked at Kai Yi with bright eyes, but as soon as she raised her head, she was stunned. The originally bright eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, and even the smile at the corner of the mouth froze on the face. R. Yang Feifei stood there stiffly for a while, then suddenly screamed. She hurriedly trotted over and snatched the little dress from Kai Yi's hand, then blushed and threw the dress directly into her room. After closing the bedroom door, Yang Feifei's face flushed and she looked at Kai Yi on the sofa at a loss. Yang Feifei's movements were indeed quite fast, especially her scream just now, which made Kai Yi stunned. After all, he is a singer, and this high note is really amazing. Ahem. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just felt there was something behind me, so I reached out to grab it. I didn't expect it. Kai Yi touched his nose somewhat unnaturally. After all, he had not expected things to turn out this way. Yang Feifei stood stiffly at the bedroom door and waved her hand quickly when she heard the words. It's okay, it's okay. I don't blame you. It's my fault for putting things in the wrong place. After saying that, Yang Feifei blushed again and stood there with her head down. Seeing Yang Feifei standing there with a red face, it seemed like smoke was coming out of her head. Seeing that she was unwilling to face the reality, Kai Yi couldn't help laughing. For Yang Feifei, who has an introverted personality, what just happened was no different from her hugging Xing Feiran while racing at noon. He picked up the folder that Yang Feifei had just thrown to him anxiously on the coffee table in front of him. It's time to talk about business. Kai Yi reminded. Yang Feifei came back to her senses immediately. With a red face, she slowly moved to Kai Yi's side, and then sat next to him. Yang Feifei, who was originally shy, seemed to become a different person after talking about serious things. She sat there, excitedly telling Kai Yi about her understanding and settings, as well as her thoughts when writing the lyrics. Kai Yi sat patiently beside Yang Feifei and listened to her words. From time to time, she put forward some of her own opinions, and after hearing that Kai Yi's ideas resonated with hers, Yang Feifei became even more excited. She couldn't help but hold Kai Yi's hand on her leg, and said excitedly, Kai Yi, it's really great to meet you, I knew it. You can make that kind of music, you must understand my ideas. Kai Yi smiled and was about to say something when he saw Yang Feifei's cell phone on the coffee table vibrating. As the phone rang, Kai Yi naturally saw the note on the phone. Looking at the word Yi Han, Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Then Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei, but he didn't expect Yang Feifei to hang up the phone directly. Huh? You're not going to answer the boss call? Kai Yi asked puzzledly. Boss? You and Goshawk? Yang Feifei blinked in confusion. Kai Yi nodded, like Kang Ying, I came out of the mercenary group with the boss. After hearing Kai Yi's explanation, Yang Feifei's eyes widened in sudden realization. No wonder you looked so familiar to me at the beginning. No wonder, I must have seen you before, but they all called you by code names, so I didn't think about it that way. Yes, after returning to China, I rarely use my code name. After all, I am no longer in the mercenary group. No wonder you were such a good driver at noon. But you can also play music. You are so versatile. I didn't expect that Yihan has a genius like you. Kai Yi smiled embarrassedly after hearing this. Don't praise me, these are just some of my little interests. Besides, I am definitely not as good as the boss in these things. Who said that? Yang Feifei interrupted Kai Yi directly. You are much better than Yihan. You look better than Yihan. You have a better personality. And you can also play music. Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei in some surprise. After all, he really didn't expect that Yihan's harem would actually say that she was better than Yihan. Are you and the boss aren't you a couple? Kai Yi asked his question tentatively. What? What are you talking about? Yang Feifei stood up with a look of astonishment. She looked as if she had heard something scary, and her expression was full of praise. Now Kai Yi was a little confused, and he wanted to recall the plot in the original novel. But now it is the early stage, and Yang Feifei did not appear many times in the early stage. Only after the male protagonist needed Yang Feifei's family background later, Yang Feifei appeared more often. Could it be that Yihan and Yang Feifei haven't confirmed their relationship yet, and they don't have any ambiguous relationship yet? But if that was the case, why would the goshawk follow Yang Feifei? Since you are not on good terms with the boss, why is Kang Ying by your side? After all, the boss only arranges bodyguards for my sisters-in-law. Kai Yi pretended to be very confused and looked at Yang Feifei, as if he really knew nothing. Sisters-in-law. Yang Feifei was even more dumbfounded. Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to have destroyed the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 500 villain points are awarded. You really don't have a good relationship with my boss? Kai Yi asked in disbelief. If there is really no development, then it would be very easy for him to take action now while Yihan is abroad. Really? Seeing Kai Yi's face full of disbelief, Yang Feifei anxiously sat down next to him. When I first went to meet Sister Fei Ran at the company, I met him a few times. I have to admit that he is indeed quite charming. Kai Yi nodded secretly. He was not surprised. This was the so-called aura of the male protagonist. He would definitely attract women's attention as soon as he appeared. But he's just average looking. Yang Feifei blinked. Seeing Kai Yi looking at her in confusion again, Yang Feifei quickly explained, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you're ugly. I'm obsessed with looks, so. Chapter 35. The teasing is almost over. Listening to Yang Feifei's words, Kai Yi's mouth twitched violently. He suppressed his smile and coughed a few times, then said, Ahem, don't worry, I understand, but I thought you and my boss were fine too. Oh, please don't misunderstand. Yang Feifei explained anxiously, her little face turning red. Although we have met several times before, I also know that your boss and Sister Fei Ran are very good friends. How could I possibly be with him? And Yang Feifei seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and her tone became a little excited, and he is good friends with many people. I don't like people like her. Looking at it this way, Sister Fei Ran is really pitiful. Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei's current condition and understood something in his heart. It seems that Yihan has not yet conquered Yang Feifei. It's just that even though Yang Feifei dislikes Yihan so much now, she will eventually fall under the charm of Yihan as the male protagonist. But thinking of this, Kai Yi curled his lips slightly. That was when he didn't take action. If he took action, he wouldn't know what would happen. Thinking of this, Kai Yi was ready to continue asking questions. That goshawk. Yang Feifei blinked in confusion. I don't know about that. I only know that once I fainted in Sister Fei Ran's office, and Yihan had someone take me to the hospital. He also found a doctor for me. I don't know what he said to my family, but he asked Kang Ying to be my bodyguard to prevent me from getting into any accidents. After hearing what Yang Feifei said, Kai Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. According to this situation, Yihan has actually gained some benefits from the Yang family. No wonder he dared to come back with the daughter of a foreign mafia. It's really strange that you don't like my boss, Kai Yi said in pretended surprise. This look of astonishment also successfully made Yang Feifei feel dissatisfied. She sat next to Kai Yi, frowned in dissatisfaction, then put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, Who says that a woman must like your boss? I admit that he is indeed an outstanding person. But that is not my standard for choosing a boyfriend. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 500 villain points are awarded. Hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei with a softer look. It is not as easy to gain villain value during this period as before, so he is now very grateful to Yang Feifei for bringing his villain value back to over 10,000. However, after hearing Yang Feifei's words, Kai Yi still raised his eyebrows slightly. So what are your criteria for choosing a boyfriend? Yang Feifei had just finished speaking when she met Kai Yi's gentle eyes and was slightly stunned. After hearing Kai Yi's words, her face became even redder as she looked at Kai Yi. This. Yang Feifei avoided looking at Kai Yi, stammering and unable to utter a word for a long time. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 50 villain points. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Kai Yi raised the corners of his eyes slightly. Does this mean that he has a good impression of himself? Wouldn't that make things easier? Seeing Yang Feifei's flushed face and hesitant look, Kai Yi took a tissue from the side and leaned forward to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Then, Kai Yi asked worriedly. Why is your face so red? Why are you sweating all the time? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take a look? Seeing Kai Yi so close to her, Yang Feifei was dumbfounded again. Since childhood, Yang Feifei's family education was very strict, so Yang Feifei rarely came into contact with boys. Even the word puppy love has never appeared in Yang Feifei's life. Because Yang Feifei had been a good girl since she was a child, and it was only after graduation that she finally disobeyed her family. But it's only because I entered the entertainment industry. At that time, Yang Feifei was only focused on her career, so she never thought about falling in love. Later, Yang Feifei, who was successful in her career, had to stay in the hospital for the past 2 years due to illness. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, Yang Feifei had never thought about falling in love. Not only that, she had never even had close contact with a man. And now, seeing Kai Yi is so close to him. Feeling her heart beating, thump thump, Yang Feifei couldn't help but feel a little confused. What is my current situation? Why does the heart beat so fast? Yang Feifei, the novice, was a little dumbfounded, and when Kai Yi reached out his hand to help her wipe the sweat, Yang Feifei's face became even redder, and even her heart beat faster. She was at a loss, covering her chest with her hands and looking up at Kai Yi blankly. Is this the feeling of being moved in the legend? Did I really fall in love with Kai Yi, a person I just met? The little white Yang Feifei looked at Kai Yi with eyes full of love, not knowing that her heartbeat was just due to shyness, not the so-called heartbeat. Ding Ding Tilder the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 100 villain points are awarded. Huh? What's wrong? Are you really feeling uncomfortable? Hearing the voice of the system, Kai Yi continued and asked with a very worried look. Yang Feifei came back to her senses immediately, lowered her head with a red face, but she couldn't help but look up at Kai Yi. She couldn't help feeling ashamed when she thought about what she was thinking. I could only awkwardly start to change the subject. No, I'm not feeling unwell, but can you still treat illnesses for others? Yang Feifei said softly with a blushing face. Seeing Yang Feifei awkwardly trying to change the subject, Kai Yi felt a little amused. It's okay, I know a little bit. Do you need me to help you take a look? Kai Yi looked at Yang Feifei with a smile. Yang Feifei blinked her big eyes and looked at Kai Yi. When she saw Kai Yi looking at her, she blushed and looked away. No thanks, let's just talk about work quickly. Seeing that the teasing was almost over, Kai Yi did not continue. Besides, he had gained a lot today, and he was afraid that if he continued to tease her, it would backfire. After talking about work, Yang Feifei suddenly felt the temperature on her face cool down a little. This also made Yang Feifei feel relieved immediately, but as time went by, Yang Feifei became more and more impressed with Kai Yi. Every time when she came up with an idea, Kai Yi would always draw inferences from it and come up with some ideas that would amaze Yang Feifei. This also made Yang Feifei admire Kai Yi even more. Kai Yi, you are really amazing. Chapter 36 Self-Strategy. You've praised me enough. If you continue praising me, I'll get carried away. Kai Yi coughed lightly a few times and said modestly. Ding dong tilde. As soon as Kai Yi finished speaking, the phone next to him vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw that it was indeed a message from Rou Rou. Seeing Rou Rou said that she would wait for him at XX Square, Kai realized that time had passed so quickly and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After replying to Rou Rou's message, Kai put down his phone. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Seeing this, Yang Feifei also raised her head from the music score. Looking at the woman in front of him who was looking at him eagerly, obediently and docilely, Kai found that he was really reluctant to leave. But before Kai could say anything, Yang Feifei over there had already started looking at the time. Seeing that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Feifei couldn't help but exclaimed. Oh, it's already 5 in the afternoon. Sorry, I didn't expect to have kept you for so long. If you have something to do now, please leave quickly. After saying this, Yang Feifei seemed to have thought of something and slapped her head in annoyance. Oh, sorry, my brain isn't working well enough. I should have treated you to a meal. Yang Feifei looked at Kai apologetically. Looking at Yang Feifei, who was a little angry with him, Kai was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and I didn't expect to have such a good chat with you. But I still have something to do, so I have to go first. Kai picked up his coat and stood up. Seeing Kai standing up, Yang Feifei also hurriedly stood up and walked him to the door. Well, why don't I treat you to dinner again next time if there's a chance? Yang Feifei said with a blushing face. Kai smiled secretly, that was exactly what he meant. Although he was delighted in his heart, Kai remained expressionless. He nodded with a smile, rubbed Yang Feifei's head, and walked out of the room. Okay, don't be so polite. There's no need to send me off. It's windy down there, and you're not well yet. I can go down by myself. After saying this, without waiting for Yang Feifei to refuse, Kai had already walked into the elevator nearby. Yang Feifei, who was standing aside, stared blankly at Kai leaving, and couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her head. Thinking of how thoughtful Kai had just been, or what Kai had said about them getting along very well, and finally thinking of Kai rubbing his head with a smile. This made Yang Feifei raise her hands to cover her face. Could it be that Kai is also interested in me? After standing at the door for a long time, Yang Feifei quickly slapped her face. No, I can't be love-brained. Kai, who was going downstairs, had no idea that he was thinking about how to tease Yang Feifei next time. This little girl here has already started to attack herself. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 50 villain points. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 50 villain points. There were 2 consecutive system prompt sounds, which made Kai pause in his action of getting into the car. What is going on? Kai didn't think that his riding a bike would be a villainous act. The only explanation is that the destined female protagonist has a better impression of me. At this moment, the only person Kai thought was a possible candidate was Yang Feifei upstairs. Kai rode his bike away from the community with some surprise in his heart. He didn't expect that Yang Feifei was so innocent. Kai sped all the way and successfully arrived at XX Square in the city center after more than 10 minutes. In the coffee shop downstairs in XX Square, Rou Rou was complaining to Han on her cell phone. Why do we always ask Sister Butterfly to do things? He obviously has so many people under him. Today was the same. I finally got the chance to go shopping with Sister Butterfly, but unexpectedly, she was called away by Han. Rou Rou was sending a message to Han in great dissatisfaction, but before she received the message from Han, she heard Shin Miu Miu exclaim from the other side. Even the little girls who were shopping nearby began to get agitated. Wow! Rou Rou, look quickly, Rou Rou. Look at the red motorcycle over there, and that guy is so handsome. Even though he's wearing a helmet. But look at his figure. Shin Miu Miu excitedly pulled Rou Rou's hand beside him. Rou Rou didn't take it seriously. Seeing that Han still hadn't replied to her message, she curled her lips in dissatisfaction and put down her phone. How much more handsome can you be? Seeing you act like a nympho, I'll let you see a real handsome guy later. Rou Rou smiled. Although Rou Rou had some opinions about Kai for a while, their relationship is much better now. But it has to be said that Rou Rou still admits that Kai is handsome. Until now, Rou Rou has never seen anyone more handsome than Kai. Oh my! What do you know? This kind of motorcycle handsome guy is just a sophisticated atmosphere. But this guy is even cooler than the ones I saw online. Shin Miu gave Rou Rou a reproachful look, then excitedly picked up her phone and took a few photos of the man on the red motorcycle outside. Rou Rou curled her lips helplessly, but after turning her head to look at the motorcycle man outside, her eyes paused. "Oh, look, he's looking over here. Is he looking at us?" Shin Miu said excitedly. "Look at the crazy looks on those two people's faces. I think that handsome guy is just looking at Lily. Lily is so pretty, who else could he look at if not her?" As soon as Shin Miu finished speaking, a weird voice came from behind him. This made Rou Rou and Shin Miu turn around subconsciously, but they unexpectedly saw Ju Lily and her little followers behind them. The two men's faces immediately fell. Rou Rou looked at Ju Lily and gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't expect to run into Ju Lily here again. What bad luck." Shin Miu was worried that the two would quarrel here, so she quickly pulled Rou Rou. "Rou Rou, please keep your voice down. What if they hear you?" Rou Rou snorted coldly. "If she heard it, she heard it. Do you think I'm afraid of her? Hey Lily, look, the handsome guy is waving at you." Ju Lily glanced at Rou Rou with disdain, and her attention was inevitably attracted to the man outside the window. She looked straight at the man next to the motorcycle, and when she saw the man take off his helmet, her eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing the man waving at this side and hearing the exclamations of the girls around her, Ju Lily curled up a gentle smile and waved at the man. Seeing this, Rou Rou couldn't help but sneer. "Look, you're calling others crazy, but your own saliva is about to flow out." Chapter 37, Improve Favorability. Hearing this, Ju Lily was not flustered. She just curled her lips slightly and waved to the handsome guy outside. Then she looked at Rou Rou beside her with a fake smile, and she said confidently, "How do you know if he is a fangirl? Just see if he comes to see me." Rou Rou couldn't help but sneer when she heard Ju Lily's words. She looked at Ju Lily with a complicated expression. "I'm not saying anything to you, Ju Lily, but is there something wrong with you here?" As she spoke, Rou Rou pointed to her own face. This sentence successfully changed Ju Lily's expression, but when she saw the handsome guy who had already walked into the coffee shop, Ju Lily did not get angry on the spot. "Rou Rou, I admit that you are jealous of me, but please don't say such harsh words. If you are not here to see me, are you here to see you? I admit that you are indeed good looking, but look at the shabby clothes you are wearing. TSK 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 TSK. Men are not blind." Rou Rou. She admitted that she was indeed very resentful because she was about to graduate and had to do an internship and attend classes. But she lowered her head and pulled at her t-shirt. How could this be considered shabby? After hearing what Ju Lily said, Shin Miu pouted like Rou Rou. "Maybe the handsome guy came for a date, but you said he came to find you. I think you are imagining it a bit too much." Ju Lily snorted coldly and raised her hand to tuck her hair. "You don't understand this, people like you don't know the charm of mature women. Otherwise, let's make a bet." Rou Rou looked at Kai getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but become interested. She turned to look at Ju Lily. "Okay, then tell me what you want to bet on, and I'll take care of it all." Ju Lily didn't expect that Rou Rou, who was usually so choking, would agree so quickly. "How about this, if I win, you will post a photo with Li Feng on your moments and say that you two are together." Ju Lily looked at Rou Rou provocatively. Shin Miu, who was standing by, heard Ju Lily's words and immediately pulled Rou Rou's arm, fearing that Rou Rou would agree. However, Rou Rou did agree. After all, she was sure of winning. "What if the motorcycle guy is looking for me? Then you post it on your moments. If the motorcycle guy doesn't come looking for me, then it's a draw." Rou Rou narrowed her eyes and looked at Ju Lily proudly. This was exactly what Ju Lily wanted. After all, she thought it was impossible for her to go find Rou Rou. "Okay, that's it," Ju Lily said, and she took a sip of the coffee, looked at the man holding the helmet behind her, and then smiled and gave him a wink. Kai was a little confused when he just parked the car outside. After he parked his motorcycle outside and was about to send a message to Rou Rou, he saw Rou Rou sitting by the window in the cafe. However, when he waved to Rou Rou, it was someone else who responded, which made Kai somewhat confused. When he walked into the coffee shop, Kai felt even more confused. Is this woman winking at me again? Although that woman is indeed pretty, I'm sorry, she can't compare to my sisters-in-law. Without paying any more attention to the woman, Kai looked at Rou Rou, who was looking at him with a smile on her face and raised his eyebrows slightly. What does this mean? Am I not late? Kai Yi walked to Yi Rou Rou's side and smiled gently. Yi Rou Rou looked smugly at Zhu Lily, whose face had turned ugly, and couldn't help but chuckle twice. I'm not late, I'm here just in time. Yi Rou Rou shook her head and emphasized the words, just in time. Shen Miu sat opposite Yi Rou Rou, staring at Kai Yi in surprise, then at Yi Rou Rou. No wonder Yi Rou Rou wasn't that excited just now, it turns out she knows this handsome guy in person. Thinking of this, Shen Miu looked at Yi Rou Rou unhappily. Good job, little girl. I know a handsome guy. How dare I hide him? Yi Rou Rou noticed Shen Miu's accusing look, smiled awkwardly twice, then turned to look at Zhu Lily, who didn't look very good. Okay Zhu Lily, you lose now, it's time to fulfill your promise. Yi Rou Rou took Kai Yi's hand and looked at Zhu Lily with great pride. Hearing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but look at Yi Rou Rou in confusion, then looked at the woman opposite who had been looking at him in confusion, and he immediately understood. However, Kai Yi was not in a hurry. Instead, he leaned on the booth and watched with interest how Yi Rou Rou would fight back. I have to say, it feels pretty good to be used as something to show off. The woman opposite named Zhu Lily, after hearing Yi Rou Rou's words, her face suddenly turned red and then green, and then green and then red. It looks really wonderful. Not to mention that Zhu Lily was reluctant to admit it. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh? Did you just make a bet? Yi Rou Rou nodded indignantly, then looked angrily at Zhu Lily opposite her. Zhu Lily, are you going to go back on your word? Zhu Lily still didn't say anything, but just raised her head slightly. With moist eyes and red eyes, she looked at Kai Yi pitifully. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh Tilder, it's getting more exciting. I have to admit that this woman named Zhu Lily is indeed quite pretty. If others saw her like this, they might really fall in love with her. But I'm really sorry. Even so, I can't compare to my sisters-in-law Tilder. Especially since Kai Yi had just returned from Yang Feifei's place. Just now when he discovered Yang Feifei's little clothes, Yang Feifei pursed her pink lips, her face flushed with shame, and she looked like she was about to cry. The lady in front of me really can't compare to her. What are you doing? Although Yi Rou Rou's personality is a bit eccentric, she is still a girl after all. She saw Zhu Lily's intention at a glance. She stood up and protected Kai Yi behind her like a child. Zhu Lily, what are you doing? Are you having an eye cramp? Yi Rou Rou said unhappily. After hearing what Yi Rou Rou said, Kai Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Puff. Kai Yi reached out his hand and rubbed Yi Rou Rou's head with amusement. Rou Rou, we can't say this, but... As Kai Yi spoke, he looked at Zhu Lily opposite him. Miss Zhu's words are not sincere. I can't agree with them. I don't know what kind of bet they made, but Kai Yi is somewhat protective of his children. After all, I still have to let the little witch dress me in a maid outfit later, so I have to improve her favor now. Chapter 38 Supporting Yi Rou Rou. Sure enough, after Kai Yi said this, he successfully gained Yi Rou Rou's admiring gaze. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded in Kai Yi's mind. Ding Ding Tilder detected that their host has received the heroine's admiration value, reward 100 villain value. Kai Yi was very satisfied with this broadcast. System, please be more detailed every time you report what caused the villain's behavior. Okay. Seeing that the system agreed so readily, Kai Yi felt somewhat helpless. If he had known that the system would agree so readily, he would have proposed this suggestion earlier. Why would he wait until now to ask tentatively? The perspective returns to the present, and after Kai Yi said this, Zhu Lily still had an ugly expression and did not speak. It was as if he was determined to cheat. However, the little follower next to Zhu Lily began to get anxious. Seeing that the current situation was somewhat amiss, she quickly came out and said, "What bet? We didn't say anything about betting just now. Everyone was just joking. Yi Rou Rou, you are too serious, aren't you? Why is this happening?" After hearing what the little follower said, Zhu Lily's expression finally looked much better. She seemed to be relieved immediately. After all, she had a way out. Yes, Yi Rou Rou, you are too serious, aren't you? We were just joking just now, but you took it seriously. How can you be such a person? Zhu Lily looked at Yi Rou Rou in surprise, as if Yi Rou Rou had said something unbearable. When Yi Rou Rou heard Zhu Lily was playing tricks, she was stunned. She looked up at Kai Yi at a loss, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. And looking at this situation, even the gentle Shin Miu Miu couldn't stand it anymore. Ju Lily, what do you mean? Are you just going to cheat? Ju Lily raised her eyebrows and looked at Shin Miu Miu, looking like she was about to provoke him. What? What are you talking about? I really don't know what you are talking about. After saying this, Ju Lily raised her eyes and looked at Kai Yi innocently. My dear brother, please don't misunderstand me. I'm really not that kind of person. But I see that you know Rou Rou, so you must know her personality, right? So? Ju Li shrugged after she finished speaking. The implication was self-evident. And her behavior successfully made Rou Rou tremble all over with anger. Seeing Rou Rou's eyes turn red with anger, Kai Yi felt a little bit reluctant. He reached out and pulled Rou Rou behind him, then rubbed her head comfortingly. Rou Rou looked up subconsciously and happened to see Kai Yi looking at her with a smile and tenderness on his face. It's okay, watch me. Kai Yi said softly, then turned around. Rou Rou stared at Kai Yi in a daze, and a blush appeared on her face. But I have to say that after Kai Yi's comfort, Rou Rou was indeed not as angry as before. She immediately calmed down, then looked up at the man in front of her expectantly. Miss, I don't know what the bet was just now, but I know Rou Rou is not the kind of person who would lie. If you still don't fulfill your promise, I will produce evidence. Kai Yi said with a cold face. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ju Lily couldn't help but burst out laughing. She couldn't help but look Kai Yi up and down again. Ju Lily just thought that the man in front of her was very handsome, but now she saw that he was also a person with a dull mind. She just didn't believe it. If she didn't believe him, what evidence could he have? The customers who were around just now have all left, and even if the cafe's surveillance cameras can capture this place, it's too noisy here. How is it possible for them to record my video? Brother, how could I possibly lie to you? Ju Lily covered her lips and laughed a few times, then frowned and looked at Kai Yi and said, I saw that you are so handsome, but I didn't expect that you have a bad brain. Faced with Ju Lily's sarcasm, Kai Yi was not panicked. After all, we'll soon know whose brain is failing. Kai Yi turned around and asked Rou Rou to sit down at the booth, while he went to find the person in charge of the coffee shop. To be honest, Kai Yi didn't expect that he would use his skills on such a little girl's fight, but who could blame the little witchy Rou Rou for looking so pitiful just now? Soon, Kai Yi got the surveillance video, but because the people in the store were so noisy, the sound was not very good. However, this is nothing for Kai Yi, who is proficient in hacking skills. In just a short while, Kai Yi returned with the processed video. After hearing her own clear voice in the video, Ju Lily finally couldn't sit still anymore. Rou Rou looked up at Kai Yi in surprise, the admiration on her face no longer concealed. Ding Ding Tilder detected that their host has received the heroine's admiration value, rewarding the villain value 50 points. Kai Yi curled his lips. Although collecting villain points is indeed much slower than before, it is still not bad. Since Miss Ju still refuses to admit it, Rou Rou, you should post a circle of friends on Miss Ju's behalf. As he said that, Kai Yi sent the video surveillance to Rou Rou in front of Ju Lily. Rou Rou smiled and said, okay, I'm a very generous person, I'll post it for her Tilder. No. Seeing that Rou Rou was really going to post on WeChat Moments, Ju Lily panicked and couldn't help but scream. It's no wonder that Ju Lily is excited now. After all, Ju Lily knows that there are many rich second generations in Rou Rou SVX. If the surveillance video was really exposed, how would she still face them? Ju Lily's scream successfully attracted the attention of people around her. But now Ju Lily was too anxious to pay attention to those people. She came to Rou Rou with a wry smile. Oh Tilder Rou Rou, why are you so anxious? I'll just post it Tilder, Ju Lily said, and then in front of Rou Rou, she cut out a photo of herself and Li Feng from the previous class photo and posted it on her Moments. Ju Lily. Oops Tilder, I lost the bet Tilder, picture. Seeing the copy of Che and Chayu, even Kai Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, Kai Yi finally understood why Ju Lily was unwilling to fulfill the bet. Because the man named Li Feng seemed to be somewhat intelligent. This is not discrimination by Kai Yi, but from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, this boy is indeed a little mentally retarded. If he receives timely treatment, he can still be saved. But these are not what Kai Yi should think about. Rou Rou snorted coldly, are you scared now? I don't know who was being sarcastic just now. The surveillance cameras are now in other people's hands, so Ju Lily naturally doesn't dare to act recklessly. She smiled and said, "Oh, Rou Rou, I was just anxious. I'm sorry, Tilda." After a few words, Ju Lily forced a smile and said goodbye to them. Seeing this, her little follower hurriedly followed with his bag. Chapter 39, Shameful Things. Kai Yi looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and heard Yi Rou Rou snort coldly, then she picked up her phone and started operating something. "What are you doing?" Kai Yi looked over curiously. Yi Rou Rou snorted in annoyance, "She is the only one who can gossip in the circle of friends. Can't I express myself a little bit?" Kai Yi took a quick look and saw that it was indeed Yi Rou Rou who was hinting that the man had almost gone back on his word because he had no evidence. "Wow, Rou Rou, your boyfriend is so handsome." Shin Miu Miu, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them and said excitedly. Yi Rou Rou had just put down her phone when she heard Shin Miu Miu say this, and her little face suddenly turned red. She glanced at Kai Yi beside her somewhat unnaturally, and saw that Kai Yi was looking at her with a smile. She did not refute, and her face became even hotter. "You, don't talk nonsense, he is not my boyfriend," Yi Rou Rou quickly explained. But unexpectedly, after Yi Rou Rou said this, Shin Miu Miu's eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting for Kai Yi and Yi Rou Rou to say anything, Shin Miu Miu had already walked to Kai Yi's side with her cell phone. "Handsome guy, can you give me the contact information?" Shin Miu Miu moved so quickly that even Yi Rou Rou beside him didn't react. Kai Yi looked at Yi Rou Rou who was stunned beside him, then took out his cell phone. As Yi Rou Rou's best friend, although Shin Miu Miu's family background is not as good as other sisters in lore, she is young and energetic, and a little silly. Similarly, as one of the destined heroines in the book, Shin Miu Miu's appearance is naturally very delicate. I remember a unit in the original book. Before Yi Han knew that Yi Rou Rou was not his biological sister, he and Shin Miu Miu were already getting along very passionately. After finding out that Yi Rou Rou was not his biological sister, Yi Han and Shin Miu Miu experienced a tragic love affair of chasing each other. This tragedy made the original author waste more than 100,000 words. "By the way, what's your name, little brother? How should I note you?" Shin Miu Miu said a little embarrassedly while standing in front of Kai Yi, holding the phone. Kai Yi smiled and said cheerfully, "Kai Yi, not the Kai of the pond, but the Yi of elegance." Shin Miu Miu nodded, then clicked to send a friend request. Now Yi Rou Rou finally reacted. She quickly stood between the two of them and said, wait a minute, what are you two doing?" Shin Miu Miu smiled sheepishly, "Nothing, I just want to get to know this handsome guy." Yi Rou Rou squinted her eyes and looked at Shin Miu Miu. Thinking of Shin Miu Miu's infatuated look just now, she knew that Shin Miu Miu must have bad intentions towards Kai Yi. Yi Rou Rou looked at Shin Miu Miu angrily, and when she saw the two of them adding each other's contact information, she felt a little sour in her heart. But she looked at Shin Miu Miu angrily, and didn't know what to say for a long time. In the end, she just choked out a sentence, "Look at you, you are so useless." Shin Miu Miu chuckled, then hugged Yi Rou Rou's arm and whispered in her ear, "Rou Rou, you know that I am a face control. I can't walk when I see a handsome guy. When I meet someone as handsome as Kai Yi, how could I let him go?" Kai Yi over there seemed to be operating his mobile phone, but his attention was always on the two women in front of him. Although they spoke in a very low voice, after all, Kai Yi now has the blessing of ancient martial arts skills, so his hearing is naturally many times better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, Kai Yi could hear clearly the whispers between the two at this time. The two people over there were whispering and had obviously forgotten about Kai Yi over here. As Shin Miu Miu was talking, he seemed to suddenly think of something. She stared at Yi Rou Rou with wide eyes. "By the way, Rou Rou, you are not interested in Kai Yi, are you? With our relationship, if you are interested in Kai Yi, then I will definitely not make a move on Kai Yi, you can rest assured." As he spoke, Shin Miu Miu looked at Yi Rou Rou with a smile, and said jokingly, "If you are interested in Kai Yi, then I will help you get him Tilda." Hearing Shin Miu Miu's words, Yi Rou Rou couldn't help but look at Kai Yi who was sitting in the booth. I don't know if it was Yi Rou Rou's illusion, but Kai Yi is indeed much more handsome now than before, and more eye-catching than before. After all, even though Kai Yi looked pretty good before, he wasn't the kind of person that could be spotted in a crowd at a glance. At this time, the man was just sitting in the booth looking at his mobile phone, but he had already attracted the attention of the women around him. Yi Rou Rou looked at the women around her who were eager to make a move, and knew that if she and Shin Miu Miu were not sitting here, they would probably come over to ask Kai Yi for his contact information. Well, who is interested in him? We are just friends. Rou Rou said with a guilty conscience. After all, Rou Rou herself is not sure whether she is interested in Kai Yi, and whether Kai Yi considers her as a friend. Compared to Rou Rou's entanglement and discomfort here, Shin Miu Miu over there was much more excited. She smiled brightly, holding Rou Rou's arm, and whispered, "I'll try to take down Kai Yi." Rou Rou's heart suddenly became blocked. She pursed her lips slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end she said nothing and just hummed softly. As soon as Rou Rou responded, Shin Miu Miu on the other side took the initiative to sit next to Kai Yi. Kai Yi, what are you looking at?" Shin Miu Miu took the initiative to find a topic. She was excited inside, and sat beside Kai Yi somewhat shyly and reservedly, looking at the man's angular profile, her heart beating with excitement. Kai Yi was scrolling through his phone out of boredom, but his mind was not actually on it. As time went by, Kai Yi himself discovered that he was indeed no longer the ordinary person he used to be. "The reason why I am not lost in the crowd now is probably because of the charm value I won in the previous lottery." Kai Yi is still confident about his appearance. Yi Han has the aura of the male protagonist, and he has a system. After 2 days of events, Kai Yi is now very confident that he can seize Yi Han's family assets. "It's okay, I just checked your circle of friends." "What?" Before Shin Miu Miu could react, Rou Rou stood up and rushed to Kai Yi's side. "Wait a moment." Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know why Rou Rou was suddenly so excited, he still stood up quickly and raised his phone. Kai Yi was originally much taller than Rou Rou, so Rou Rou really couldn't reach the phone at all. What's going on? Is there something shameful in her circle of friends? Chapter 40. How can you be so rude? Speaking of this, Kai Yi became interested. He swiped directly through Shin Miu Miu's circle of friends and successfully saw a video of Rou Rou lying on the ground and swearing brotherhood with a dog after getting drunk. In the video, the dog seemed very scared of Rou Rou and wanted to run away, but failed. The drunk Rou Rou successfully pulled the dog back and they became sworn brothers. And Shin Miu Miu, who was recording the video, couldn't stop laughing. Hearing the sound of the video, Shin Miu Miu's face fell. When she posted this video on her Moments, she blocked everyone, just wanting to keep it as a souvenir. Moreover, this video was posted last year, so long ago that she almost forgot about it. But she didn't expect that after adding the friend, Kai Yi would scroll down, and she even forgot to block her new friend. Over there, after Shin Miu Miu realized what was happening, he immediately blocked that circle of friends. Rou Rou on this side breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Shin Miu Miu's actions. After all, Kai Yi really had no chance to save it just now. "I didn't expect that you would have this side of you after getting drunk." Kai Yi sat back calmly and joked. Rou Rou blushed and said unhappily, "Humph, I don't believe that you can be not drunk at all after getting drunk." It was getting late, so everyone ordered food in the cafe and went to the shopping mall upstairs after eating. This shopping mall is very famous in the country and is a large chain. The banquet is the day after tomorrow. It's too late to customize it. We can only buy it now. Rou Rou said helplessly. Shin Miu Miu curled her lips. Every time Lin Weiwei held a banquet, she would prepare it in advance, and only we prepared in a hurry. As they were talking, they had already reached the 8th floor. This floor is different from the ones below. Only VIPs can come up here. Similarly, their consumption there is not affordable for ordinary people. As soon as he went upstairs, Kai Yi was forced to change his clothes by 2 little girls. "This one and this one are very good, Kai Yi, go try them on quickly." Kai Yi was holding a bunch of things and felt helpless. "Do I have to try all of these?" Rou Rou and Shin Miu Miu nodded at the same time, yes. Helplessly, Kai Yi could only walk into the fitting room nearby. When Kai came out again, the two were holding the dresses and gesturing. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they both looked out at the same time. Upon seeing this, they were both stunned at the same time, and even the waiter beside them showed a surprised expression. Kai Yi. You are simply a walking human clothes rack. This is so handsome." Shin Miu Miu was the first to exclaim. Then she quickly walked to Kai Yi, reached out and pinched the muscles of Kai Yi wrapped in his shirt. "Wow. So interesting." Kai Yi didn't care about Shin Miu Miu's actions, but raised his eyebrows and looked at Rou Rou, who was standing there in a daze. "How is it? Is it okay?" Kai Yi said jokingly. Rou Rou came back to her senses immediately. "Ahem. Not bad. Then I'll try this one too. Having said that, Rou Rou personally stepped forward and pushed Kai Yi into the fitting room. There was no muscle to touch Shin Miu, so he could only withdraw his hand with a look of disappointment. She looked at Rou Rou with sparkling eyes. Rou Rou, how did you get to know Kai Yi? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? A trace of shock flashed across Rou Rou's face. After all, she had always disliked Kai Yi, a small bodyguard who was so arrogant. However, now she has changed her mind about Kai Yi. This wasn't a chance before. He's my brother's subordinate, and was sent by my brother to protect others. Isn't this busy? Rou Rou responded. Just as Shin Miu was about to ask something, a male voice suddenly came from the door of the store. Rou Rou, are you here for shopping too? Kai Yi received a friend request from Yang Feifei when he was in the fitting room. It should be specially requested from Xing Feiran. After the two chatted for a few words, Kai Yi changed his clothes, pushed the door and walked out. This time when Kai Yi went out, he did not see Rou Rou and the others, but a waiter nearby came up to greet him with a smile. Sir, this dress looks really good on you. If someone doesn't know, they would think it was tailor-made for you, said the young waiter, while taking the opportunity to reach out his hand and pretend to tidy up Kai Yi's clothes, but in fact he secretly touched Kai Yi's chest muscles. But unexpectedly, her hand was grabbed by Kai Yi the next second. Sir, you... Kai Yi looked at the woman in front of him with a half smile and let go of her hand. Although he was smiling, his tone was cold. Sorry, I don't like strangers touching me. After he finished speaking, the waiter's face suddenly turned pale and embarrassed. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, you go down first, I'll take a look myself. After looking at Kai Yi with lingering fear, the waiter turned around and left quickly. Kai Yi, have you finished trying on clothes? Rou Rou's voice came from behind him. Kai Yi turned around and saw Rou Rou walking towards him with a smile. Well, is this one okay? Kai Yi put away the expression on his face and looked at Rou Rou. Rou Rou walked around Kai Yi with satisfaction, then nodded with a smile on her face. Yes. Absolutely. At the banquet, I will definitely kill everyone else in seconds. Are you so confident in me? Kai Yi stepped forward and approached Rou Rou and said. Rou Rou nodded. You are mine. You must be much better than other men. Your people. Your what people? Huh. Kai Yi approached Rou Rou and forced her to step back, and finally she had to retreat into the fitting room. Rou Rou looked at Kai Yi with a red face and said unhappily, Kai Yi. You get out of here. Kai Yi challenged, what if I don't get up? I can't bear it. Rou Rou put her hands on her hips, then I won't be polite. Okay, then I want to see how you are going to be rude. After saying that, Kai Yi directly closed the door of the fitting room. Now, there were only two of them left in the sealed space. Rou Rou widened her eyes. She really didn't expect Kai Yi to close the door of the fitting room. You, what are you doing? Rou Rou was dumbfounded. Kai Yi shrugged, I just want to see how you can be rude to me, Tilda. As he spoke, Kai Yi took Rou Rou's hand and directly put it around his waist. Come on. Let me see it for myself. Rou Rou is the kind of person who shouts very loudly but is actually very timid. Kai Yi had discovered this before. When he heard that this little girl was really going to give him up and let others tease him, Kai Yi knew that he still had to play a high-end game. Otherwise, Rou Rou, who cares a lot about her reputation, would definitely not look back. If he doesn't look back, then his villain value will be gone, right? Then how can I steal her away from her? Chapter 41 Shame. This fitting room was only separated from the outside by a thin door, so even though they were in the fitting room, they could still hear the sounds outside clearly. Rou Rou was forced to hug Kai Yi's waist, but now she suddenly felt a little dizzy and very uncomfortable. Kai Yi, I'm warning you, there are people outside, you don't do anything rash. Rou Rou blushed and warned Kai Yi timidly. However, this warning has no deterrent effect at all. Oh? I didn't want to do anything rash at first, but if you put it that way, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I didn't do something rash? As Kai Yi spoke, he slowly approached Rou Rou, and soon, Kai Yi buried his head in Rou Rou's neck. Feeling the warm breath on her neck made Rou Rou even more nervous. I remember Rou Rou just came back to look for Kai Yi, why is there no one here? Shin Miu's voice came from outside, along with the voice of a man talking. Maybe he went out after trying on clothes. The other two said. And the moment she heard Shin Miu's voice, Rou Rou was frightened and threw herself into Kai's arms. She pursed her lips tightly, her heart beating nervously, and prayed that the people outside would not come to the fitting room. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, and 20 villain points are awarded. Kai raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling helpless. This was too stingy. Sure enough, you still have to work hard on your own. It's better to take the initiative to go out and get more villain value than to wait for the beautiful woman to throw herself into your arms. Rou Rou tensed her body and concentrated her attention on listening to the noise outside. When she heard the footsteps outside, Rou Rou was so nervous that she was sweating all over. Suddenly, Rou Rou paused. Feeling the wetness on her earlobe, she suddenly widened her eyes, turned her head, and looked at Kai in disbelief. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, and the villain is rewarded with 50 villain points. Listening to the system's report with satisfaction, Kai hugged Rou Rou's waist again. How were you going to be rude to me just now? Like I am now? Kai exerted a little force to keep the two of them tightly together. And below, Kai's hands were also kneading Rou Rou's slender waist. Kai is now proficient in various acupuncture points in the body, and naturally knows that massaging that area will make people more comfortable. Tilde. She accidentally let out a moan that could have caused endless reverie. Rou Rou blushed in shame and quickly reached out her hand to cover her lips. Ding ding tilde, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. Strange, the two of them are really gone. Shin Miu's voice came again. However, Kai's men's actions did not stop, but became more and more excessive. Helplessly, Rou Rou could only raise her head and look at Kai pleadingly. Kai! Please! Rou Rou bit her lower lip in shame and was about to cry. Kai raised the corner of his eye and stopped in time. He smiled and reached out his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Rou Rou's eyes, then said with a smile, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." After hearing Kai's words, Rou Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she listened nervously to the noise outside, and after hearing that Shin Miu and the others did not find her and walked out of the store, Rou Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief. After knowing that Shin Miu and the others had left, Rou Rou's temper returned. She pushed Kai away angrily. "All right, Kai. Did you do this on purpose?" Kai shrugged and said nothing, which was considered as an admission. Who was scared and crying just now? Are you not scared anymore? I'm not afraid of you. Rou Rou blushed and glared at Kai angrily. She turned around, pushed open the door of the fitting room and was about to go out. However, as soon as the door of the fitting room was pushed open, Rou Rou froze at the door. Kai turned his head curiously and saw that Rou Rou and the waitress were standing at the door of the fitting room in a daze, staring at each other. The heat on Rou Rou's face had just subsided with great difficulty, but now after meeting the people outside, her little face turned red all the way to her neck. The waiter outside who had just tried to molest Kai looked at Rou Rou, then at Kai, and his eyes widened as if he realized something. Okay, I want the clothes you just wore, and this one I'm wearing, too. Let's check out. Seeing Rou Rou standing there at a loss, Kai took the initiative to step forward and stand in front of Rou Rou and said. After saying that, the waitress suddenly came to her senses and took Kai to pay the bill. Watching the two people leave, Rou Rou came back to her senses. She stared at Kai's back in a daze, and suddenly felt troubled again. She didn't know what her feelings were towards Kai, she just felt that something seemed to have happened, and she seemed to feel extra safe with Kai by her side. Although he always teases me. Ding ding tilde, the favorability of the destined heroine Rou Rou has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. When Kai heard the system prompt, he did not stop his actions, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Let's go, why are you still standing there? Finally, when Kai changed back into his clothes and walked towards Rou Rou carrying the packaging bag, she was still standing there in a daze. The expression on her little face is very rich. Rou Rou suddenly came back to her senses, and her attention was successfully drawn to the shopping bag in Kai's hand. Oh! Rou Rou slapped her head and realized what was happening. Didn't I say I bought it for you? Why did you pay for it yourself? Kai let Rou Rou help him carry his clothes, raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, Huh? I thought you didn't want to pay, so you just stood here without moving. No, no. Please don't misunderstand me. Rou Rou waved her hands anxiously, and then said, how about this? How much are these 2 sets of clothes? I'll transfer them to you. Rou Rou suddenly felt extremely guilty and was about to pick up her phone. However, at that moment, the expression on Kai Yi's face suddenly turned gloomy. You're asking me to take money from a woman. Oh, it's really not. Then put your phone back. Kai Yi said, and strode forward. Seeing this, Rou Rou felt helpless and guilty, and hurriedly chased after him. Are you saying that Rou Rou has a male companion? Lin Fan frowned when he heard Shen Miu's words. Shen Miu nodded, and said excitedly, yes, you don't know how handsome the man Rou Rou brought is. He showed up on a motorcycle. He directly attracted the attention of all the girls in the cafe. Chapter 42, Male Green Tea Appears. Lin Fan suddenly felt a toothache. He finally got Ju Yi away, but he didn't expect another person to appear. Another man named Li Shu was so amused when he heard what Shen Miu said. So from what you said, that man is very handsome. Even more handsome than our young master Lin. Li Shu said jokingly. But I didn't expect Shen Miu to really nod, yes. At this moment, Lin Fan's expression suddenly turned ugly, but Shen Miu didn't notice it at all, and was still describing the wonderful scene when Kai Yi got off the car. When Li Shu saw that Lin Fan's face looked extremely ugly, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed someone walking towards the end of the corridor. I looked over subconsciously, but I didn't expect that the person coming was Rou Rou. But what shocked Lin Fan was that of the 2 people who came over, the man had a cold face, but Rou Rou next to him had a flattering smile on her face. Not only that, Rou Rou was also holding 2 men's clothing bags in her hands. Looking at Rou Rou's humble attitude, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable surge of anger in his heart. Could it be that I am not as good as a pretty boy? Unlike the brainless Ju Yi, although Lin Fan was not clear about Rou Rou's family background, he knew that it was definitely extraordinary. So after knowing the good things Ju Yi had done, Lin Fan had been gloating. However, he did not expect that Ju Yi would disappear silently. This made Lin Fan feel that Rou Rou's background was even more mysterious. If at the beginning, Lin Fan was just attracted by Rou Rou's face and wanted to get Rou Rou, now Lin Fan just wants to pursue Rou Rou. After all, they are about to graduate, and I have to go back to fight for the family property. If I have Rou Rou's help, I will definitely succeed. What are you doing? Kai Yi is enjoying Rou Rou's pursuit here. See, this is the benefit of high-end games. This little girl was angry with me just now, but now she is trying to please me. But I didn't expect that such an eyesore would appear so soon. When Kai Yi and Rou Rou heard the sound and looked over, Lin Fan had already quickly snatched the packaging bag from Rou Rou's hand and threw it at Kai Yi. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the man in front of him. He was dressed expensively, and it was obvious that he had dressed up on purpose. After seeing Rou Rou, he looked like a peacock with its tail spread out. Lin Fan. Rou Rou said in surprise, and then hurriedly took out the packaging bag that was thrown into Kai Yi's arms. However, the next second, Lin Fan pulled her arm and pulled her behind him. Rou Rou, don't say anything, let's talk. Kai Yi curled his lips and sneered. He was not the kind of person who would be popular for no reason. He wanted to see what this person wanted to talk to him about. What is your purpose in getting close to Rou Rou? You asked Rou Rou to bring you here right after you met her? Tell me, how did you get close to Rou Rou? How much money do you want to leave Rou Rou? When Lin Fan said this, everyone around him was stunned. Even Rou Rou and Shen Miu, who was trotting over in a hurry, were dumbfounded. No, little brother, you are younger than me, is it okay for me to call you little brother? I am wondering if you have misunderstood something. What could I have misunderstood? Lin Fan looked grim and looked at Kai Yi with disgust. Don't think I haven't seen people like you. Rou Rou was deceived by you because she is naive. I am not naive. You let Rou Rou buy you such expensive clothes right away, and you still say you are naive. Kai Yi sneered. Listening to what this man said, he almost felt like he was suffering from stupidity. Lin Fan was already very upset when he heard this person calling him little brother. Now seeing Kai Yi's indifferent attitude, he became even more angry. He took a step forward and was about to say something when he was pulled back by Rou Rou. Okay. Lin Fan, you misunderstood. Brother Yi is not the kind of person you said. We have known each other for a long time. Rou Rou said unbearably. Even Shin Miu stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Fan. That's right, Lin Fan, aren't you going too far? Shin Miu said angrily. Seeing that the two beauties were standing on Kai Yi's side, Lin Fan was very angry. However, Li Shu, who was behind him, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, it's all misunderstandings, Rou Rou, isn't Lin Fan just caring about you? Sure enough, after hearing these words, Rou Rou's expression looked a little better. Although I know you are doing this for my own good, you can't say that about Brother Yi. I have known Brother Yi for many years, and he and my brother have a very good relationship. He is definitely not that kind of person. And Brother Yi bought the clothes himself, so please apologize to Brother Yi. Lin Fan's face suddenly became ferocious for a moment, but looking at Rou Rou's cold eyes looking at him, he knew that if he didn't bow his head today, Rou Rou might ignore him in the future. Helplessly, Lin Fan looked at Kai Yi and pretended to be guilty and said, Kai Yi, right. I'm really sorry. I just care about Rou Rou too much, so, a little girl should be taken care of when she's alone outside. Lin Fan was indeed a person who was very good at disguising himself. When he spoke, his face was full of apology and guilt, and he successfully deceived the people around him. After Lin Fan apologized, everyone's eyes turned to Kai Yi. Kai Yi. Seeing Kai Yi was slow to speak, Rou Rou couldn't help but remind him. Sorry, I don't accept your apology. Since you did it on purpose, what's the point of apologizing? Kai Yi said with a cold face. Lin Fan frowned guiltily and looked at Rou Rou. Rou Rou, listen to me, I really didn't mean it. I was just worried about you, so I was anxious. I was also worried when you were surrounded by gangsters before. Rou Rou was also quite angry at first, but after seeing Lin Fan apologize sincerely, her expression improved a lot. But now, when he heard Lin Fan mention what happened before, he suddenly couldn't get angry anymore. After all, she was surrounded by gangsters in the alley before, and it was Lin Fan who appeared in time to save her. Kai Yi stood there with a cold face, staring straight at Rou Rou. He wanted to see if Rou Rou was going to plead for Lin Fan. Brother Yi, actually Lin Fan didn't mean it. He is just like that. When he gets anxious. Without waiting for Rou Rou to finish her words, Kai Yi turned and left. Kai Yi. Seeing Kai Yi turn around and leave, Shin Miu was stunned for a moment, then quickly took small steps to chase after him. Rou Rou was stunned for a moment, and when she saw Shin Miu chasing after him, she wanted to follow him too. But the next second her arm was grabbed by someone. Chapter 43 Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Rou Rou, look, there seems to be something wrong with Lin Fan's face. Li Shu said anxiously. Rou Rou was stunned for a moment, and when she turned around, she found that Lin Fan's face had indeed turned pale. She looked at Lin Fan hesitantly, then turned to look at Kai Yi and Shin Miu who had already walked away. Seeing that Shin Miu had already taken Kai Yi's arm, Rou Rou's eyes flickered. How about we send Lin Fan to the hospital first? Seeing that Rou Rou was still hesitating, Li Shu struck while the iron was hot. Okay. Rou Rou responded, but ultimately did not chase after him. Kai Yi originally wanted to take the opportunity to go home directly. He was too busy these 2 days and had no chance to give Liu Qingshuang a massage. But I didn't expect that as soon as I walked out, Shin Miu followed me. Faced with Shin Miu's invitation, Kai Yi couldn't refuse. After all, they were the ones who helped me pick out clothes just now. So when Kai Yi returned home, it was already evening. After shopping, Kai Yi first sent Shin Miu home before coming back. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and seeing that the lights were off in the villa, Kai Yi originally thought that everyone was asleep. He walked slowly into the living room, too lazy to turn on the lights, and just wanted to go back to his room in the moonlight. Just as Kai Yi passed by the sofa and walked towards the stairs, a person suddenly stood up from the sofa. Who? Kai Yi was startled, but still pretended to be calm and looked over. Yi, Brother Yi, you're back. Rou Rou stood there stiffly, looking at Kai Yi. When he heard Rou Rou's voice, Kai Yi had to admit that he did subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Don't you want to rest? Kai Yi said helplessly. I just saw that you haven't come back yet, so. Waiting for me. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Rou Rou. Rou Rou nodded, I'm back, go and have some rest. Kai glanced at Rou Rou's slightly guilty look, and understood what she said deliberately. After saying this, he pretended to go upstairs. Sure enough, the next second Kai's arm was grabbed by Rou Rou. "Wait a minute, brother Rou Rou said in a low voice anxiously. "What's wrong? What else is going on?" Kai knew that Rou Rou was standing here because of what happened today, so he deliberately spoke impatiently. "I'm really sorry about what happened today. I didn't expect something like this to happen." Sure enough, after hearing Kai's tone, Rou Rou felt even more guilty. "It's okay. I know that what happened today is not your fault. You don't have to feel guilty. Besides, I was quite happy shopping today." Under the cover of darkness, Kai slightly raised the corners of his lips. Seeing Rou Rou standing there in a daze, Kai withdrew his hand, turned around and went straight upstairs. When Rou Rou heard Kai return to the room and close the door, she suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes were slightly red, and she felt a little at a loss when she thought of Kai's departing back. She and Kai just went shopping together for a while today, so Kai said that he had a very happy shopping day. Was this sentence referring to the time when he was shopping with Shin Miu Miu? Thinking about what Shin Miu Miu said today that she must take down Kai, Rou Rou felt inexplicably anxious, but she was helpless. She didn't understand what her feelings were now. After all, she had never been in love before. After Kai returned, he tied it up a little. After hearing Rou Rou return to the room, he sneaked into Liu Qingxuan's room again. As soon as he closed Liu Qingxuan's door, Kai felt that Liu Qingxuan had woken up. Don't ask why, it's just the intuition of a martial artist. "Sister Qingxuan, I'm back. I'm sorry that Sister Feiran was too busy and came back so late. I didn't have time to accompany you. But after all, the boss has spoken, so I still have to take care of that side." Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and the villain value is awarded 50 points. Kai curled his lips, and the next second he reached out and lifted Liu Qingxuan's quilt. "Sister Qingxuan, I don't have time to massage you during the day, so I can only help you relax your muscles at night. Don't worry, no matter how late I come back, I will massage you." As Kai spoke, a pair of large hands with distinct veins began to knead Liu Qingxuan's waist. After all, she is a vegetative patient and has to lie in bed for a long time, so in order to make Liu Qingxuan more comfortable, the clothes she wears are loose and comfortable. This also resulted in Kai's hand easily reaching into the hem of Liu Qingxuan's clothes. Compared to Liu Qingxuan, Kai is much more patient and careful when giving massage. After all, if the massage is done well, it will be beneficial to the body's recovery. Soon, a blush appeared on Liu Qingxuan's originally fair face. Not only that, even the delicate tip of the nose secreted some sweet sweat. While Kai was massaging, he suddenly thought of something. In the original novel, Yihan tried to please both sides. In order to get the support of the Yang family, Yihan went to great lengths to protect Yang Feifei's health. It was also because they had found a lot of doctors for Yang Feifei. Based on the principle of not wasting, these doctors would come to see Liu Qingxuan before leaving Yunhai City. In fact, this is the reason why Liu Qingxuan remained loyal to Yihan and even let Yihan hand over his family property to Liu Qingxuan to manage. Because of this, Liu Qingxuan can hear the people around her talking. Therefore, Liu Qingxuan had previously thought that those people were specially found by Yihan for her, which made her very touched. Looking at Liu Qingxuan's blushing little face, Kai slowly curled his lips, and a hint of light flashed in his eyes. What would happen if he told Liu Qingxuan everything? "Sister Qingxuan, when I went to see Sister Feiran, I actually saw Yang Feifei, the talented girl who was very popular in the past 2 years. I remember you have heard her songs before. Then I found out that Yang Feifei retired 2 years ago because of illness, and I actually saw a goshawk next to her." Ding Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 500 villain points are awarded. Yihan would only provide bodyguards for his women, and it was obvious that Liu Qingxuan had misunderstood. Moreover, this is a sister-in-law that even Liu Qingxuan doesn't know, no wonder she received so many villain values. After chatting, I found out that when Yang Feifei was sick, the boss found so many doctors for her. The Yang family is very grateful to the boss for this. No wonder I said that the boss received a large order with national indicators without anyone noticing. Now I think the boss is pretty amazing. Kai continued massaging as he spoke, his hands never stopping. However, when Kai Yi looked up again, he found that Liu Qingxuan's originally rosy face had turned white again. Oh, by the way, those doctors also treated Sister Qingxuan later. It's just a pity that they stabilized Yang Feifei's condition but failed to cure you. Chapter 44 Shameful Posture. After saying this, Kai Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, the system prompt sound came again in my mind. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 500 villain points are awarded. Ding ding tilde the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the hero and heroine, and 2000 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi successfully grinned, and his hands' movements became more and more meticulous. She is worthy of being his most caring sister-in-law and is so good to him. In just over 10 minutes, he had provided himself with so much villain value. After chattering for a while, which was almost half an hour, Kai Yi finally withdrew his hand to help Liu Qingxuan tidy up her clothes, covered her with a quilt, and left. Sister Qingxuan, I will come to accompany you tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure you. Although my ability is insignificant, I will not give up. Ding ding tilde the heroine's favorability is detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. After closing the door and looking at the prompts on the system panel, Kai Yi suddenly felt happy. Kai Yi stretched lazily, and when he turned around and went back to his room, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something reflecting light out of the corner of his eye. This made the smile on Kai Yi's lips disappear instantly. Although the reflection disappeared quickly, Kai Yi still reacted. His face turned cold and he strode towards the balcony in front. Reaching out to open the curtain over there, Kai Yi indeed saw Song Qing hiding inside and shivering. Kai Yi sneered, leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, and looked down at Song Qing. You're not going to change. Song Qing nervously clenched the phone in her hand. She had clearly hidden herself quickly, so how come she was still discovered by Kai Yi? However, even if Kai Yi found out that I was hiding there, he definitely wouldn't have noticed that I was taking pictures secretly. Thinking of this, Song Qing's originally nervous heart suddenly relaxed. This Kai Yi. He bullies me every day. It's already 11 o'clock, and I have evidence that he went to Liu Qingxuan's room. As long as he reported Kai Yi to Yihan in the next step, even if Kai Yi said bad things about himself to Yihan later, Yihan would definitely not believe it. Thinking of this, Song Qing suddenly felt very proud. She laughed inwardly, HMPH. I'll let you be proud for a day or two. When she hands the video to Yihan, you'll be in trouble. Kai Yi looked at the smart-aleck woman in front of him with amusement, then shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, when a fool thinks he is smart, he is often extremely stupid. No, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to come and see the stars, and then I happened to see them. Song Qing said innocently. But then Kai Yi asked coldly, is there any difference between watching the stars here and watching the stars in your room? Tell me, what are you doing here? Kai Yi pressed forward step by step, scaring Song Qing, who was already feeling guilty, so much that she retreated repeatedly. No, nothing, really nothing happened, don't get me wrong. Song Qing said as she hid her phone in her trouser pocket behind her. Really nothing. If you admit it now, I might consider dealing with you more gently tilde. Kai Yi walked forward while smiling. Soon, as Kai Yi pressed forward step by step, Song Qing, who had been retreating, had her back pressed against the railing, with no escape at all. Song Qing was certain that Kai Yi definitely didn't see her taking the photos secretly, so she naturally didn't care about what Kai Yi said. Kai Yi. That's enough. Can you please stop being so suspicious? Song Qing said, unable to bear it any longer. Kai Yi was almost laughed to death by the stupid woman in front of him. Song Qing, should I say you are stupid? Or should I say you are foolish? Do you think I didn't see the reflection from your phone camera? Kai Yi lowered his head slightly, looked at Song Qing in front of him and said slowly. Sure enough, the next second Kai Yi saw Song Qing's face suddenly turned pale. Then, Song Qing's pupils trembled slightly, and she suddenly lowered her body and successfully got out from in front of Kai Yi. He had only taken 2 steps and was caught by Kai Yi when he turned a corner. Kai Yi was not polite and directly pushed Song Qing against Rou Rou's bedroom door. Song Qing, I suggest you keep your voice down. Rou Rou has just been in the room for less than half an hour. Guess who is awake? Kai Yi hugged Song Qing's slender waist with satisfaction and threatened. Obviously, Song Ching was also afraid that Rou Rou would hear her, so she just leaned against the door in fear. After hearing the surprised words, she pursed her lips tightly and shook her head violently, her beautiful watery eyes looking at Kai Yi pleadingly. Kai Yi lowered his head and buried it in Song Ching's neck. Smelling the perfume coming from the woman, Kai Yi leaned close to Song Ching's ear and sneered. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. So what's the point of begging me now? As he spoke, Kai Yi's hand moved slightly back and soon reached behind Song Ching's breasts. He reached into the pocket behind Song Ching and easily took out his cell phone. And at the moment he took out the phone, Kai Yi squeezed Song Ching's butt with a wicked smile. Good exercise, Tilder, Kai Yi whispered frivolously in Song Ching's ear. Then, he opened Song Ching's cell phone while Song Ching looked blushing, ashamed, angry and frightened. Kai Yi successfully captured the flash of pride in Song Ching's eyes, and the next second he paused on the unlocked page. However, when Song Ching was still feeling proud and hadn't reacted yet, Kai Yi had already quickly handed over the phone and unlocked it with his face. Tilder, Song Ching exclaimed softly and subconsciously jumped up to grab the phone in Kai Yi's hand. However, he didn't get the phone, but heard a bang sound behind him. It was the hairpin on her head that hit Rou Rou's door. Suddenly, Song Ching was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. Who is it? After hearing the inquiring voice coming from the room behind her, Song Ching became completely panicked. She wanted to run away, but Kai Yi held her waist tightly. Kai Yi. Helplessly, Song Ching could only beg in a low voice. Seeing the woman in front of him so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her forehead, Kai Yi curled his lips into a smile, hugged the woman and turned back to the balcony. After half pulling the curtains, Kai Yi turned around and pushed the woman against the wall with her back facing away. The curtains let light through. If you don't want Rou Rou to find out, just bend down and lower your head. Song Ching was stunned. This posture was already embarrassing enough. Unexpectedly, Kai Yi would make him even more ashamed. She clenched her teeth, leaned against the wall with her back to Kai Yi, and was reluctant to bend down. But the next second, the sound of the door opening was heard. Obviously, Rou Rou had walked out of the room. Chapter 45: The Little Witch Becomes a Little Dog. Who is it? Rou Rou's puzzled voice came from around the corner. And the moment Rou Rou's voice came out, Song Ching couldn't help but shiver with fear. She no longer cared about shame or not, she just wanted to avoid being discovered. So the next second Song Ching quickly bent down and lay down, praying that Rou Rou would not see her. But after her butt pressed against Kai Yi from behind, Song Ching's face flushed and she lowered her head uncomfortably. Rou Rou only needed to turn a corner to come to the balcony. Just as she fell asleep, she heard knocking on the door and footsteps outside. She rubbed her eyes dazedly, walked forward, and saw Kai Yi on the balcony, half of his body hidden behind the curtains. Looking at Kai Yi lying on his side, Rou Rou's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Yi, are you here to see me? After what happened today, Kai Yi's attitude towards Rou Rou was very cold after he came back, which made Rou Rou feel a little uneasy, and even a little uncomfortable. So when she walked out the door and saw Kai Yi, Rou Rou was immediately delighted. Kai Yi stood there lazily and lit the cigarette in his mouth with a lighter. It's okay. I accidentally dropped my lighter and hit your door. It's getting late. Let's go back quickly. Kai Yi said gently. Hearing this, Rou Rou paused, stood there and did not move forward. The corners of his lips, which were originally raised in joy, were now pursed. Well, okay then. After looking at Kai Yi hesitantly, Rou Rou could only turn around and leave slowly. But at least Kai Yi's attitude towards her now is not as cold as when he just came back, so this also makes Rou Rou feel relieved. Only after hearing Rou Rou return to her room and close the door did Song Ching's tense heart relax. However, before Song Ching could completely relax, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her back. This frightened Song Ching so much that she quickly stood up and hid aside. She looked behind her and saw that her expensive pajamas had several holes burned by cigarette ash. Thinking of the humiliating action just now on her expensive pajamas, Song Ching couldn't help but feel a little angry and embarrassed. She couldn't bear it any longer and looked up at Kai Yi, saying angrily, Kai Yi you. Even though Song Ching was furious now, she still remembered to speak softly. After all, she didn't want to bother Rou Rou again. But before Song Ching could finish her words, her cell phone was held up in front of her. Looking at the video she had secretly filmed, Song Qing fell completely silent. Seeing her like this, Kai sneered, then deleted the video completely in front of her. Of course, he also remembered that it was in the recycle bin. Watching Kai delete the video he had recorded, Song Qing was completely unable to hold back her temper. After all, without any leverage over Kai, Song Qing was completely under Kai's control. But before Song Qing could say anything, there was a flash before her eyes. Sensing someone approaching in surprise, Song Qing quickly backed away in panic. But after all, she had nowhere to retreat, and Kai's big hands were holding the back of her head tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. "What are you doing, Rou Rou?" Kai approached with a wicked smile. "What do you want me to do?" Song Qing had no choice but to reach out and push the man in front of her hard, but it was of no use. "Mum." 3 minutes later, Kai, having succeeded, finally let go of Song Qing. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Qing's mobile phone, on which was a picture he had just taken of himself and Song Qing kissing passionately. The so-called using magic to defeat magic. Kai sent a copy of the video to himself, and then returned the phone to Song Qing. "How about it? Isn't the video I recorded for you now more direct? Instead of sending the video in which I appeared twice in the past half an hour to the boss, why not send this directly?" At this time, Song Qing was so weak that she collapsed on the lounge chair on the balcony. Her face flushed, she sat there panting, not forgetting to stare at Kai with wet eyes. He actually dared to humiliate himself like this. Just a little bodyguard. As she thought about it, Song Qing raised her hand with a look of disgust and wiped her lips vigorously. Kai also reached out his hand and wiped his lips in disgust, saying sarcastically, "I didn't expect the boss to have such bad taste." After saying that, Kai turned around and left. Song Qing sat there blankly and watched Kai return to his room, her eyes almost red with anger. She picked up her phone and looked through it, only to find that the video she had just recorded was gone, either in the photo album or in the recycle bin. The extra video on her phone was, of course, the video of that bastard Kai molesting her just now. Song Qing's face turned red with anger. She moved her fingers and deleted the video completely. But the next second, with a ding-dong sound, VX received a message. Thinking of the time difference on Yihan's side, Song Qing was looking forward to the message from Yihan. "I didn't expect that when I clicked on it, I found that it was Kai who forwarded the video to me again." Now Song Qing's breath was stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down, and she felt very uncomfortable. Thinking that he had to go to Xing Feiran's company to sign a contract the next day, Kai went to sleep after returning to his room. After all, the contract discussed last night involved a lot of money, and I would also get a share of the profits from this contract. This means that after the song he and Yang Feifei collaborated on is released, if it sells well, he can also get a portion of the profits. To put it bluntly, Kai is not very confident in this aspect, but when he thinks of the system, doesn't the confidence come? So when Kai went downstairs to eat, feeling refreshed, before he even walked down the stairs, he saw 2 people below with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Butterfly, who was sandwiched between Rou Rou and Song Qing, looked at the dark circles under their eyes and became confused. After hearing the footsteps, the 3 of them subconsciously looked up. Song Qing had an even more complicated expression. After she returned to her room yesterday, she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Finally, she understood. He no longer had any leverage over Kai, but Kai had leverage over him instead. Helplessly, she could only soften her attitude and try to please Kai. After all, she watched the video Kai recorded with his mobile phone yesterday when he got home. Although she knew that she was very reluctant when Kai kissed her. "But I have to admit that Kai's skills are superb and I was basically led by him." So from the video, it seems that not only was he willing, but he also seemed to be enjoying it very much. If Yihan saw this kind of thing, what would happen?